Hold on, hold on. Good morning, good evening, and good day. Hello, everybody. Just, you know, hold on, gang. Hold on, hold on, everybody. So, so, sorry, y'all. I don't know what happens. Why is that? I try to fix my. You guys, give me a minute. Talks amongst yourselves. Talks amongst yourselves. Focus on J-Hope. J-Hope, J-Hope. J-Hope come and he wants to go to Madrid. He's that J. Oh, Jonathan, are these your clothes in here? Okay, well, we need to do I need to do laundry. What, baby? Yes. I'm in the middle of the live stream. I will see what I can do. I will try. Hold on, y'all. I have to approve a game. My daughter is asking me, Mom, could you approve a game? Hold on. Returned. Sorry, y'all. I had to approve a game. I'm getting it together. Talks amongst yourselves. Talks amongst yourselves. Why I get it together. All right, kids, live stream time. All right. I'm telling my kids, live stream time in the city. In the city. Yeah. Y'all know y'all like my singing. Let me turn down the TV. Turn off the lights. Oh, let me turn on the lights. I'm sorry, y'all. Hold on, I'm coming. I'm coming, everybody. How's everybody? How's everybody tonight? I'm coming, y'all. I'm loving it. Let me get my salad. I have not eaten anything all day because, you know. Oh! Oi! I made a big boo-boo. I made a big boo-boo. I made a big boo-boo. This must be accident-prone week. It's accident-prone week. Oh. Oh. Ah. Oh, I didn't drop some, y'all. I'm anyway. Hey, everybody. Y'all see Hobie? Ooh. Ooh, what is that? What is that? Oh, what is that? Oh, let me flick it. Oh, yeah. Jen had a magazine cover too. Y'all see me over there? Let me just tweak it a little bit. Let me just tweak it just a little bit. It's just just right there. Yes, I got Hobie and his nipples. Ooh, what's that? Child, today is another long day that I have. Anyway, I finally arrived, y'all. Welcome to my live stream. My name is Kiki. My channel's Nomadic Kitty, where I talk about K-pop and the K-pop industry. We have a lot to talk about this week because I wasn't here last weekend. Hello? Y'all are like, wait a minute. Let's see. They're like, okay, hold on, y'all. All right, there you go. We got a lot to talk about because I wasn't here last weekend. Last weekend, the kids wanted to see fireworks and I was tired. J-Hope looking too good. I saw him on the cover of that magazine and like the little photo shoot. Child, I'm telling you, J-Hope. I do have to say that J-Hope is really really standing out for me. You know, I thought once the tour would hit that, you know, J-Hope would just be a wilting flower back in the background. Baby, no, J-Hope is grown. That's a grown man right there. But anyway, y'all, we got a lot to talk about today. We're gonna talk about the BTS updates first. There's been quite a bit of BTS updates, and then we're gonna talk about some of these lawsuits. I've done so many NewJeans videos this week. I'm not gonna talk about NewJeans a lot. I do have a video coming up with BTS, but honey, there's so much. I have a list of videos that I have to do, like literally a list, because there's so many things happening so quickly this week. So yeah, I got to record like 3 videos. I already have 4 videos recorded, and I got to record about 4 more. So anyway, let's get started. I hope everybody's having a good day, good night. Thank you guys for being here. And people going to watch it on the rewatch. Hello, rewatch people. BTS updates. Okay. So V did his fashion week. He was looking good in red. I don't know if we talked about that because I wasn't here last weekend. He was looking good. There's a video. I'm not doing this in order of, I'm doing this in the order I think it of. There's a video of Jungkook and Suga out jogging. Have y'all seen that video? It is so funny. It is so funny. Jungkook and Suga out there jogging. I do. I'm talking about, oh, Sugar Namjoon, watch out, I'm looking again. I am looking again. Y'all, you know, I'm going to need some of that Hobie water anyway. But yeah, I saw Jungkook and Suga out there jogging. It was hilarious. I saw Suga finally posted his blog last week on YouTube about him running, and Jennifer watched it, and she's like, why he running? His hands is like this. Suga was out there. Yes, the Hobie water, honey. You have not seen it. You have not seen the Jungkook and the Suga running. I think Suga posted it on his Instagram, but somebody posted it on YouTube, and that's how I found out about it. And I watched it, and it was really cute. And Suga was out there just jogging, and Jungkook was behind him, and it's not a long video. I think it was like maybe a minute, maybe. Then there is a video of Kim Taehyung, Hobie, and Jungkook working out. Have y'all seen that video? I saw that on YouTube late last night. Don't ask me what I'm watching late at night. But anyway, that video popped up, and I was like, okay, they working out. They was pumping iron, and they're all in the camera like, you know, Kim Taehyung don't know no sleeves. He don't know where the sleeves is at. I am going to do a video talking about the BTS Chile thing. I'm surprised I haven't done a video about it. I haven't done a video about the BTS Chile thing. Sorry, y'all. I'm looking. What is that on my floor? Anyway, sorry. I'll make sure it's not a bug. Y'all know I'm terrified of insects. I'm like, is that an ant? What is that? Anyway, I haven't done a video about the BTS Chile thing because I thought it was going to resolve itself. So I barely even read the story when it hit. But now I'm like, I'm not sure it's going to resolve itself because I thought this would be resolved really quickly. I did not think the BTS Chile thing would go on this long. Like, I really thought that that it was just a misunderstanding. Me being naive, I'm thinking for surely the Chile government is not going to stiff armies and all the fans and BTS. I really didn't think that. And then as days went on, I'm like, wait, this hasn't resolved itself yet. Right? JK is always in ninja gear. He always has his face, and he out there jogging, and he's wearing all black and long sleeve. And I was like, oh, I don't know how they do it out there. They was out there jogging in Busan. And I was like, oh no, I don't know how he do it. Cause I'm in Texas. It's real hot here. It's hot. I like to work out indoors. You said they keep underestimating. Obviously they do. So I might do a video about the BTS Chile thing this coming up week. But I'm just amazed that this has gone on this long and that the government was actually going to cancel the concert. And now that since the fans went out in protest, the government is saying that they're renegotiating and rethinking things. So hopefully it'll pan out, y'all. Because I would hate for them to go through all of that and the fans purchase tickets and they're excited to see BTS and then poof, you know. So I don't know. But I thought it was pretty sad because this whole thing just sounds, to me, in my opinion, like a shakedown from the Chile government. But that's just me. I mean, I haven't researched it yet, but like looking at the stuff I read online, I said something's not right here. Like the government is trying to blame the promoter, and the promoter is trying to blame the government, and poor Big Hit and BTS are caught in the middle. So I don't know. I don't know. Oh, they trying to save face. I agree. Something's going on here because again, concerts are planned a year ahead of time. And then now all of a sudden they come back talking about they don't want to ruin their grass and all that. I'm like, man, come on now, man. Like, we didn't want to ruin our grass. I was like, all right, you know, sure. So I got to look into it. Um, and then we'll tell you. So we'll see. We'll see, y'all. But like I said, we'll see how it pans out, and I will come to do it. I got to do some research on it. And so this week has been a lot of NewJeans news. I'm still not done with NewJeans. There is a story that came out about Minhee Jin and her suing tried to sue the government is dismissed. Also, there has been photos released. I posted it on my Patreon. I'm Nomadic Kitty on Patreon. You guys want to join me on Patreon? But I posted pictures of the inside of Minhee Jin's new agency, like the building. And again, I still have my not concerns, but just questions regarding her business period. Because if you look at the business registry that came out like a year ago, the business is registered to do like music and stuff like that. But then also there were some other weird registries of like food and drink and it's just like a list of different other types of businesses. So I don't know if her business is going to be involved with other investors and they're going to be doing other things besides just music and she is just going to handle the music part. But I do have to tell you that building is pretty fancy and it's in a high-end district of Seoul. And so it's pretty fancy, y'all. So I was like, somebody paid for this building and she's been having it built for like 18 months now. I'm like, that building ain't cheap, y'all. They say it's not you said the Chilean government nothing but a money grab. I believe it. You said it looked like she wanted to clone Hive. She did. It kind of looks Hive-esque on the inside. But I saw the pictures of the little building. It's nice. I mean, it's expensive. That is a multi-million-dollar building. There was an old building there, and they had that demolished, and they built this building from the ground up. So again, I know Minhee Jin ain't got that kind of bread, y'all. Minhee Jin does not have that kind of money. Somebody is backing Minhee Jin. Somebody is financing this. And I think OOAK Records is just Minhee Jin just gonna have the record division. I think there's gonna be other divisions of and or subsidiaries of OOAK, or it's gonna come out that she has a parent company and something like that. I don't think she's gonna be in this big old building by herself. I think that there are gonna be other companies and other offshoots and other entities in this building. You know. I don't know where she's getting all this money from. I mean, like I said, we always thought that she had investors, that shady people, that she's had meetings with all kinds of companies and probably had meetings with people we don't even know about. That's just what we know about. But yes, I don't think she's going to be in this building by herself. It's a big old building. So that's my opinion. I'm like, This is a big office building. Yeah, and then she got all her loss. Won't that go against her non-compete clause? I don't know. Somebody did a video about that, about, I forgot who talked about her non-compete. I don't know if she, I don't know. I don't think it will. And why I don't think it will, I can't tell you why, but I watched somebody's video talking about that Minhee Jin either wasn't in a non-compete clause or it doesn't go against it. And I don't remember why, but I have to go look that up. But that's a good question. Maybe since the case is on appeal, could be. Didn't she have that media thing without inviting Korean media? Yes, she did. So where Minhee Jin getting this money from, y'all? But I don't know what. But whoever she's getting money from has deep pockets, y'all. Deep, deep pockets. And so, I talked about, what did I talk about this week? I talked about NewJeans this week and Danielle's, the court case with Danielle and the copyright, the ETA thing, y'all. Like I said, I don't have any faith in Beast and Natives. I don't have any faith in Bana. But the CEO of Bana is one of Minhee Jin's ex-boyfriends, right? Like, I'm not making this up. This is like out there, y'all. I'm not breaking anything. That dude is her ex-boyfriend. That's one of the reasons why he got the contract as a door, is because he knew Minhee Jin. And I'm not saying they were in a relationship then. They weren't. They was still on friendly terms even after they'd already broke up. And Beast and Natives, they are been around long enough, have worked in the music industry individually. They know what it is. They're going out here using demos. Again, I'm not trying to throw them under the bus because we really don't, at the end of the day, we really don't know. But I don't know, like, Adore came out and made a statement. I mean, Hybe came out and made a statement saying, well, Adore too, saying that they were going to evaluate their process or whatever, which in other words, in corporate speak, they're going to go back and I meant to tell y'all, but yeah, I'm doing a video about, about the follow-up that Dispatch did. But yeah, Adore came out, said that they were going to reevaluate like their process, which in other words, what that means is that Adore is going to audit Bana. They're going to audit them. They're going to ask them for their musical processes. They're going to ask for paperwork. Yeah. It was a nice roundabout general way of saying, we are going to audit you. And not a money audit, a musical audit. They're probably going to ask Beast and Natives for their notes on the music, their sources, and all of that. So that's what that little old statement really meant behind reading between the lines. They are going to ask Bana to produce evidence of how the songs came about, and probably for the whole album. They should have asked that when the first song was found out. But yeah, they're gonna audit them, and they're gonna try to see, like, what happened. What is y'all musical process? Which again goes back to what I've always said. What the hell was going on at Hybe? I just don't know. I'm like, so for them to be looking into it, I'm like, that's nice. But I'm like, I thought when I read that statement, I thought, weren't y'all looking into it in the beginning? Weren't y'all auditing the music? Yeah. I don't know if they were or not. But the way the statement was, I'm just like, and then with Minhee Jin being there, anything is possible. So I don't know. Again, I'm like, Hybe, where's the oversight? Like, what? There wasn't a lot. And to me, that just, again, I've said this throughout the whole entire thing. I'm like, Hybe just let the inmates run the asylum. There was little to none oversight. I'm like, Hybe, where's your oversight? Like, y'all weren't. Child. I just get so annoyed with this whole situation because it's just unnecessary. It was like there was no oversight into what the artists were doing, into what Minhee Jin was doing, to what songs they were producing. It was just kind of like, it was kind of like, trust me, bro, we got it. We got it, Hybe, trust me, bro. I'm like, there's a lot of trust me, bro, going on here. Yeah, there was no yeah. Yeah, I agree that Hive to me grew very fast, very quickly, and they have not had roadblocks put in places for all of these subsidiaries and stuff like that. The previous CEO, yeah, he didn't. He worked at another company. He's somebody. Even in the Philippines, they would have had locked up. They would have had a lockdown in the Philippines too. Child, I hope so. I hope every company. I hope this is a learning lesson to Hive and every company that is in the music industry. Period. Because the way that they just let them just Minnie Jen just totally run everything, and then I'm like, there was no oversight on what kind of contract she was signing with these people. She had all these sweetheart deals, and she had all these friends working at a door. I told y'all this before, that she brought a bunch of people over with her from SM, which in itself is not unusual, but there was no oversight. Minnie Jen was basically walked in there. They was like, okay, we're gonna make you CEO of a door. And then Minnie Jen was like, okay, I'm bringing in this person, you get a job, you get a job, you get a job. And then the Hive was just kind of like, okay, I guess we trust her. I'm like, y'all didn't screen? Nothing, child. Let me stop. Let me stop talking. Because now we're getting into alleged territory. But allegedly, from what I've been told by a valuable source, there was not a lot of oversight. Like Minnie Jen was bringing people in groups and producers and that Dolphiner dude and other people, stylists, makeup artists that were getting lucrative contracts, y'all. Contracts that people in the industry is like, Adore is paying you what? Like it was allegedly so bad that people in the industry, like a stylist and wardrobist was like, how can we get on at Adore? Like that's allegedly I heard that's how it was. They were giving out these lucrative contracts and these big payloads that people were lining up to wanting to go work at Adore because they thinking, well shit, I'm finna get mine too. Which I don't blame them. So and then, like I said, where I was like, okay, so where was Hive and all this? Nowhere to be found. They trusted Minhee Jin unequivocally. The CEO of Hive trusted Minhee Jin. Bang PD trusted Minhee Jin too, allegedly. And they all believed in her talent and all of this other stuff. And then once again, let me reiterate again. Again, for the Hobie in the back. Mm. Hashtag blessed. Anyway, for the Hobie in the back, there is still NewJeans records sitting in a warehouse as of late 2025. Minhee Jin, which a lot of CEOs do, bought a whole bunch of NewJeans records to inflate the numbers and inflate Adore's revenue and financials. When Minhee Jin went and negotiated for her put option, she basically sidewinded and snookered them, allegedly. That she went into negotiations for her put options, for her stock options, and snookered and bullied her way into them giving her. Because I mean, once I read about these put options, I was like, this is crazy. She getting how much money? She getting what? I was like, this is out of order. Like she got money that like most. She was like one of the top CEOs in K-pop making that much money for somebody who had never been a CEO before. Make that make sense. Minnie Jen had never been a CEO before. Yes, she worked at SM for years and years and years. But she was making like money that CEOs get who've been working in the industry who were CEOs for years. Like she was up there. And I was just like, how, child? I was like, how is this even possible? Yes, don't put options, baby. Minnie Jen went into these meetings and did not back down. She went into these meetings was like, I'm worth this, I'm worth that. Yeah, Bond PD trusted her. He the one that recruited her in, allegedly. Bond PD allegedly was the one over there having dinners with Minhee Jin and got her to come to Hive. And promised her this and promised her that. I do believe he did. Because they believed in her talent because she had worked at SM for so long. And I get it. But I don't get it. Like that, I get it. I get it. People say Minhee Jin was talented. I get it. She is K-pop industry clever and talented. Yes, there are a bunch of people that really like Minhee Jin. I told y'all before, Minhee Jin has a lot of friends in the industry because people really like her. But she's the type of person that has the kind of personality that is a salesperson. She's good at selling herself and selling concepts and selling, that's just kind of like what she do. That's what she's good. And I told you, Minnie Jen got a good mouthpiece. She know how to talk people up real good and butter people up. She knows how to work, and she's been in the industry long enough to know how the game is worked. Minnie Jen know how to play the game. She's really good at it. But I just, so I can understand how they would have got taken in by her, but I just don't understand the things after that. Like once she got there and then things started to kind of like to me, Minhee Jin blindsided everybody. Nobody suspected her. They really thought things are on the up and up. Even when she started to complaining, they just thought, oh, she'll just fall in line and blah, blah, blah. They really thought she was just going to fall in line like everybody else normally do. But Minhee Jin didn't. I mean, to her discredit or to her credit, however you want to look at it. I mean, Minhee Jin is clever. I'll give her that. She's not a dumb woman. She's not a total hack, and she's not dumb. But she just, I don't know. I look at it that Minhee Jin got sued. She's involved in these lawsuits, but she got her own agency. And to me, Minhee Jin gonna semi-ride off into the sunset while NewJeans' careers are going to be damaged. Their reputation is going to be damaged. Minhee Jin can do all of these things and people still work with her. Y'all, I've said it over and over again. Y'all are like, how can anyone still work with her after all of this? They like Minhee Jin, y'all. I'm telling y'all, on God, I'm telling y'all, they like her. They really like her. There are executives behind the scene, allegedly, who are taking up for Minhee Jin. There are people behind the scenes, allegedly, that are working with Minhee Jin on her new group and her new agency. She has staff members that are working with this new group and all this other stuff. Like she didn't have no problem getting no staff. None. They like her, y'all. Why? I don't know what juju what she didn't sprinkle in their juice. I don't know. Maybe it's the shaman. I don't know. But they like her. Yeah, she was smart until she got caught. Oh yeah, Minhee Jin thought she was smarter than everybody. The public may not like Minhee Jin, but the executives, they like her. They like her. They like her. They may not trust her like they did, but they like her. Some of them really support her. I mean, some of them people, some people, I ain't saying which labels. There are certain labels, I'm sure you can probably easily guess, that really do support Minhee Jin. There are certain labels and certain people that work in certain labels that Minhee Jin has been cool with. There are certain labels that actually suggested trainees for her boy group. Again, I won't say which labels. Yeah, I'm sure y'all can figure it out. y'all may have guessed right. Yeah. Yes. Oh, she learned a lot at working at SM. I wouldn't at this point. Again, when I started on this journey, I did not believe in these conspiracy theories, and y'all like Minhee Jin was like the devil, like boo, it's Minhee Jin. I was like, y'all are being utterly, completely ridiculous. Now I'm kind of like, now I take it all back. I was like, y'all are crazy. Y'all see Minhee Jin like she the boogeyman. Like I was like, man, Minhee Jin ain't got that kind of power. Now I'm kind of like, what? Now I'm reconsidering what you guys have been saying. Yeah. Now I'm really reconsidering what you guys are saying. I take it back. I'm sorry, y'all. I take it back. I was like, they may be on to something here. The calls are coming from inside the house. And again, I've said it before and I'm going to say it again over and over again. I don't know why Hyde or Door still got people working there that Minhee Jin's brought in. All them people should have been fired. But they still work there. Some of them still work there. I'm like, I'm like, they still work there? Yeah. Okay, Hype, sure. Hello. I know. Minnie Jen does know how to stir the pot. She like this. She put a little sprinkle on her witch's brew. She knows how to stir the pot. And regarding these lawsuits, again, if I was a door, I wouldn't trust Bonner. But what can they do? Because they in a contract with him. So I'm just like, I can just throw my hands up. I mean, Adora can give Bonner a stern warning, and they can audit them, and they can go through their processes. They can do all of that. But at the end of the day, I don't think Adora wants to go to court and fight Bonner and get out of the contract with him. But it's a contract that Minnie Jen signed. But either way, still it's still a valid contract. And Abana is working on the NewJeans new album and all of that. So Adora don't have no choice, but just suck it up. Just I mean, what choice do they have? They have to work with Beast and Native. They have like what are they gonna do? Not protect their producers and their A&R? So they kind of like have to cover for Bonner regardless. Even if it turns out that Bonner did take this music and they end up having to pay royalties, Hive and Adore will do that. But to me, that kind of sours the relationship with Bonner. It kind of makes things a bit awkward. But I don't think Bono will do this again. Like I don't think that they would. I don't think they would be this. I don't know. Anything can happen in K-pop, but I wouldn't think they would be that stupid to do another New Jeans album and copy demos and do this shit all over again, y'all. But again, this is K-pop. Anything can. I have learned not to underestimate or overestimate anything in K-pop. I've seen people do stuff, and I'm like, surely they're not gonna. I was like, oh, okay. Well, of course this wouldn't happen. Well, never mind. Like, and then it turns out things are happening. Yeah, he worked with her when he was at SM. Yeah. I forgot how much longer they under contract. I forgot, but it's a long I forgot. I did a video about it like 8 months ago, and I forgot what I learned online. But it's a pretty lucrative. It's a lucrative long contract. I'm giving these people too much credit. Maybe so. That's true. I'm just like, surely they won't do this again. But then I say these things and then I always end up getting bit in the ass, and I'm like, well, never mind. I'm like, well, hey, I would think people be smart enough to go, oh, okay, they're not. Oh, okay, yeah. So I hopefully they wouldn't do nothing like this again. Child. Bonner and Nugent had the same years, yeah. I mean, you would think they wouldn't. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know K-pop. K-pop, anything is possible. I've learned that anything is possible in K-pop. I always think that people should be smarter and should know better, and it never fail. Like people should be more professional, and it never fails. That like in K-pop, I just like, okay, so y'all just unprofessional. Not everybody, but I think what happens in K-pop and in the entertainment industry a lot, and K-pop is not really immune to it, but K-pop is very unique from what I've been told. Is the level of like I told people in videos, it's a level. Well, my up and coming BTS video where I talk about their copyright thing. I said in the industry, especially with songwriters and composers and A&R departments, it's a lot about relationships and who you know. The music industry in the West or in Korea is a lot about relationships, and so it's all about who you know and who likes you. And people will make excuses for all kinds of. I mean, y'all look what happened with Diddy. How people made excuses for his bad behavior because Diddy had money, and also because Diddy had power in the industry. He knew a lot of influential people in the industry, and at the end of the day, people either feared Diddy or they liked him. Like the things you hear about Diddy is either people despised him and was scared of him, and then there were some people who really, really liked him. Because if Diddy liked you, he would open doors for you. He would give you huge lump sums of money. And so people mistake that for loyalty and some sort of morality, but obviously Diddy had none. He wasn't a good person. And so people in the industry tolerate these horrible people because they feel like these horrible people can get them something, or that's their network, and so they kind of turn a blind eye to all the crazy stuff they be doing. Mhm. I'm scared of that too, many. I think about that a lot, about how many projects are tainted by these people and stuff like that. And again, I feel, just my opinion, I feel in my heart of hearts, and I've said this months ago, that when all of this stuff hit, when NewJeans was up there doing press conferences and Minnie Jen was saying this and saying that, there was too many things that was coming out about Hive and Adore too quickly, that I was like, this can't be coincidence. I feel like people who worked at Adore and Hive was really like feeding Minhee Jin and NewJeans information, because it always seemed like Minhee Jin and NewJeans were always one step ahead of Hive and Adore. And I said there has to, and I thought, well, maybe it's just how Hive and Adore was trying to softball things and trying to play it cool. That was part of it. But at the end of the day, I do think that some of this was people who were still working there that were turning around telling Minhee Jin things and feeding Minnie Jin information about what Hive and what Adore. Because Adore was taking L's left and right, left and right. Y'all know in the beginning when all this stuff popped off, I was like, Adore, what are you doing? I'm like, Hive, what are y'all doing? Like, what are y'all doing? I need y'all to counteract this. And Hive to me seemed like they were floundering. They seemed like they were on the defensive a lot. And then like every other week, Minhee Jin was doing something else. Every other week, somebody would, a BTS member would drop a song or album, and here come Minhee Jin real quick. And I'm like, well, how did she know they finna drop an album right now? How was she knowing all this stuff? I was like, because there's people that was working there telling her, Kim Tae-young finna drop a song right now. Go ahead and do that press conference. Jin album is finna drop. Like she had already had these things already planned. Like she was one step ahead of Hive and Adore all the time, and that just annoyed me so bad. I'm just like, come on, y'all. Like she was always one step ahead of them. I think the tide turned for Hive. Mm, probably in September of 2025, that late. Especially when they won the case in October, the breach of contract case. I think that kind of like put Minhee Jin and them back. Because I really think that like NewJeans thought they were going to win. I really think that they thought they were going to win. Yeah. But they kind of also knew that they needed a contingency plan just in case of the breach in contract. But I really think Danielle was the one that blew everything up. I think Danielle's actions and what Danielle was doing, I think some of this, in my opinion, people did it, even Minhee Jin didn't know all she was doing. I will hold on to that until I know otherwise. I think that what happened with Danielle was unique because I think Minhee Jin was giving the parents and NewJeans directives, but I think Danielle and her mom kind of knew something was going down with Minhee Jin, and I think they kind of went rogue. And I think that they were doing things without the other members knowing for sure. And I think even without Minhee Jin knowing. I don't think Minhee Jin knew that Danielle and her mama was like over here doing side deals and recording songs. I don't think Minhee Jin knew Danielle was doing that. I think she was probably just as shocked as they were that Danielle was doing these things. I think Danielle and her mama was on something else. I think they were like, we got to hedge our bets. Yeah, I think Danielle was looking for her out. She's like, just in case this NewJeans things don't pan out, I need to start focusing on her own career. Because I told y'all before, months and months ago, that the NewJeans members, that they stopped talking. I did a video or a live stream back in August of last year where I told y'all there was something going on. That I heard that the members were not getting along. And that I told y'all a long time ago, back in June and July last year, I got on live stream and told y'all that there were members that wanted to go back, that they were having doubts about all of this, which they should have. And I told y'all some of the parents were actually having doubts. And it was that one member's dad, who he was in a custody fight with his wife, that he was kind of like, no, this ain't cool. Like, this ain't it. That he knew that something's not right here. And I told y'all there was discord late last year, that they really weren't getting along. They were starting to understand that like things weren't panning out the way Minhee Jin had promised them. Minhee Jin had promised them, according to the court records and what Adore presented, that she had promised them that they wouldn't lose that much revenue. She promised them that, they were going to land on their feet. I told y'all, I said, I think Minhee Jin promised NewJeans that they were going to be the next BTS or the next Blackpink. That if they stuck with her, she would make them the most important thing and start her own agency and rise them to the top and all of that. But I think Minhee Jin overpromised and didn't deliver. I think she promised them a lot. And then once things started to fall apart, I think they all started to realize, like, perhaps Minhee Jin don't completely know what she's talking about or what she's doing. She didn't. She just sounded like she knew like Minhee Jin. I said Minhee Jin got a good mouthpiece. Minhee Jin is a type of person that can talk to you and make you feel important and make you feel seen and heard. Allegedly, she's a person that can convince you. She has that talent. Like, that's something that has been built and cultivated over her time at SM. And some of it is just her personality. And I think the parents really fell for that. They really believed in the vision and the hype that she was selling them. We're going to do this, and you're going to be the next BTS, and you're going to be the next Blackpink, and all the money's going to come in, and don't worry about the money, and don't worry about the contract. Just do everything. And I'm telling you, I've been in the industry a long time. So that it was that kind of situation. So they were trusting her like, okay, well, she's been in the industry a long time. Obviously, she wouldn't wreck her own career for something that she wasn't sure about. That's kind of how I felt. I think that they felt. They trusted Minhee Jin because they felt like, surely she wouldn't do this and wreck her own situation. Little do they know that I don't think Minhee Jin gave a damn, really, either way. Yeah, the dad was like, she said, except they suck. Y'all, I did a whole short asking why people like NewJeans. I don't get it. I went back the other day and I watched all the NewJeans videos. I listened to all their songs. I watched all their performances, and I'm still left. I don't get it. Now, I don't like girl groups in general, so for most girl groups, I don't get it. But some girl groups, I'm like, okay, that's a cool concept. Okay, yeah, I can see why people like them. But for NewJeans, for the life of me, I still don't understand what is the appeal. I don't get it. Their concepts to me wasn't unique enough, wasn't innovative enough. To me, their music was just mid. I was like, this is what people are going. They had some catchy songs. Yes, and that's about it. But you got to think of how many girl groups that are out there in the fifth generation. How many girl groups are out there? Like, there are so many. And I'm thinking, like, okay, they ain't doing nothing different than IVE or aespa or now we got Heart to Hearts. We have so many girl groups, and I'm just like, maybe their concept was unique at the time, but I really don't think NewJeans were around long enough to really showcase to me what they really have. There's potential there for sure, but to me, it's like there wasn't enough for me to be like, oh my God, like this is the second coming of Blackpink. Like, they weren't. Like, to me, there hasn't been enough there. They don't have enough music and performances and videos for me to really evaluate that, like, they're this super group. Based on what? And we all know, again, let me say it for the Hobie in the back. Hello, Hobie, and your nipple. That we have seen so many fourth and fifth generation groups, we know, that have failed. I talk about this all the time. We didn't talk about the Blue Dots, and we didn't talk about canceled concerts. I hear that Kepler is about to disband, y'all. I'm hearing so many girl groups, early fifth generation, that are about to disband. So I'm like, you got to have longevity. You can't just be like, oh, well, this song went viral, and there are so many groups right now that are in trouble, that are on hiatus, that I hear that they're about to disband, that members are leaving right now. That is criminal. Like, these groups have not lasted, have not passed the test of time, or their popularity has not been a long longevity. It's been come out with a few good songs, come out with a good album, and then 2 or 3 years later, y'all are like a mid-tier group. Like I watched the video where they were talking about G Idol, Idol, Girdle, Geidel. Yeah, they was talking about G Idol. They was talking about Kepler. They was talking about Baby Monster. They was talking about Meow. They all these groups that were supposed to be the second coming of BTS or Blackpink. None of these groups have panned out. None of these groups are canceling concerts left and right. They can barely even sell tickets. So, as to whether this would have happened to NewJeans or not, I don't know. But I just have a sneaky suspicion that what happened 3 years ago with this huge boom in girl groups, and then now looking at 2026, I'm like, okay, where is this group at? They gone 50-50. They hear 50-50 about the disband again. Because there's two of the members are on hiatus. So, only dancing wasn't that good either. Yeah, that Y2K concert, that Y2K concert, Y2K concept is over now. You know. Mm-hmm. Are you like Baby Monster? I like Baby Monster. I do. Don't even get me started about YG. I watched 2 videos. I have to I'll try to reference them about Baby Monster and what happened. And I'm not saying Baby Monster is not talented. That's a YG complaint. Y'all know y'all know deep down inside, YG is like my first love. Like YG, like Big Bang, second generation, 21. Y'all know I when I first got into K-pop, I was really into the YG sound. I was really into Teddy. I know some of y'all don't like Daddy YG. I know y'all don't like that, but I really respect Daddy YG and his place in the industry and the business. I know y'all don't like him, but I did a lot of caping for Daddy YG. I was a big YG fan when I first got into K-pop and discovered the second generation. However, I once I started to get into Blackpink and became a casual blink, I don't like what YG has done to Blackpink. I don't like what YG has done to Treasure, and I don't like what YG has done to Baby Monster. Baby Monster came out and they really could have they came out swinging. And it's just kind of like YG is kind of like pissed away their career or like they did to Blackpink. I will never forgive them for that Blackpink stuff. I'm mad at YG. Me and YG ain't cool no more. Like we broken up. Okay, we broken up. It's been a sad breakup, but I had to quit YG. I had to let YG go, y'all. Because they disappoint me too much in what they did. When all the stuff started going on with Blackpink like 3 years ago, I was like, I'm done with YG. I'm done with them. Because of 21, yeah. Are you like Winter too? I just YG pissed away their careers, period. But some of these other groups, it is because the agency has pissed away their careers, but then also because their concept changed and things have changed in the industry so fast. Like things are changing so fast in the industry that groups are having a hard time keeping up. Boy and girl groups, you know. NewJeans, NewJeans need to rebrand. Completely rebrand. Yeah, Hype does take care of their people. And they don't put groups on unnecessary hiatuses for long extended periods of time, killing their career. This is not 2012. Like you can't do that. And I like I said, YG, I just have a big resentment for what they did with Baby Monster. And now YG has a 4 member girl group coming out and a 5-piece boy group coming out that they were supposed to debut last year, and they still have not debuted. And then I heard that they were supposed to debut. I heard in January that they were supposed to debut June or July this year. Now we don't know. All we just heard that they did a big announcement 4 months ago, and we have not heard anything else about this girl and boy group that YG is supposed to do. Once again, YG is fumbling the bag and fumbling the ball of these groups. These groups, we were supposed to hear about members. We're supposed to hear about promotions. We're supposed to see them do social media. None of that has happened with these new YG groups. None of that. Why? I don't know. I guess Daddy YG said they not ready yet. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You think NewJeans need to let go of Minji? I don't know what's gonna happen. Everybody keeps asking me what's gonna happen to Minji. I don't know. I've heard so many theories. It makes my head spin. They said that she coming back. They said that she not coming back. I've heard it. I've heard everything and anything in between. I heard that she's thinking about coming back. I'm like, she is coming back. She's not coming back. She's thinking about it. I don't know. Just pick whichever one you feel like you want to believe. Hello, Gemini. Like, I don't know if she coming back or not at this point. Are you really not into other K-pop groups besides BTS? That's how I feel. But if I hear a good track, again, I will play it. Yeah. YG don't know how to nothing works. YG like, oh, they coming out next year, and then I'm like, then like 2026 arrive, and I'm like, hello. and then YG's like, well, we didn't mean this year, we meant next year. Okay. YG, no, they have not settled the Minji issue. She has not officially been announced to coming back. Hello, Arlene. So it's still up in the air. She's apparently still negotiating. Now I don't know how she's been negotiating. Y'all understand that it's almost been a year. The decision of them breaching contract was in October. It is July. Okay. That is a long, ridiculously long time for NewJeans to still not be back yet. This is unacceptable and insane. This is insane. Yes, they've been spotted in Denmark and in the United States with staff rehearsing and everything. Okay, great. Yes, they've been getting back in shape. Okay, great. It's July. I mean, is it gonna be like a year? It's gonna be like they're gonna come back out in October? I like Mamamoo. Oh, you go see them? How much she's probably not coming back? I don't know. That's why I said, what is she negotiating about? You don't think they should take? I don't think. Look, y'all know how I feel. I think NewJeans should have been disbanded. That's what I would have cut my losses. I understand that Adora couldn't do that, but that's my dream. Like when I go to bed at night and I curl up with my BTS pillow. Hold on. When I get my BTS pillow at night, I sleep with my BTS pillow at night. I'll be curling up talking about NewJeans, disband. Buy NewJeans. Yep. Like that's what I dream about at night. I curl up next to my BTS pillow and snore and think about like NewJeans rebrand, NewJeans disbanding. That's what I think. That's my dream. That's what I dream at night. That's what I think. So y'all know at night I'm dreaming about NewJeans disbanding. You think they just keeping for the court cases? Maybe so. Maybe once the court case is over, they're gonna come back and be like, okay, y'all gone. No, boy, Adora would be wrong for that. And Adora is out here auditioning. Y'all hear Adora is auditioning for male and females. What I heard was y'all didn't hear from me. I heard that Adore is auditioning all kinds of people, boys and girls and auditioning. I heard that Adore is trying to start a co-ed group. So that they didn't see the success of All Day Project, which y'all know I can't stand All Day Project. If you're new here and you don't know, I detest All Day Project with a feeling of a burning. All Day Project makes my teeth itch. I can't stand them. But I hear that Adore is trying to, they're bantering around the idea of either doing a boy group or doing a co-ed group. So there you go. I'm upset what happened to Card. Girl, Card was the pioneers, one of the pioneers. They are going to be disbanded. After. If you guys have not heard Card's music, I saw Card in concert. And granted, I don't remember a lot of that concert because I was 3 sheets to the wind, but I had a really, really, really good time. I am a big Card fan. I didn't know who Card was until Jennifer took me to a Card concert. She's like, "Oh, you want to go see Card?" I was like, "Who is Card?" I went and watched documentaries. I put up their music, and I absolutely love Card. I love their music. I love their style. I am a huge fan of co-ed groups, whether they be in the East or whether they be in the West. Huge fan. All Day Project is very big in Korea. Oh, you heard it with that their door is going to do a boy group? Yeah. They could do both. If Adore really wanted to, they could come out with a boy group and a co-ed. Oh yeah, yeah. There was other ones there. They talked about Coyote and Cool and similar groups. I would say Card has been a pioneer like within the past 10 years. I feel it's a big shame that Card did not hit big. Yeah, All Day Project is very popular in Korea. Just don't even get me started. I've done videos about how much I can't stand All Day Project. I detest everything about them. Everything about them to me. And every time I see All Day Project on stage, I'm just like this. I'm looking around going, okay, are they drunk? What is happening? I watched video after video of All Day Project on award shows, festivals, and still I'm like, y'all ain't got this together yet. I have never seen a group that just looks like 5 people just all doing different things on stage. Somebody's over here doing this. Somebody's over here doing this. Then they come together and they're rapping, they're doing this. I was like, who is stage directing these people? Don't even get me started all day. Go and watch All Day Project live. I'm telling you, it shocked me. I'm like, they should know what they're doing sort of by now. It was just all, I watched them on award shows and I'm just like, this is interesting. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, okay, wow. So again, I don't know whether to blame them or just the person that is directing their performances, like the stage choreo. I don't know who to blame. I don't know whether to blame Bailey. When I found out that Bailey was joining this group, I told y'all before, I was like, y'all joking. Like, why would she want to be a part of this group? Yeah, Korea, the groups that are really popular in Korea is different than the groups that are popular internationally. Tell my Marie Miller said, I'm good. I don't need, just to watch them, it's just strange. I'm like, ooh, okay, like this is what people like, and then like none of them can really sing, and I'm just like, I said, I guess we just on vibes. I guess I'm like just vibes. Like most of these K-pop groups, people like them because of just vibes. And I know people come on my channel that don't pay attention to K-pop, but I always tell you non-K-pop armies, please just be curious one day and go to Kville on YouTube and just look at the new songs that come out. Go and look at the charts because on Kville they show the music videos and they have of every song a group that came out. They'll show like the charts and they show clips. Just be curious everyone. So you ain't gotta do it all the time. But once every couple of months, maybe, or once a month, go and look and see what's popular in Korea. I think some of you guys didn't realize it, and some of you guys are really shocked about what's really popular in Korea. Some of you guys are angry. I've had people come to my channel and in my comment section is like, Kiki, I went and looked to see what's popular in Korea and what the hell. And some of y'all are like, they are out here dogging BTS because of what? Because when you see the musicality of ATEEZ, BTS, Stray Kids, and Hype, and just to name a few, Eyelid, when La Seraphim, when you see some of these groups and their level of musicality and their levels of performance, you see Twice and Red Velvet, and then you watch some of these other groups, you just kind of like, so what is happening? I watch these award shows. Y'all always got something to say when I ask y'all. I was like, hey, did anyone watch this award show? And y'all like, girl, we ain't watched that shit. I was like, all right, y'all didn't watch it. Y'all didn't watch the awards. Then y'all like, hell no. So I watch these award shows because I want to see what these other groups are doing. And every time I see a bunch of these like newer groups or even some of the really popular ones, I'm just like, what is happening? I'm just like, you could just see the skill level is not there. And I'm just like, I thought this, I mean, K-pop, I at least expect you to get out there to perform. I don't expect you to be this accomplished dancer or singer. Like, you don't have to be the best singer, the best dancer, but I need you to perform. Like, I'm not a good singer or a good dancer, but if you threw me on stage, I'm like, well, you threw me on stage and you pumped me give me about 2 or 3 margaritas. And damn it, I may not be dancing good. I may be, my body rolls may be off a little bit. But if you get me on stage and pump me a few margaritas, I could really get out there and like, it ain't gonna be polished, but I bring energy. Some of these groups, I'm just like, what is this? Like, what is happening? Like, there's no energy. A lot of these girl groups, I hate to say, they just out here doing this shit. They up here performing like Jenny. Y'all don't get me started on Jenny, y'all. But I just don't see the musicality that I and the level of performance and professionalism that I expect. I have a higher standard. Girl, they be on stage like this. Girl, they be like, ooh, ooh, la, 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 ooh, ooh. I'm just like, okay, ladies, just go sit down. You could, you know. I mean, there's a bunch of groups that I'm just like, I don't even understand. I'm just like, what is that? Like, what the hell am I watching right now? I'm just like, what is this? La 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 la. Yeah. I'm like, okay. Like, I'm like, did she just clap and she just clapped and put her hands up? All right. And the audience is like, that was, oh my God, that was wonderful. I'm like, they just put their hands up. I'm like, I don't get what everybody's clapping for. So yeah, okay. You're I'm like, I think I saw a Run BTS video where they were doing more than what some of these people on stage. I was like, I think BTS was at the beach or at a pool and they probably did more. But like I just don't understand. I hate to bring it back to BTS, but there are so many groups out there beyond BTS that like ATs and Stray Kids that are phenomenal on stage that really have a good together. But some of the other groups, I'm just like, oh wow. I'm like, woo. I'm like, woo, that's rough. Like the bar is in hell. Like a lot of times, I feel like with K-pop, the bar is in hell sometimes for some of these groups, just because they look cute, and especially the girl groups. A lot of the girl groups, I feel like the bar is in hell. Okay, the bar is in a basement in hell. Okay, I'm like, where's the bar at? Oh, it's in the basement in hell. Okay, all right. Blackpink do. Blackpink be back there. Jenny be like, just vibes. I was like, go Jenny Dracula, girl. Dracula. Girl, get it, Jenny. Jenny said. Jenny was getting it, y'all. She was doing this shit. I was like, get him, Jenny, girl, get him. I was like, watch it go, Jenny, go, girl. Go. You got it, girl. Girl, don't fall asleep, girl. Shit, all Jenny finna fall asleep on y'all asses. Y'all don't know Jenny. Dracula, girl. Dracula, yeah, creature of the night, girl. Creature of the night. Go to sleep on them, Jenny. Hit him with that seizure, Jenny. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I was like, get him, Jenny. Girl, tell him. I'm like, oh, she finna fall off the stage. Get her. She finna fall off the stage, girl. It's okay, Jenny. They got you. The dancers got you, girl. Jenny gave us. Hit him with that seizure, Jenny. Ooh, girl, I just be like Jenny. I be cheering on Jenny so hard. I be trying to cheer her on. Girl, I be trying to cheer Jenny on. I really do. I be like, get them, girl. Just Jenny was doing them like Jenny was so bad that like the Europeans were dragging her ass. Like in Poland, they was like, "What is this shit?" I said, "Oh no!" The Polish musical media was dragging Jenny because that's how bad it was. They was like, "Why is she even here?" They're like, "Who invited her?" They was dragging her so bad. They was like, "This ain't it." They like she and so Jenny, if she gonna go around and do all these festivals, I'm like, Jenny, damn, I'm gonna need you to, drink some coffee or take some Red Bull or get some uppers. Like get some uppers. Like I'm gonna need her to take like some Fin or something. Can we bring back Fin for Jenny? Can we just give her something to just make her blood pump a little bit in a safe way? Like I just need Jenny to just, like I need her to take some magnesium or some potassium, get her a protein drink, something. I'm just like, girl, you can't be up here. Now you can get away with that shit in Korea, but you cannot be up in Europe, up here performing at music festivals with real musicians, and then think you're gonna get on stage like, hey. I'm like, oh, just Jenny's just vibing today. I said, just vibes, girl. I did, girl. She was talking about goals. Because now we're getting off in the Blackpink, y'all. We straight. But yes, I listened to that song and I liked it. Like, I was so shocked that people hated the Lisa song because I thought it sounded like a Lisa song. I was like, goals. I'm riding around in my car. Goals. I'm shaking my ass. Goals. I was like, goals. And then y'all were like, no, that's not appropriate for the World Cup. I was like, oh, that's not appropriate for the World Cup. Oh, I thought. People like, oh, it sounds like a club song. I was like, yeah, exactly. Goals. Yeah, we kicking them goals. And I was like, go Lisa. And then y'all were like, this is not appropriate for a World Cup song. And I was like, I don't know anything about the World Cup. So I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't know it wasn't appropriate. I just like, oh, this is a club banger. Y'all like, no, girl, it's not appropriate. I was like, okay. Goals. And then like now watching the video, and then the motherfucker La Boo Boo show up. I'm like, La Boo Boo. I'm like, come on, Lisa, twerk with the La Boo Boo. I was like, get it, girl, get it. I was like, La Boo Boo was in the video. I was like, this is so good. Everybody was like, no. I was like, y'all didn't like the La Boo Boo in the video. I was like, go, girl. Go, La Boo Boo. Go, La Boo Boo. Go, La Boo Boo. Goals. Yeah, I didn't know. Yeah, it was fun. I was like, Lisa, for the streets. The song is for the streets. The streets is calling. Goals in my car. Goals and rich goals. Like, I was like, this song is so great. And y'all were like, that's not appropriate. I said, oh. I didn't know the song wasn't. And the damn La Boo Boo was up there getting it. I was like, hey. I was like, oh, that's not appropriate. And then I went and read the comment section on the video, and I was like, oh, y'all really hated that. I was like, I liked it, though. They were like, not appropriate. So I read the comment section. I was like, oh, my God. Them fans was mad. Yeah, they said, this is not World Cup. Like, what kind of song is this? I said, poor Lisa. Maybe she should have looked that over before she took that gig. Maybe she should have voiced some I don't know if she has or not. But I would have voiced some concerns like, wait a minute. Like, I don't think this song's appropriate. But I ain't mad at Lisa. She got her paycheck, girl. So, she performed at the World Cup. She got her paycheck, girl. Get your bag. I'm not mad at you. She up there, goals, shake your ass, goals. I was like, yeah, get it. Yeah, Lisa didn't choose them lyrics. Not at all. I wasn't blaming her at all. I was blaming the people who made the song. I was like, Well, shouldn't somebody who made the song been like, this ain't really appropriate? So I wasn't mad at Lisa. I wasn't mad at Lisa at all. I love Lisa. And then they was talking about Lisa face, talking about she got some work done. I said, child, y'all. I was like, I saw pictures of Lisa lately. I'm like, who that? I'm like, who's that? People like, that's Lisa. I said, Lisa who? I said, Lisa who? Lisa from Blackpink. Lisa from, I was like, that ain't Lisa from Blackpink. I said, don't stop lying. I said, that ain't on Lisa. That's like Lisa from Poughkeepsie, Idaho. Who the fuck is this? They were like, it's Lisa. I said, that ain't Lisa. I was like, oh, that is Lisa. I was like, ooh, Lisa, girl, what you done did to your face? Girl, they talking about Lisa got her jaw shaved now. Talking about she got a nose job. Child. Lisa, to me, Lisa, I said it before, is one of the top 5 prettiest women in K-pop. Period. Period. To me, Lisa is gorgeous. She's gorgeous when she first debuted. I love Lisa's face. I love her heart-shaped face. I love her nose. I love that she actually looks Thai, because I think Thai people are exceptionally varied and very beautiful. I've seen a lot of Thai actors and actresses and singers, and they are undeniably a very unique looking people. And I think that they're just gorgeous. And so for me to see Lisa now, I'm just like, okay, Lisa. I'm like, girl, I'm still going to support you. She's still my bias. What song they should perform at halftime? I don't know. BTS is going to perform with Madonna and Shakira, so we'll see. I don't know. I love Lisa. Lisa's, to me, beautiful. Her body is slamming. To me, her she has a very beautiful body. And I mean, she yeah, she don't look like, I like every time she goes on a break or something, she looks less and less more Thai. And I think I have a problem with that for sure. I mean, it's her choice, whatever she wants to do. And I don't have a problem with people getting plastic surgery. Everybody know I'm a plastic surgery supporter. I'm not like these people in K-pop who try to pretend that people don't get plastic surgery. I have no problem with idols getting plastic surgery, but I have a problem with people going overboard. And I understand that plastic surgery is kind of like this hamster wheel that you get on, because once you get one thing done, then you want to get something else done, and then you have to go back and get things retouched and refilled and redone. So it kind of puts you on this treadmill of constantly getting things retouched and redone, and sometimes you got to go back and fix with a problem that somebody else did. And so you get on like kind of like this Michael Jackson thing. Not saying that Lisa is, but I'm saying with a lot of K-pop idols, like I bring up Taemin. Like Taemin was so gorgeous to me. And then like Jennifer, me and Jennifer were discussing that he got like plastic surgery like a year ago, like again. And it just kind of like messed up his face to me. Plastic surgery can be very addictive. Very addictive. No, I don't see anybody getting plastic surgery as bad. People, yeah, people in the West get plastic surgery too. Again, I'm a plastic surgery supporter. I support that. I support it. As long as it is for me, as long as it looks natural, and as long as it's not like something where people get addicted to it and where they just keep doing things to where the face stops looking human, and you start getting into like Michael Jackson territory where one like where he starts to have health complications because of the things he's doing. But I am a proponent of plastic surgery. If I had enough money, I would be nipped and tucked and snatched and everything like that. I told people before that like I have had abdominoplasty. Like when I lost over 100 pounds, like you have all this extra skin. So I went and had, for those of you who don't know, I have had quote unquote plastic surgery. I had liposuction and abdominoplasty, and they took like this like flat like flap of skin off the bottom of my stomach. It's the best $10,000 I've ever spent. I tell people all the time, the best $10,000 I ever spent. I got lipo on my sides, and they cut like 6 pounds worth of hanging. It was just hanging skin from me losing all the weight. So I am all for um, plastic surgery again, as long as it looks natural, as long as the people don't go overboard. Because again, everybody gets old. Like it's cool when you're like in your 20s, but once your skin starts to sag and you get old, I never wanted to do stuff. I will do stuff to my body, but I never wanted to do stuff to my face because I don't want to look in the mirror. Once you start messing around with your face, then you have to go back and get fillers and all that kind of stuff. But people who want to do that, I don't have any issues with that. I just what I have a problem is that there's certain looks that certain ethnicities have, and I find them inherently beautiful. I find people from Thailand, people from the Philippines, people from other Asian, Vietnamese people, that some people dog out their features because their skin is too dark or their nose is too wide, and therefore I kind of have an issue with that because it's like you're erasing a person's ethnic features that make them beautiful. And I think, but I understand the pressure of being in the K-pop industry as well. So I like Lisa. I think Lisa's I like I said, to me, Lisa is gorgeous. She's a gorgeous woman. She's a very beautiful woman. Same thing with Jennie. I know Jennie. I know all K-pop idols to some extent have had some sort of work done. But I'm for it. I'm like, it's cheap in Korea. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't anyone go to Korea and get fillers? Like I would buy my plane ticket. I'm ready to get my fillers done and get my. I'm ready to be up here snatched. You can shave my jaw off, whatever. I don't care. I'll come back on the video and y'all be like, I don't know who that is, but I think it's Kiki. I'm not sure. If I had the money, I would be in South Korea right now, getting my jaw shaved down and everything else. Yeah, the problem is that once they start, they can't stop. It becomes addictive. There is a plastic surgeon. I got to find his channel, but he works in LA and he's talked about, like, I watch his videos because he really talks about the plastic surgery process and the different procedures, East versus West. It's a really good channel. I watch him all the time. And because I'm fascinated with plastic surgery. But I acknowledge that. I don't understand why people in K-pop freak out about it. We all know, I know that BTS members have gotten work done. And I'm not, as they, especially as they've gotten old, start to get older in their 30s, your body just, just genetics plays a big part in that as well. Some of us are blessed with good genetics. I've been blessed with good genetics. Like, um, in my old age, I've been blessed. I don't, I use a lot of, like, you guys see me using my skin products. I use a lot of skin products. I go get microdermabrasion done. I go and have professional, like, people scrape my skin or whatever. But a lot of for me is just genetics. It's just I most of the women in my family look really, really young. So, like, my grandmother was in her 70s and she looked like she was probably in her 40s. Like, it's just genetics. So I'm pretty old, but people always think I'm a lot younger, but I'm pretty old. Yeah, I do. I get very irritated with ageism. Yeah. Yeah, and then, like I said, when people get oh, you're already pretty as fuck, girl. Thank you, but thank you, duck boy. But for me, it's like as I get older, I start to, like, recognize certain things. But I work hard. Like, I work hard to try to keep my skin because, again, I have the worst skin. Y'all already know I have the worst skin ever. Like, I've talked about it before that, like, my skin fight. I mean, I went to go see my dermatologist the other day and she's like, I'm so proud of you. I was like, girl, I know. She's like, your skin is so cleared. So, and it is my skin. This is me. I don't wear makeup. I can't wear makeup. Makeup makes me break out, but I don't wear any makeup or anything. And so I'm proud of it, but I work hard. I work hard to keep my skin blemish free because my skin problems it's a lot. It's a lot. But I would think that, yeah, if I had enough money, I would probably go get fillers. I thought about getting Botox. I thought about that the other day. My kids are really against it though. My skin is glowing. Yeah, I wear good things. I don't look a day older than 25. Oh, baby. Y'all are too kind. I'm way over 25. I tell people when I was in my 40s and people are like, what? I was like, yeah, when I was in my 40s. Because I'm not in my 40s. Or like when I was in my 40s, many years ago. I was like, I remember when I was 41. People were like, really? I was like, yeah, back in the day, back in the day, over 10 years ago when I was in my 40s. But yeah, I keep a, but it's to me, it's just genetics. It's like I just was blessed with having a line of family members that just have all looked pretty young. Um, Even though all the hardships I've been through, people like Asians tell me they're like, "Oh, you must have like a stress free life." I'm like, "No, I've had a lot of stress." But I said it's just genetics. And I had no control over that, just genetics. So, fortunately, will come. But I wish Lisa nothing but the best. Like I said, she's a gorgeous, nice body, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful woman. I think she's one of the prettiest. And again, I love her little heart-shaped face. I love her wide little pug nose. I love her eyes and her chubby cheeks and her smile. I love all that about Lisa. I find like I said, her face I find very, very beautiful and attractive. She's in my top five beauties of K-pop. Like she's up there. Like she's very, very unique. Um, and of course, there's beauty standards in Korea, but I don't know. But anyway, the other thing I want to talk about the BTS copyright thing, which hopefully, well, Big Hit came out and released a statement, y'all, saying that they are going to vigorously. They deny that BTS Swim has copyrighted. I got my swim shirt on today, y'all. Wait a minute, hold on. I swim. Girl, you look like you graduated. Jisoo is pretty too. I agree. 40s, wow, yeah, I was in my 40s. I ain't seen no 40s. I ain't seen no 40s in a while. But this is my swim shirt that I have in my K-pop shop. Ooh, did I drop something? Child, I've been dropping things. Anyway, right, that's what I said. When people find flaws in beautiful Lisa, I just don't know. Because to me, Lisa is like, I mean, at least to me, Lisa and Jenny are so beautiful. Like they are insanely, like gorgeously, like I would die to be that. There's only so many women that I think that their level of beauty is like it's criminal. Who thought that they were in their 30s and learned they were in their 50s. I am one of like people at my job, they probably think I'm a lot younger. Like when I kind of let it slip, I'm like, well, in my generation, they were like, what? I was like, yeah, when I was 30, they were like, when you were 30, they're like, you act like it was a long time ago. I'm like, yeah. And when I was 30, it was like over 20 years ago. So there you go. But um, what was I saying? BTS and their copyright issue. I feel like I'm gonna do a video. It's gonna come out this week, and we're gonna talk about. I'm gonna do a deep dive and break down like what happens in the industry when it comes to submitting demos. I do feel that this probably will be much ado about nothing, considering that Big Hit issued a statement like the next day, and they were like, no, they were like, we're gonna fight this because I don't believe Swim was taken from a demo. I just in my heart of hearts, I don't have any proof, but I just don't feel like Swim was taken from a demo, y'all. I just don't, you know. Yeah, I think that this is a money grab. I really do. I think that like they are that they're, and then then one of my subscribers brought it to my attention. Well, what is this gonna mean about the Grammys? And I was like, I didn't even think about that. But that's another question. I did a video and I didn't even bring it up in my video because I didn't even think about it. So what does this mean for their Grammy contention? What does that mean, y'all? Like I'm really tripping on that. I'm really worried now. Like I'm really, really worried now. Because the Grammys don't like scandals, especially when it comes to copyright or plagiarism or anything like that. And the case probably won't be rectified or solved probably in another 18 months to 2 years. So what does that mean? So to me, I feel kind of sad because I feel like this kind of knocks BTS out of the Grammys. I kind of feel like this diminishes their chances. And so, yeah, I never thought about that until somebody put it in my comment section. I was like, here I was just thinking about lawsuits and shit. And I was like, oh my God, like what? Like, bro, like that is so true. Like, what is it gonna happen with their Grammy consideration? Maybe that was the point, right? I'm just tripping on that because I'm like, so does that mean we're out already, guys? I hope not. I That makes me a bit worried, to be honest with you. I'm a bit worried. There's been a lot of Grammy nominated artists who've been sued and won. That is true. They sued and won. But I think like with BTS is different because they'll give any excuse not to have BTS in the running. So to me, like they're already like writing articles and shit. Like I did a video about Asian entertainment talking about like the articles they've written about like the albums of the year and the albums that they like. And like a lot of these musical experts and prestigious critics have kind of like left BTS out of the conversation so far. And I'm like, well, with this plagiarism, this copyright thing, is this gonna be like, okay, it's a done deal? Put a fork in BTS, they're done? Like, I hope not, but I just, like, bro, like, I thought about that this morning. I was like, does that mean that BTS is done? Like, are we not gonna get, like, I'm sure BTS will get some nominations, right? But then somebody told me today, so I had somebody tell me straight out, I won't say who or what this person did, but I had somebody in the industry tell me straight out today that they didn't think BTS was even gonna get nominated for much. I said, really? They were like, yeah. And I don't know how they know that. I'm not gonna ask them. I'm just gonna go. I'm just be like, but somebody told me that today. And who works in the industry. They were like, oh, I don't see BTS being nominated for maybe some technical awards, but they're like, I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, oh, they can't ignore their success and sold out concert. Of course not. You think they'll get a Grammy for best K-pop album, not for a specific song? Maybe. I agree. I didn't agree with this person because they were saying that they thought BTS was going to be out. Now the K-pop awards, yes, I think this person felt like they would be nominated for the best K-pop group or album or something like that, and they thought maybe they're going to be nominated for best group or duo or something like that. But this person told me that they didn't think that BTS was even going to be nominated for any like major categories besides K-pop ones and besides best duo or group. That like album of the year, song of the year, like they didn't think that they were going to be nominated for anything like that. And I'm like, oof, oof, y'all. That hit me really, really hard. And that, but like, and again, this is this person's opinion. They don't have any inside knowledge, but that's what they felt like from what they were hearing around the Western media and music media was that album of the year, song of the year, artist of the year that they didn't think that they might get nominated, but they were saying that they didn't even think they were going to get nominated. Again, this is this person's opinion. I disagreed, but with this copyright shit, I'm be honest with y'all, I just don't know. I just don't know. And I said, if that's the case, BTS at least deserves to be nominated for a category other than K-pop. To me, Arirang deserves to be nominated for album of the year at least, or in BTS be nominated for at least artist of the year. Like they may not win, you know what I'm saying? But I would want them to at least be nominated for they deserve to be nominated. And I'm not saying this just as BTS Army. I'm saying this as somebody who likes music, who talks about the impact of them on the industry and their popularity. And popularity doesn't necessarily make musicality, but I think that like considering all the producers that worked on Arirang and considering that is a well produced album. Even if people don't like the album, you cannot say that it is not a well put together, well engineered album. It is a very well done album. It's very professional. It's varied. There's 14 songs. So I just can't believe that like they would just not nominate them for a major category, you know. Um yeah, these people they want that bag. They want their money. Yeah, that new category I talked about it. That new category was bullshit. To be honest with you, this bullshit. Y'all know how I feel about that new category. Like some content creators are trying to spin it. I said, no, this is a way of gatekeeping BTS. This is what they do. They try to put BTS in this box, in this corner of K-pop, because they don't want them to compete with with mainstream Western groups, which they should. No mainstream Western groups, singers are selling out and as prolific and popular as BTS. There is not a lot of artists out there. When I look at the Billboard charts, when I look at the albums and the singers that are and they're in the top Billboard charts, a lot of these artists are not long-standing artists. One of the things criticisms I can give about the West is that the West, you will have somebody who is insanely popular for a couple of years, and then 2 or 3 years later, everybody be like, oh yeah, whatever happened to that one person? Like, I'm telling you, there are some singers. If you go back and look at the Billboard charts like 4 or 5 years ago, there are some singers that were all over the Billboard charts. They had song after song after song. They came out with an album, it was a hit. Now, like literally 4 or 5 years later, you're like, oh, I forgot about that song. Or what happened to that person? So that's one of my biggest complaints about the West is that there's only a few artists that really are at that level of where they've been in the industry for a long time and they constantly selling and selling, like Taylor Swift and Beyonce and Bruno Mars and Justin Bieber and stuff like that. There are a bunch of new artists, up and coming artists we never heard of. And then I'm like, 3 or 4 years from now, is anybody going to be playing this song? Is anybody going to be talking about this artist? The answer 9 times out of 10 is no. BTS have withstood the test of time. They have been in the industry for a very long, for like 13, 14 years. That doesn't happen a lot in K-pop. People always talk about they've been in K-pop a long time. I'm like, that doesn't even happen in the West. What artists have been around 13, 14, 15 years in the West and still cranking out hits? It's few and far in between in K-pop and then also in the West. So I just don't want people to feel like, well, this is just a K-pop thing. I'm like, no, this is a milestone for them as artists, period, especially a group. So, there you go. Yeah, Taylor Swift, yeah. People love Taylor. Boy groups and girl groups, what? Wait a minute, let me go back and look at this comment. Never had a chance to win. The industry, yeah, the industry, they don't like groups. I've said it before that the industry does not. The industry, they like BTS. They like working with BTS. They think that BTS are good guys. BTS have a great reputation in the Western industry, but because of xenophobia and racism, they don't want to give an inch to any Korean group. Nothing against BTS per se, but they just don't want to give any kind of concessions to any group that the West is not in control of. That's basically what it boils down to. And I've talked about this over and over again. So I don't care about the Grammys. I could care less about the Grammys. But I understand that BTS themselves, personally, especially um, several of the members, really want to get over this Grammy hurdle. They really want to get over this. I mean, K-pop Demon Hunters won a Grammy, so. And they deserved it, by the way. But I'm just saying that BTS want to get over this hurdle. They want to get past the Grammy hurdle. And I get it. And I understand. I support it. I support what goals that they set for themselves. But I don't know. I just don't know. With this copyright demo shit, I don't know. It gives me pause. This album don't receive good reviews from most critics in the West. That is true. You don't care about the scammies? You're like, F the scammies. I agree. And them Grammys gonna sit up there and invite BTS. Y'all know how the game go. They'll invite BTS. They'll put BTS on all them damn Grammy commercials. They'll put BTS faces online on the Grammys website, right? They'll run commercials over and over again about watch BTS at the fucking Grammys, and then what happened? BTS will perform. They'll talk about it all night, and then they be like, "No Grammy for you." Hmm. They'll do all these things. BTS is performing tonight, blah 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 blah, and then because they need eyeballs. Or you don't have your high hopes for Backstreet Boys got nominated and didn't win. Yeah, they want ratings. Hmm. They want clicks and views on their website. They want people to watch BTS, but then they like, that's about it. That's about it. You don't think they? Marie Miller says she don't even think they should attend. Damn, now I wouldn't go that far. BTS definitely gonna have to attend. But I told y'all before that one of the problems with BTS, besides being with a Korean agency, and besides um them being a group in a K-pop group, quote unquote K-pop group, even though I consider themselves as global musicians. But the problem is with BTS is that they don't play the music industry game. And part of winning a Grammy is who you know, who you don't know, what parties you go to. There is a YouTuber named Journalist, and he's a musician, and he talks about BTS and the industry and all of that, and he talks about it a lot about how you have to be in Hollywood or New York and rubbing elbows and going to these parties with the people in the industry in order to be taken seriously. That a lot of, and then Eminem has also talked about this a lot too. He has talked about the fact that he has cranked out albums and he has been left behind because he doesn't play the music industry game, that he's not kissing people's ass at parties, that he is not hanging out with executives, and he has kind of like done his own thing, and that the record labels and the agencies and the agents and the executives in the industry don't like people or groups like that, because Eminem says he doesn't win because he doesn't play the game and he refuses to play the game. And a lot of it is about what parties you go into. I told y'all before in the video that from what I know about the music industry, the industry that my family has been involved in, it is who can keep secrets the best. And if you're a secret keeper, the industry loves you. The music industry loves people that can keep secrets. They love you. They love it. They love it. They love you if you can keep secrets. And that's how they know they can trust you. There are so many artists out there that are not very talented but continue to get opportunities, continue to get concerts, continue to get a lot of things, and you guys have wondered like, why do people keep giving this person a chance? Like their music is not even good. Them being on stage is not very good. And a lot of people will call them industry plants or whatever. But sometimes it's not an industry plant. Sometimes it's this person or artist knows people in the industry. I talked about it here and there, but I need to touch on it more. A lot of the musicians now these days and artists in the West, I've said it one time in my last video. They come from rich families. That is kind of like the thing now. Like a lot of these artists come from families that are either involved in the entertainment industry some way, shape, or form. They're behind the scenes, and you wouldn't even know until you really start looking up the history of these artists, and you start looking up, and you're like, okay, this person's like some of the artists will change their last name or they'll go by their middle name and leave their last name off, and then you find out that they're related to other people in the industry, and then or their dad or their mom were producers or writers, some shit like that. Like that's the whole thing now in the West. You really have to be like some kind of nepo baby in order to really push the thing, in the music industry. It wasn't, the music industry has changed so much that it wasn't like it was like 20, 30 years ago when you had artists that were struggling and groups, and now it's just like oh, my dad was a producer or whatever. And then, like I said, these artists, like, they never bring it up. Like, I didn't know until I was watching a documentary about like Justin Bieber and his connections to the industry. About Billie Eilish comes from a rich industry type family. About Katy Perry and her parents were like in the music industry in some way. There are some like Malcolm Todd. I didn't know Malcolm Todd had a famous sister. He comes from a famous family as well. And that his sister, I forgot who Malcolm Todd's sister is, but she's famous too, but she goes by a different name. And so I didn't know that like these people come from like really like long-standing people in the industry. I didn't know that Tate McRae, her mom is in the industry. Like her mom was is like a songwriter or an agent or something in the industry. I didn't know all of this until I watched the video and I was like, "What?" And so yeah, this is kind of how the little dirty secret in the industry. A lot of these people, even Taylor Swift, her dad, it was like had connections in the industry. And I'm like, okay, so these are not just like normal people. These are people who can be well funded, well connected, that can get their demos and their songs in front of people in the industry. And they had their parents already have relationships in the industry. They already know producers and songwriters and things. So that's kind of how like the industry is going now, you know. Talking about if Cat's Eye win, that'd be first pop group ever to win in the West. Really? Oh wow. Jason Derulo, I never understood it either. To me, he was just mediocre. I was like, I don't understand why he keep getting. I mean, I guess like I've never been a big fan of his, but maybe he got something I didn't know about. Yeah, it's the same. Like yes, with a lot of the newer actors and everything, that they have parents that work for agencies and parents that are work as production assistants and shit like that. Oh yes, you saw that documentary with Marie Miller. I was riveted. I was riveted while they went through all of these popular singers and how they have tentacles all over the industry. How a lot of these singers they try to downplay their connections in the industry. Like they don't try to bring it up, that they try to act like, oh, we're just singer songwriters writing songs in my basement and putting it on YouTube. No, these are narratives and these are fairy tales that they're telling people. A lot of these people talking about they got famous off of YouTube and stuff like that. They have family members in the industry. So they're like, oh, well, like Tate McRae was just singing songs. No, Tate McRae was not. Tate McRae she's been called, I like Tate McRae. No shade. I like her music. But people have been calling her an industry plant for a long time because Tate McRae didn't just start out on YouTube singing and strumming her fucking guitar. Her mom is heavily connected in the industry. So yes. Sabrina Carpenter too? Yeah, Sabrina Carpenter too. She is heavily connected. Sabrina Carpenter started out as an actress in the industry. So yeah. So a lot of these people are not just, oh, I'm just out here and I got discovered. No, bitch, you didn't get discovered. Your parents put you in front of some fucking record producer and you got a deal. Behind the camera faces and genetics, right? They do. That's what goes on in the industry. There's a lot of nepotism. And the same thing I say about the K-pop industry. In the K-pop industry, as quiet as it kept, a lot of these trainees come from rich families. Like they talked about Annie from All Day Project, her being a Nepo baby, and a few other K-pop singers, people that I barely heard of because y'all know I don't be following these groups like that. But other ones have been like they're sons and daughters of actresses and actors and shit like that, or producers and stuff like that. The same thing is happening in K-pop as well. When these idols are going through the training system or they're going on these K-pop elimination shows, a lot of these contestants already have family members or friends or adjacent in the industry. That's how they got on the show. That's how they got on the show because they come from these rich families. And so the rich families, they're able to ship their kids off to Seoul and send them money from home. Working class parents don't have that option. They don't have the ability to do so much. The same thing I accuse NewJeans of. I told y'all before, at least two or three members of NewJeans knew somebody in the industry. Like it's out there. If you research and look well enough, two or three members of NewJeans, probably three, knew somebody in the industry, and that's how they got there. Danielle has been singing since she was a child. She was basically a child star. Like her parents have been trying to get her to be popular for a long time. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. But I throw a side eye to these stage parents because these stage parents can be ruthless as hell. They will do anything to get their child to be famous or children. And Danielle's been performing since she was like a little girl. And like I said, with the trainees during this generation of trainees, you see a lot of that. You see a lot more than what it was before. Before it was just people coming from working class families. Now they like no, they coming from Chabo families. They coming from people that own like resorts and businesses and all kinds of shit. That's like the name of the game now. Is to get somebody that comes from a rich family. I don't mind nepo babies either. But at least, but like I said, make sure they have talent. Some of these nepo babies, I'm just like Annie from All Day Project. Baby, I don't care what anybody say. Annie from All Day Project ain't her talent is marginal at best. She can barely dance. She don't really sing. The reason why she in the group, to me, in my opinion, is because she had a social media influence. She was popular online. She came from a rich family. She was well known. She already had a following. And they were like, well, we need somebody that's already popular. You can be in a group. And that's it. And so then she talking about, oh, we're going on hiatus because I'm going back to, I got to finish college and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, did she really take it that serious? Or was this is just something to do? Because she was bored. Like, oh, I'll do this K-pop thing. That's cool. And then after a while, realized her parents probably was like, well, that's fine, but we need you to go back to school. Sabrina Carpenter's end is in the music industry, and that helped her get her singing part once she stopped acting. Yeah, I figured it. Yeah, that's what I heard. That's just kind of how I go. And like I said, it's a shame because it's taking the musicality. And then when I tell people, about the musicality in K-pop, it's not because I'm like overly critical of K-pop, which really I am on the cool, I really am. But I say these things because people are sitting around doing videos and articles in Korea and in the West wondering what is happening to K-pop. People honestly thought, again, I might do a whole video about this, that when BTS come back, that BTS was going to save the industry. BTS came back and they saved themselves. BTS, all the pressure that they had, y'all had RM up here sweating and dying and crying and stressed out and all this stuff. Y'all had RM over here sweating bullets, baby. Worried about the songs, worried about the comeback. You had all the members of BTS having meetings after meetings. What are we going to do with the comeback? What is the fans' expectation? What is their expectation? What is the label expectation? What music direction? What concept were they going to do? BTS was so worried about all of this, and BTS came back, and guess what? BTS came back and saved themselves. Everybody, all these articles I read and did videos about it talking about BTS gonna save the industry because K-pop was tanking. Guess what? K-pop still is tanking. K-pop still has plateaued. BTS saved themselves. There are groups out there that are selling out venues, that are selling albums that are doing well. But BTS being the great hope that everybody thought they were, that they gonna put everybody on and everybody's just gonna be, it's gonna be salad and cheese and steak and wine for everybody when BTS come back. Then they realize, wait, BTS in my opinion, did not boost the Korean K-pop industry. They did not. They boosted themselves, which they should have. They shouldn't have been tasked with the burden of carrying the entire damn industry on their shoulders. So all these companies were banking on BTS coming back and they were just going to ride the wave of BTS. There was no wave. The only wave, it was BTS wave on their own beach with their own people on the beach. That was it. It was their wave. Because people really wanted BTS to kind of like elevate the entire K-pop industry, and that's unfair to them. It's just unfair. The K-pop industry themselves need to change and do better. And these repetitive stale concepts ain't helping. These idols who are basically a popularity contest that is all out here about vibes. It's about vibes and cuteness. It's about what concept, what outfits you wear, how relatable you are. That's not, it's not longevity. So the industry is starting to see like, oh well, we can't just ride the wave of vibes and viral videos and TikTok dance challenges. No, no, you're not. No, you're not. These loyal fan bases that they didn't build on social media has turned out to be a bust. Wow, wow. All these groups who are like, oh, we went viral and we got this cool song on TikTok and we're being talked about in the Korean media. Baby, when it comes to them trying to book concerts, again, we've talked about it before, non-existent. They ain't selling no tickets. They album sales and streams is down. Because again, you can only ride vibes and cuteness for so long. Vibes and cuteness can only take you so far down the road. In order to last in the industry, you need something, some substance. And like I said, a lot of my complaints for the fifth generation, it's just this is a lot of vibes. It's like, well, I like this group because I don't know, she's cute. I don't know, I like this person's personality. I really like the way they do viral videos, or I really like their concepts. I'm like, y'all done named everything fucking else except for one thing. What about the music and the performances? Oh yeah, we like the music too. So when they change they concept and they change they look because they have to evolve, then all suddenly people are like, well, I don't really like them like that no more. Because the reason why they're liking them is not anything of substance. It's hair and makeup and style, but all of those things change. BTS has changed their concept and the way they look and throughout the years, but Army still stayed because at the end of the day, it's about BTS. They've brought a level of music and performance that Army hasn't been disappointed in. And so if you focus on the music and the musicality of the groups, you will have longevity. I just get tired of these groups, these people, these experts in K-pop just wondering like what is happening. Why are all these groups failing? I'm like, well, y'all are in y'all flop era because y'all music hasn't evolved or it's not as good or it's they weren't relying upon the music. Yeah, beauty and vibes can only get you so far. Oh, they cute and and oh, I like their personality. Okay, well that's not gonna get you too far in the K-pop industry. Yes, they turn into a factory where all the groups look alike, all the concepts copy each other. Once something works in K-pop, then all suddenly everybody's doing it now, and then they run it down into the damn ground. That's not a sustainable business model in the industry. You have to have variety. You have to give people something different. All the girl groups and the boy groups, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, look alike now. They look alike, they sound alike. I can't tell you the difference between Heart to Hearts, Meow, OZ Keats, like so many groups, I can't even pronounce the damn names. Like there's so many new groups. I'm just like, I'm like, I don't know who you are. I don't know what you're doing. You sound like this one. Y'all look alike. Y'all got the same clothing. I can't tell which one from which one to which one a lot of the times. And it's like, there's not enough risk taking in K-pop. They don't want it. K-pop is so risk averse now. They were like, well, if we take a risk, we don't know if people gonna like it. And then, okay, but if you don't take a risk, how do you know? Like, you may come up with the next best thing. If you don't try, how you gonna have concepts and then don't try? How you gonna come up with ideas and like, well, no, we can't do that. Okay, well then keep having these groups look the same, and then people are like, why am I spending money? And then they were talking about in this Korean article that the rationale for the fans in the West is number one, our economy is fucked up. Number one. So right now, people in America, we're losing jobs. Housing is high. Inflation is high. Gas is high. Everything is high here. So if you're going to go to a concert, ticket prices are high. You're really going to have to rationalize with yourself for buying a ticket. And then you're really going to be picky and choosy about who you're going to give your money to. So are you going to give your money to some group that you barely know, that you barely like, that sounds like five other groups? No, you're gonna go for the group that you're really, really a stan of, and that you're a big, and that really is gonna give you the most bang for your buck. You're not gonna go out and spend $300-400 or more on a ticket of a group that you barely know. And then some of these ticket prices are crazy, Like Jennifer was looking at ticket prices for like Monster X, because she was like, "Oh, we'll go see Monster X," even though I don't know nothing about Monster X. But the resale value of the tickets was crazy. You have these scalpers and these companies out here fleecing people. So we're like, no, we're not going to go see Monster X. No, we're good at that. But I can't tell you the concerts I'm going to go see. I'm going to go see XG. I'm gonna go see Espa. Yes, I'm gonna go see Jungkook's alleged girlfriend, y'all. So be prepared for the vlog. I'm gonna go see the Winters. I'm gonna go see Winter. I'm gonna look for the damn elbow tattoo. I'm be up here. I'm be I spy with my little eye. I'll be like, is that Jungkook's girlfriend? Is that her? I want to see the Winter up close. I want to see my nephew's girlfriend up close. I want to see, is this the girl that has captivated nephew? I want to see up close and personal. So I will be there taking video because I want to see. So there you go. People complain about N-Mix for experimental. At least N-Mix has talent. They can sing. N-Mix can sing. I've heard them sing live. At least they got talent. At least there's something different. But yes, I'm going to see Jungkook's girlfriend. So if you have any messages for her, let me stop being messy. If you have any messages for Winter, let me know in the comment section. Kiki, I got a message for her. Yes, girl. I had to bring that up when I'm Mr. J-Hope. This man right here got me in trouble at work and with my children. Okay. I'm over here like the Weverse popped up. I said, ooh, J-Hope, Weverse. I'm sitting there. First of all, I turned it on. I didn't realize the volume was on. So because you when you watch J-Hope's Weverse, you don't really hear anything at first. So like I'm standing there with like in a crowded room, and then all of a sudden J-Hope people up there with no shirt on, and that people looking over my shoulder, and then all of a sudden the volume is like really loud, and then like you hear I'm trying to turn down the volume. People looking over my shoulder like this bitch here is a pervert. They think I'm a whole ass pervert at work. They were like, she over here looking at a naked ass man at work. And then there's nothing I can say. Like, how am I going to explain it? Oh, this is a BTS Weverse. They be like, who, what? Like, they just looked over some people looked over my shoulder because J-Hope with no shirt on. I was like, bitch, J-Hope. Like, I'm sitting there, I'm trying to hit the button. Girl, let me tell you. I'm over here holding the phone like this, and J-Hope pop up, and then I look behind me, and then I'm over here trying to hit the end button. I'm like, end, motherfucker, end. Girl, I'm trying to hit them. I'm like, no. I was like, they looking at me like, what's she looking at? This man naked. They was at work. They were like, she over here FaceTiming somebody. I was like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not FaceTiming nobody. Like, they thought I was talking to somebody, that I was FaceTiming somebody during work hours. And this man was naked. I'm gonna be that kind of super freak at work. Now look, I'm a super freak, but I ain't that kind of super freak. Like I have respectability, damn it. Like I'm not over here like FaceTiming naked men during work hours. These motherfuckers think I'm some kind of weird ass fucking pervert now because they were like, she over here looking at that. Tell me he ain't got no shirt on. They was like, what you watching? I was like, man, look. Man, look, I said J-Hope finna get my ass fired. J-Hope finna get me fired, y'all. They would be like, they gonna call me in the HR meeting and be like, ma'am, will you FaceTiming a naked man during work hours? I was like, they like, man, are you over here? Are you over here sexting? Are you over? I'm like, I swear to God, I'm not sexting nobody. I'm not sexting nobody. I'm not having freaky, sexy time at work. That's not how I get down. That's not what I get off on. I'm not into like voyeurism. I'm so later on that day, I was like, okay, you know what? I was like, let me look at the video while I was embarrassed at work. And I pulled up the video and then hear my daughter's like, Mama, what you watching? What's that? I'm like, she like, oh my God, is that a BTS member naked? I was like, fuck. I'm like, no, Emma, he did. Why would he be on a live? Why would he be on a Weverse naked? I was like, he's not naked. He just came out the shower. He just came out the shower, Mama. I'm like, them BTS members, they nasty. I'm like, oh my God. I'm just like, no. I'm like, he was getting dressed. What do you mean he getting dressed on a Weverse? Mama, that's nasty. Why are you looking at this man? He naked on the Weavers. He ain't got no shirt on. He naked out the shower. Oh my God, what is BTS doing? So now my kids think BTS is a bunch of perverts, especially J Hope. They like, isn't this the second time he been naked? I was like, look, okay. I was like, one time he came out the shower. My daughter's like, why are you looking? Why y'all? What's wrong with y'all? I'm like, so not only does my job think I'm a fucking pervert, even my daughter think I'm a pervert. Everybody think I'm a pervert. It's just, I mean, even though I kind of am, but not, I'm not out like doing that. Like I ain't doing, just no, my daughter's like, Mama, I'm like, you know what? I'm like, I'm like, cut me some slack. Like, I told my daughter, I was like, Emma, I don't, I don't be, I don't know. Look, he ain't got no shirt on though. That's kind of, I'm like, thanks a lot, J Hope. Just thanks a lot. Just thanks a lot. Everybody think I'm some kind of weird creeper. Like they think I should be on the fucking Epstein Island or some shit right now. Like they all looking at me like they think I'm like some old like weirdo desperate woman that I'm looking at that half naked. I'm apparently like FaceTiming half naked Asian men. Like I'm like I promise you I'm not. Like I swear to God I'm not. Like God. My daughter is very much a Puritan. My daughter's only 12, so she's just like, she like, ugh. Like my kids are very like prudish like that. Like they're we'll drive around my neighborhood and it's Texas, it's hot, and you'll see men jogging down the street with no shirt on because it's hot. They'll have shorts on and they'll be jogging with no shirt on. And then my kids are like, oh, he jogging with no shirt on. My son and daughter are like, does that man not have any shirt on? They're like, ew. So to them to see a man with no shirt on, my kids are very much like, he should have a shirt on. Like, why? That my kids are very much like nobody should be half naked jogging down the street. They don't care how hot it is. I was like, well, it's not like men, I said, well, they don't have the same body parts. They were like, well, we know that, but still, man jogging down the street with no shirt on. My son's just like, that's just gross. I was like, okay, just all right. And I don't say nothing. I'm just like, while I'm looking at the man jogging, I'm looking in the rearview mirror like, oh my God. Come on. I'm looking in the rearview mirror like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, but damn, his body is sexy. But I would never say that in front of my kids. My kids be like, I'm telling you, yes, yes, my kids, she's 12 and a half. And my son's 16, and he was just like, every time they see a man with no shirt on, they think it's just disgusting. They were like, why would they do that? My kids have always thought that. They were like, why would they do that? My son's like, why? I'm like, honey, he's a man. He doesn't like it's not like he has female anatomy. Yeah, but still, but mom, My kids do not like a down. They are not down with nudity. They at all. They're hoping for a repeat. Me too. I was like, but I make sure that if J Hope do come out there and do that again, I'll make sure I'm gonna be in a quiet place, a secured location, that nobody is around. Again, I wasn't expecting that. I thought J Hope was just gonna do another friendly, live stream where he was gonna be at the gym or he was gonna be in the hotel room or in a car or walking and talking. I wasn't expecting that. And so I stopped and I looked down and I'm like, I was looking like I was like mesmerized. I hope he had me like mesmerized. I was like, what is he doing? Like, what is he? What, who? I'm like, okay, like I was mesmerized. I couldn't let it go. And then once I started to realize, okay, well, people are looking, I'm like, oh my God. I was trying to look too, baby. Yes, my kids are very modest. Very, very modest. My daughter is very modest in particular. She's 12. She's very modest. She's like baggy jeans, t-shirts, long sleeve shirt. My son is very modest. My kids are very modest because I'm very modest. Like I present as being a very modest person, even though like I'm not into nudity and all that. I don't like all that. And so my kids kind of like pick up on my cues. Um, so they pick up like nudity hasn't just never been my thing. I like it in other people. Now, if other people want to get naked, I'm not gonna stop y'all. If any one of y'all want to walk around in y'all drawers while y'all listening to this live stream, I support you all the way. I support you. If you want to walk around naked or listen to me with your drawers on, hey, I'm not here to judge you. Just do you. But I am not a very naked friendly. I like to keep closeted. Closeted. That's not even a word. Clothed at all times. Right? They want us to spend their money. You never know what BTS is gonna do. Like, I'm scared. Like, you never know what BTS gonna do at the concert. Like we I had a concert and we had to deal with this. We had to deal with this at a concert. I never thought in a million years I would see. I saw that video. Some Colt Nava, who's a J Hope super fan, posted that on her YouTube. I was like, that's not J Hope running around with it. Oh. So this is what we doing in Europe? I don't know what they're gonna do when they come to Texas. I don't know. We'll see. Watch when they come to Texas and they be all demure and they're wearing like cowboy hats and long sleeve shirts and shit. Then I'll be like, really, BTS? Really? How dare you deprive me? How dare you? But anyway, we've talked a lot about BTS and NewJeans, but that's been. But again, this week I'm going to do videos where I'm breaking down things. The other thing I wanted to discuss about that has to do with BTS and Big Hit is that right now Hybe is starting to dip their toe, proverbial toe, into virtual idols. So they're creating. Hybe is creating. I heard read from some sort of new division. There is other agencies that are creating virtual idols. There is a really good virtual idol group coming out that got me really excited, y'all. And it's called It's called, I'm trying to think of the name of it. It's like Be in the Hood. I think it's called Be in the Hood. Now I know that name sounds really corny, y'all, but there is a virtual group and they have like these visualizer videos and it's caught fire in Korea. Like they haven't even officially debuted yet, but they're called Be in the Hood. And so, what this has to do with Hive is that I think I've said I did a whole video about AI and idols. I think Hive wants to expand themselves into a technology company. Some of you guys are familiar with Galaxy Entertainment, and that's where Taemin and G Dragon are at. And I told you that allegedly G Dragon has a contract with Galaxy Entertainment to be what they call a forever idol, which means that his family or descendants will get royalties that he sold. Part of his contract is selling his name and not just his name and likeness, but also for future technology. And that Galaxy Entertainment has been meeting with people over the past year, like AI companies, in order to produce what they call a forever idol, which means that they will take the likeness, like I said, of G Dragon and do a AI construct of him. And even if he passes away or gets older, they can still produce music, or he can still help produce music. But then the facade and the physicality will be G Dragon. But then it won't be a real person. It will be AI. And so they, if you sell your name and likeness, technically speaking, the agency can create cranking out albums, I mean, forever. And I know that some of this stuff sounds like Black Mirror and science fiction, but it's the truth. I mean, if G Dragon lives a nice long life and he has kids and a wife, and say that he passes away, they can have G Dragon version 4.0 for the next 100 years. There will be a G Dragon, just a different iteration, just an AI version of him. Instead of him being a real person, he'll be long gone and dead. And I think Galaxy Entertainment, that is part of their marketing strategy and their goals. And I think that Hybe is starting to get into this as well. I know the Asian Entertainment did a video talking about this, about them wanting to start some kind of virtual girl group, and Hybe rebranding themselves. Like 6 months ago, they rebranded themselves, and I changed their logo and their slogan, because I think that Hybe wants to be an entertainment powerhouse and conglomerate. And so I think that the like virtual groups and AI is the future. And again, there's been several girl groups that have debuted, and it hasn't been too much. There's a group called Owlist, and like I said, Be in the Hood is really really good. That's what people have been talking about. And I was like, well, let me see. And I listened to their songs, and it's their songs are good. And virtual group, uh, and I think Hybe is trying to be an innovator. They're trying to get on in on this early. And like I said, I do the whole video talking about this. This is the future. I don't think people will care whether the group is real people or not. I think as technology becomes more sophisticated, I think that K-pop agencies are going to start seeing this as a way to keep them afloat and viable, to create more AI groups as the technology starts to increase, and then they don't have to worry about starvation or sickness or military leave or none of that. I think that this is just a wave, a signal to the wave of the future. And I think like you're just going to start to see more of these groups out there, and they're just, and it's going to be awkward in the beginning. They're starting to test the waters as to what works and don't works. But this group Be the Hood is has come out swinging. They have really come out swinging, and people are like I said, they haven't debuted, and even I was like, what is this? And listen to the music, and I was like, this is really good. I'm like, wait a minute, child. They hired a J-pop executive. They did. Oh yeah, yeah. Asian Entertainment talked about that. You would watch G Dragon from back in the day. See, some of y'all like give me that young. Yeah, they can do that too. They can give you a young G Dragon. G Dragon when he was like 20, 21 years old, and he was thirst trapping y'all asses. Look, I'm not gonna judge. I'm not here to judge. G Dragon got y'all in a chokehold and a thirst trap. I know. I look. I sympathize. Okay, I understand. G Dragon's a man. G Dragon. I'm telling y'all. I'm just gonna put it out here. Allegedly, G Dragon can literally have, like, if y'all want to talk about somebody that attracts a lot of people, I would say out of everybody in K-pop, G Dragon, I heard, attracts a lot of people. A lot of women really like G Dragon. Like I heard that G Dragon gets a lot of women. Like a lot of women are interested in him, not just because he's famous and he's a legendary. I just heard that there's something about G Dragon like people really like. Like I don't know what it is. I don't know what. To me, G Dragon is such a weirdo. I love him, but he just seems so weird. But apparently, a lot of women like G Dragon. I don't know what kind of game G Dragon got, baby. But apparently, I heard that G Dragon got game. That G Dragon be pulling those chicks in like like he the Pied Piper, honey. He be pulling them bitches in like, come on, ladies. That G Dragon we had these girls falling at his feet, honey. Apparently, but I heard that G Dragon is kind of like aloof and kind of picky, and that's the reason why he doesn't really date a lot, allegedly. But I heard that a lot of women like are literally like throwing themselves. They really like G Dragon, and I mean they like G Dragon, period. But this is something about him that women are just, I don't know what it is, Cause to me, I don't. Now look, I respect G Dragon. Now I'm not saying I'm not saying I wouldn't let him hit. Now look, now let me clear this up right now. If G Dragon came knocking on my door, I would be like, okay, let's go. But I'm just saying when it comes to like levels of K idols, G Dragon don't appeal to me and like that. I just be like, But apparently a lot of women they in the industry and they really like him. Like I said, I don't know. Some of y'all don't like G Dragon. Some of y'all like. But you don't understand why. He's mid and a racist. Y'all be doing G Dragon like that. Oh, he do seems weird. He didn't seem weird prior to military service. Right. Right. Yeah, he is famous and rich. That's part of it. But people like that he's eccentric. Like I've heard people say that he's real cool. That he's a real cool, kind of a weird, eccentric guy that people find like, they like his personality. I don't know. I heard that G Dragon is real. He's real laid back. He's funny, and people like. I said he just seemed like a weirdo to me. I'm gonna stick with Top over here. I'm gonna stick with. Speaking of Big Bang, Big Bang's coming out with a tour, by the way, you guys didn't know. And I'm upset because the international dates, there's not that many so far. So there might be more announced at a later time. But me and Jennifer were thoroughly disappointed that like he's coming to like New York and New Jersey, and that's really kind of like it in California. And like they're not even gonna be here a lot. So I don't know if maybe they're announcing different dates for Big Bang. So all you Big Bang fans, my VIPs, because I got VIPs on this channel, y'all know Y'all know Kiki loves Big Bang. Speaking of TOP did an event in Japan. Like he did this big fan meeting thing at this theater. And he had a really good turnout. And he did this big old fan meet. I don't know the details of it, but I saw the pictures that like he posted online. So that's some TOP news. I'm a TOP girl. So there you go. K-pops, they are crazy. They are now getting exposed that they have no rhythm, just jumping up and down. Right. Talking about G Dragon pulling women like a musician. Right. I'm like, G Dragon over there dressed looking like somebody's auntie. I was like, I don't understand, Look, I ain't trying to hate on my boy, but I'm like, he over there dressing like somebody's auntie. I can't do it. I'll be like, look, auntie, like I'm not down with women. I'm not a lesbian. I'm not bi. So I can't do G Dragon because he just gives out a very highly healthy dose of feminine energy in the way he dresses and the way he carries himself. But again, we talking about South Korea. People, women, and men apparently, and men seem to throw themselves like G Dragon. He would just have a pick. Like he would just have to be like, yeah, you, and you. All right, let's go. Because apparently G Dragon, like that's too much feminine energy for me. But apparently men and women like that. So he be pulling women. Red Velvet is making a comeback in August. I heard about that too. Big Bang is your first K-pop group to start. Right. Big Bang, I will always get respect because they are the first, like, second generation group I discovered. I didn't know they was getting down like that in the second gen until I saw Big Bang and my jaw dropped. And I was like, I like this. And I like TOP. So there you go. I like TOP before Squid Game. When I used to watch them videos, I was like, who is this dude with the blue hair? I was like, okay, y'all are cool. But I'm like, okay, so which one is this one? They were like, oh, that's TOP. I was like, I'm like, who? Like, yeah, TOP, he the rapper. I'm like, I I'm like, let me watch another music video. Like, let me watch about. And then when he was on Squid Game, I was so excited. I was like, oh my God, TOP's on Squid Game. It's the only reason I watched Squid Game. I wasn't even in the Squid Game, but like TOP gonna be on Squid Game. I was like, let me watch. And he was Thanos and he was great. And I was like, Thanos, I'm a Thanos girl. Thanos. Oh my God. Yeah. So yeah, I'm a TOP girl. I was like, I want to be on top. Top. What's up? What's up with it? What's up with it? I was like, let me know how is this gonna go down. So yes, I ain't been into G Dragon, or Taeyang is nice with his muscles, and he's a nice looking, good looking guy. And Daesang seems funny. Seems like the kind of. And then the other one, we ain't gonna talk about the other one. We ain't gonna mention his name. I don't mention his name. The other one, I don't. We don't mention his name. We'll pretend he does. His ass doesn't exist. But I was never. I was. But Top. I was like. I was like. I was mesmerized. I was like, who is this man? Because Top to me is gorgeous. One of the most gorgeous guys in K-pop. Period. Period. I like Yoongi. Don't get me wrong, and everything like that. But Top is a really gorgeous guy. Effortlessly gorgeous. Big Bang introduced you to K-pop. Yep, that's right. I like what? What are we talking about, Jimin? I love Jimin. You watched him and teach you a lesson. Who watched who? Who was in teach you a lesson? I have not seen teach you a lesson, y'all. I think I'm gonna watch it tonight. I really am, because I keep everybody keeps talking about teach you a lesson. Being in Korea during the Big Bang. Oh my God. I think, yeah, after this live stream, I'm gonna watch teach you a lesson. Because people keep telling me that I need to watch it. Even though I'm not in the K dramas, I'm not a K drama girl. But I'm gonna watch it, y'all. I'm trying to think what else we talk about. I did a video regarding Young Ho from ATEEZ about his situation with his ex-girlfriend and how I thought she was crazy. How I thought she was mentally unstable. No shade. Like, I wasn't trying to make fun of her, but I was trying to be respectful as I could in the video. And I think I did a pretty good job. But I think that there's something else going on with this young lady that is beyond anything that we can comprehend. This I'm glad that, I'm sad that this member of ATEEZ has broken up with this girl. They were obviously in a very long-standing relationship, probably like 10 years, and it got out to the press. And then there's some suspicion as to how it got out to the press. In my opinion, I thought she's angry and mad and hurt, and ATEEZ had to come back. And I think, in my opinion, just in my opinion, I think that she put it out there to the gossip sites about what was going on. But I think this young lady um, is definitely needs some mental help. I think she really needs some counseling. She needs to get some help. I think that, like, if she was like this in the entire relationship, maybe she wasn't, but I just find it like the things that she was saying was just odd. The rantings that she was doing on X was just weird. The fact that she hasn't taken down the posts and the pictures is just weird to me. And it's just like that whole situation I talked about. It's just sad all the way around. It's sad for him, it's sad for her, it's sad for their families and friends that are involved in this situation, and anybody else, the group mates, everything. Because I think this is a situation where maybe two people didn't want to let go, and they should have let go a long time ago, and it just kind of like spiraled and built. But I feel bad for him, and like I said, and I feel bad for her. And I know there's been efforts to try to villainize him and try to make like he was the problem and he did. I think, yeah, I think it probably a little bit of both. I think in this situation there's probably no heroes and no villains. I think both of them contributed to their own misery and breakup. I think that, being, like I said before in my video, being with the idol is hard. And I think that it's not for the faint of heart. It's not for somebody who's has no sense of self. And I do not agree with people having long-term relationships starting at 16, 17 years old all the way up to their 20s. I don't agree with that. I think people should go out and explore and find out who they are and be single or date around. I think being in a long-term 9, 10-year relationship with somebody that you got in a relationship with when you're 16, 17 years old hinders your growth as an individual and as a person. And I think that, like, if it's not a situation where you guys are going to be married within 5 years, being with somebody that long and then realizing, oh shit, like I done wasted all of my 20s with this person, or half of my 20s. I could have been out there dating. I could have been focused on my career. I could be out here just having fun with my friends. Like, I didn't made this man my entire life for 9, 10 years, and then the relationship don't work out. So I could see how that would drive somebody crazy. it would drive you into a depression, especially if you're already a vulnerable type person. And the things that was described in her post is like ranting and raging of somebody who's hurt, somebody who's kind of to me mentally unstable, you know. And I thought it was just weird, you know. It's just weird. He's involved with everyone. Jimin is not. Jimin's cool. What are y'all talking about, Jimin? Nothing about Jimin. Jimin is not confused. You know, Jimin is great. Yeah, I'm like, that's a long time. Like, Jimin, what? That's what I'm saying. Like, Jimin, like, what about Jimin? Jimin is good. Jimin is his peak Jimin. Right. Like, I don't understand what are we talking about Jimin for? I'm not even talking about Jimin. We're talking about what is it? You know, from ATs. What are we talking about? Jimin is doing him. Jimin is on top. Jimin is gorgeous. His hair is long. This is peak Jimin. He's fit. Jimin looks good, sounds good. He probably smells good. Right, you clearly in the wrong chat for that shit. I don't understand how anybody can have a problem with Park Jimin. Park Jimin is a gorgeous, charming, sexy man. What I like again, I'm not even talking about Jimin. Like what she said, you clearly in the wrong chat. You clearly in the wrong chat here. I'm like, shit, all these Jimin stands that come to my channel, baby, between the Jungkook stands and the Jimin stands and the NewJeans, all three, I think most of my subscribers are Jimin fans, Jungkook fans, and Namjoon fans. I think I see a lot of y'all out there. Right. Like Jimin, what? RM is the best. Yes, he is. That's why I said I don't understand what does Jimin do? Jimin don't hurt nobody. Jimin ain't out here doing nothing in these streets. He's pretty boring. Like he's, you know, I ain't even bring up anything about Jimin. I'm like, what are we talking about here? I'm like, what are we talking about here? But yeah, I feel bad for the AT's guy. I really do feel bad for him that his business been put out there. And like I said, to me, it's obvious that this person he was with has issues with him, and they probably have issues in their personal life where they probably. And I can see how you would date an idol and like your whole life ended up revolving around that person. Like you would just be, you know, and I told y'all in my video, if you haven't seen my video, go watch it. But I told y'all that a lot of these idols, especially the male ones, will pick regular women because they kind of want somebody on their beck and call. Like dating somebody else is in the industry, they're busy all the time. But a lot of these idol men will date women, regular women with 9 to 5 jobs because they want them to be there all the time. Like they want somebody that they can call and go sleep over their house when they want to, go and see them when they want to, because you know they live in a normal like schedule in a regular life and they need somebody to keep them grounded and they like that. And like I said, it's not sometimes it's not fair, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. But I think that like you get these situations where they get with these women who all of a sudden, after being in a relationship for a while, they get agitated with the fans. They get agitated with the lifestyle. They get agitated with him. They get agitated with their family and friends. They get agitated being a secret. And they don't want to be a secret anymore. They don't want to be a secret girlfriend. They want to be a regular girlfriend. And so they will go online and post these things and get caught by the fans. And then the fans start harassing them. And it just kind of spirals downhill because they can't handle the secrecy. They can't handle that they're with this man that a bunch of other women want and men want to be with. And they can't, and then there's this jealousy, there's resentment, there's, you know, like, I got to keep this a secret and I can't tell people I'm dating this person, I love this person, and I want to be out and proud. If you want to be out and proud with somebody, dating an idol ain't it. Jen Bias record. What happened to ATs? There's a member of ATs called Yunho, that's as pronounced. And I did a video about it where it was recently exposed through one of these K-pop gossip sites that he had been in a long-term relationship, which a lot of the 18s, the 80s fans knew. They had already known about this girl. They have already peeped her because she's been throughout the years posting hints and things like that online. So they suspected that he had been in a long-term relationship. But the agency pretty much announced that like no, he's not in a relationship anymore, that it ended like 3 months ago. And there was some gossip site, magazine, something that was trying to do like an expose on him, saying that he was in a, I guess they were trying to do a gotcha with him, but it didn't work because the 18s, they pretty much was like, okay, we already knew this. So again, I think this is an attempt at his ex-girlfriend to kind of ruin their comeback. Um, that's what I really think it is. I think she was upset and she went to a publication and probably was like, I've been dating him, he's been in a relationship. But they acknowledge that they've been broken up. They've been broken up for 3, 4 months now. So why this came out now is suspicious. And I think it's because they have a comeback. And I think she may still be hung up on him in some way or angry or hurt. And then she went on X months and months ago and posted a bunch of things on like her a secret Twitter account, and people put two and two together and realized it was her. And she was talking about things about the relationship. She was saying that she tried to unalive herself apparently, and that people were blaming her. She didn't specify what they're blaming her for, but she was saying that she was miserable, she was heartbroken, that he promised her, and all this other shit. She basically went on Twitter and wrote these posts and just rambling. Just apparently she tried to escape the hospital. Again, this is taking what she's saying as truth and gospel, which I don't. And if she did try to self-harm herself, that is insane for a relationship. People have relationships that end, marriages that end with kids and businesses, and you're sad and you're depressed, and you have to just seek help if it becomes to that point. But emotionally manipulating someone by telling that person you're going to unalive yourself if you guys aren't together or whatever is manipulative and just wrong. If she couldn't handle being in a relationship, she should have. And it sounded like in her vlog post, she should have ended a relationship a long time ago. Like the way she described it, she had been miserable for it seemed like she had been miserable for a long time, but didn't want to give up the relationship for various reasons. Probably because she loved him, she was attached to him, she had been with him ever since they were in probably high school. And it just seemed like she was just miserable in this relationship. It just did not seem like she was happy. It seemed like she was tired of being hidden for a while. It would be hard to be hidden. Yeah, and the hardly known is very, yes, it's hard. I never understand why the past ex-girlfriends act crazy either. Yeah, it's like, girl, move on. Like, it's like move on and find peace. And but then again, like I said, if you be with somebody from the time that you're 15, 16 years old to you're 26, maybe that's, and then like I got to think of being an idol, all the sacrifices that she's probably made. And again, I talk about it in my video. I know somebody, one of my acquaintances in South Korea, she dated an idol. I won't say which group or which idol, but I can tell you this person, this idol is third gen. I can somebody I know dated an idol. He is the third generation SM idol. I can tell you guys all I can tell you. But he is the third generation SM idol. And she dated him when they were young, and just as his rise to fame. And so he came from a very famous SM group, and she dated him for not very long. But it was not like serious, like we were in love, but it was like her dating him and everything like that. And she just told me like her experiences of the lifestyle and being hidden, and the jealousy that goes along with being with an idol, and the instability is enough to drive the wrong person crazy. Like if you stick around that long, it'll drive you crazy. It'll drive you mad to deal with being with somebody and knowing that like you're not really with that person. You're with them, but you're not acknowledged. They can't, put you on their social media. A lot of times their bandmates don't, they know about you, but they don't ever talk about you. And so I just it is hard, but then again, if you realize like, okay, this is not the lifestyle for me, then she should have got out. She should have, and he in turn as well. I don't put it just on her, but him as well. If he was with her and realized that she was unhappy with being hidden and she was unhappy with him and they were probably on again, off again, maybe going back and forth and not getting along, he should have been man enough as well and mature enough to be like, I can't give you what you want. You really need to be with a regular guy and not me. And she was sitting there blaming him for choosing his career over her. And I'm like, girl, he's an idol. So again, when she realized he was choosing the career over her, she should have been like, I'm done. I'm out. When he realized that what she wanted out of a relationship is what he could not reasonably give, he should have been man enough to be like, I can't do this anymore. But again, people in regular people go through this as well. I was in a relationship with somebody for years that knew this person knew they did not mean me any good. This person knew that they could not give me the things that I wanted in a relationship. And instead of just being man enough to say, you know what, we want two different things. Like, I'm not really on the same level what you want, let's just end a relationship. Instead of this person being man enough and telling me this, they pretty much strung me along for years. I was in like a 6-year relationship with somebody that I have not been in a relationship since. It's been 3 years. And I left the relationship behind because this person kept kind of stringing me along, like, oh, I'm going to try and we're going to, and then they realized that like they couldn't be the man that I wanted, that I needed them to be. And instead of being honest with themselves, they, he went into like, he was like like deluding his own self and trying to hold on to me because he knew I was a good person and a good woman. And like I said, and these things happen. You have these idols that will hang on to these women who are loyal because they are loyal. Well, this person's gonna be here for me. She's keeping my secrets loyal, and that's a hard thing to find. So they will string these women along for years and be like, "Oh, don't worry about the fans. We're gonna be together." And and then once ATs, they're in a unique situation because they came from a small agency. So he probably joined ATs not knowing that this is going to take off and be, and then they had a steady rise. It wasn't like ATs became popular overnight. So maybe in his mind he thought, well, I don't know how long this is going to last, and we'll see, what happens with the group. But then they steadily started to get more and more popular. Then within the past 3 to 4 years, they've been really popular. So maybe he didn't see that, like, now we're really, really popular and my career is really, really rising. And maybe he realized that, like, my career perhaps means a lot more to me than I thought it would. And all the promises he may have gave her early on, he realized, okay, I can't fulfill these promises because maybe he thought, oh, this group is only going to last 3 or 4 years, and that's it. I agree. That's what I said. But in K-pop, I'm telling you, K-pop idols get married to regular people, and then you turn out that they've been in a relationship for 12, 13 years. Like a lot of idols who get married, and again, I talk about this all the time. A lot of the idols get married are in long-term relationships with regular people. There are a lot of idols that you never even knew that they were in a relationship that they end up bam and they'll get married. There's a lot of idols that got married this year that they were in a relationship with people 8, 9, 10 years that you ain't never heard of this person. You ain't never heard no dating rumors, nothing. That's how I know all this dating rumors shit is bullshit. Because there are so many idols out there in real life that are in long-term relationships or situationships or dating somebody for a long time off and on for years that you never hear about. And then boom, next thing you know, when their careers start to wane or they're on hiatus or the group disband, they'll end up getting married and everybody be like, wait a minute, I didn't even know this person was dating. Because they keep it a secret. If they really want to hide a relationship, like I said in my YouTube short, idols can hide relationships when they want to hide a relationship. They can. The only problem is that when the person that they're dating goes on social media and tries to expose them, then that's when it becomes crazy. Because and then you have regular people who get online and they want to expose them, you know. Right. They both should have ended the relationship if it was not progressing in a way that both of them found it fulfilling. And nobody should be in a relationship where they are not, their needs are not met and they're not fulfilled. That's what I said in my video. This is a life lesson to everybody, not just idols, because it happens in real life too. That nobody should be in a relationship where you feel like I'm not happy, this is not meeting my needs, and then people hold on to each other because they don't want to be alone or they get comfortable. Well, me and this person been together for all these years and I know this person and I don't want to be single and I don't want to be lonely and I don't want to start over with somebody else and all of that. So that is involved in it too. And I think some of the things that she was saying in her Twitter kind of alluded to that. I think she probably just didn't want to be alone. She didn't want to be lonely. She had probably, it's a sunken cost fallacy where I think she's devoted time and energy into this relationship. And she probably like, well, I can't quit now. I didn't devoted all of these years with this man. So I'm going to hold on and hold on and hold on to your own detriment, to your own demise. And then you look up and realize, okay, I put my dreams on hold. I didn't put what I wanted to do on hold. I didn't kept this person's secrets. I didn't caught strays from the fans. She talked about she's been doxxed before. That these fans were like messaging her. They found her address. They were harassing her mama. Like all this stuff. Like I would have been like, okay, this not worth it. Like this. I'm like, I love you, but call me when you ain't famous no more. Call me when this little AT thing is over, okay? Because I'm gone. But you have to have enough sense of self and the way the things that she was describing and the stunts and the things that she was trying to unalive herself. She just seems like she was a young lady that had no sense of self-esteem and no sense of self. It's sad. I can just read it like she was just desperate, like to be loved by him. Like she just seemed very desperate for his attention and for his love and she wanted him to do things that he couldn't do. And she was talking about, well, you promised me this and you promised me all these things. And okay, girl, once he wasn't fulfilling these promises, she should have been like, okay, I'm done. Like, okay, well, you said you was going to do this. It's been 5 years. I can't, we're done here. And apparently they shared a dog together, and so it's like, it's like pretty much 10 years of them together. It sounded like they were almost like in a marriage. You be with somebody this long, you pretty much might as well say you married. Am I thinking like a therapist? I take that as a compliment. Not thinking like a therapist. It's taken a lot for me to come. Like I've been there, so I get really sad to see like young women lose their whole formative years, a good time. Like she just wasted her time with him. And not saying anything against him. He's probably a nice guy, but I think that he's young and he probably doesn't know what he wants either. And he probably thought maybe, well, I love this person and we've been friends and and there's a level of codependency that it seemed like between both of them, that they both didn't want to let go of this relationship. And it's sad, and like I said, I have been there. And then also I have the experience of I dated 3 different dudes that threatened to unalive themselves. I had one of my exes when I was in my 20s in front of me, threatened to self-harm themselves in front of me in my living room if we would have broke up. And it traumatized me. Like this person said that if I broke up with them and he grabbed a knife and was like, I'm gonna like cut my wrist. And I was like, I was 22 years old. I didn't know what to think. I was like, what? I was like, what the? And I just stood there and I didn't know what to say. And I was like, started crying. Like I started shaking because I was like, this dude is going to end his life in front of me. And then, yeah. I was 22 years old. This dude stood in my living room was like, and I was like, I told him, like I don't want to, like I thought I was doing the right thing by breaking up with him, not over the phone. and like we had an argument and I told him, I said, you know what, we hadn't been getting along and I told him I wasn't happy. And I told him like, he came over my house when we got into another argument. And I remember my grandmother was gone, like she was going to the store or something. And oh, I know, I think she was visiting my aunt. And then he came over, we spent some time, we just started arguing. And then I was like, you know what? I think we should just not be together or give us some time apart. And the guy like freaked out and he grabbed a knife out of my kitchen and threatened to like cut his wrist in front of me. And I didn't know what to say. Again, I was 22 years old. Like, well, I was like, what are you doing? And at first I kind of laughed it off, like, whatever, you're not gonna do. But then I realized, see the look in his eye that he was like serious. And I was like, oh my God, like this dude is serious. And I was like, okay. And so I had to like talk him down and I was like, I love you and I'm sorry. And here's me apologizing for something that I didn't do, for just trying to break up with him. And then after me pleading with him for like 45 minutes that I wasn't going to break up with him, like then I told him like it's best for him to leave and let's just let things cool down. And then like a couple of days later, I like broke up with him over the phone. And then it turned out that like I found out years later, like he did the same thing to like almost every girlfriend he's been with. And that this dude was just mentally unstable. Like every relationship he had that he had threatened, like anytime a chick tried to leave him, he would threaten that. And I learned like years later that there was like some deep-seated childhood trauma that he had. Like he had been like really done bad as a kid by his parents. And I didn't know none of this. Like I would say I was 22 years old. What the hell? Like, so and that's one. That's one. Then I had another dude that threatened that like I told him I wanted to break up and he stalked me for over a year. This dude would stalk me. This dude would follow me to work. Um, yeah, this dude was very crazy. He would call me and tell me that like he would call me and I'd be like, okay, what's happening? And then he would call me and hang up on me, and I knew that he was calling me. And then like he would stalk me, would follow me to work, and then he would call me crying, and he would be like, well, I got a bottle of pills and I'm gonna take them. Yeah, that was ex-boyfriend number two that I dealt with. And it turned out that yes, he was mentally unstable as well. And then I had another dude that I was gonna break up with him. Like, look, listen, I know this sounds crazy, but this is no lie. And then I had another ex-boyfriend that years later, when I was in my mid 20s, my 20s was very volatile, but I dated another dude that was unstable. And again, he threatened to unalive himself. I attract weird men. I'm telling y'all. If Jennifer was here, Jennifer would be like, she attracts weirdos. I attract weirdos. I had no idea that these men were mentally unstable when I dated them. I thought they were just nice guys. I've been stalked. Y'all, I've had to change my number. I had a dude stalk me for years, off and on for years. Like, yeah, for years. I had a guy who was like, we started out as just friends. And every time and then he just became obsessive and we like it gets to the point where I had never been with this guy. Okay. Let me just say we had never like we thought about dating, but we were not in a relationship, never had been in a relationship. We were not physically intimate, nothing. We were started out as friends, we were cool as friends, and like then it turned into him wanting to be with me. And I'm like, I don't think so. I don't really know. And he basically stalked me into perpetuity. Like he stalked me off and on for years. Just like the last time I talked to this dude was literally 18 months ago. He found me. He found me. Like I was like, oh my, like he had moved to another state to work and he found me. And he was like, hey, and I'm like, hey. And he was like, oh, we're just gonna be friends. I'm over that. And then the same pattern happened. Oh, I don't know why. We were really good friends. Like friends, we were like really cool. I don't know why I started talking to him again like 18 months ago, like 2 years ago, after me and my ex broke up. And 2 years ago, we started talking and we were just friends. And, I thought about it like, well, maybe we could make it, but then I realized that we cannot make a relationship work. Like literally, I went on a date with this dude. Like I could tell y'all some stories. I went on a quote unquote date. He was like, well, let's meet up and go out. This dude almost like I hate to say it, like I can't really say it, but this dude was we went to eat and everything like that, and this dude I felt unsafe. Like this dude was sexually aggressive, like to the point where I was like running, like pushing him out of my car because he was literally like groping me and like I wasn't scared, but I was alarmed at his behavior. His behavior was out of line. And I told him, I said, this is the last time I'm ever gonna talk to you. Because I thought we could just be friends and everything was over there. And we were just gonna meet up as friends, no drinks involved. We just ate and everything was cool. We were talking, and then he was like, "I'll walk you back to your car." And I got in my car, and then he sat in my car, like literally sat on top of me and groped me. That's what happened to me about 2 years ago. So I basically was in the parking lot pushing this guy off of my lap while he was groping me. And there were people in the car next to me, like not next to us, but like adjacent, that would like this couple was looking like, what is happening? And then they kind of looked up, and I told him, I was like, these people over here looking. And then that's when he kind of stopped, and I kind of pushed him off me and slammed my door and like rolled my window down and was like, look, I rolled my window down like this much. And I was like, look, I'll see you later. That's what happened to me 2 years ago. So by a quote unquote friend, somebody I've been knowing for off and on for about 7 years, but he is mentally unstable. He's just unstable, and so I've had experience with people trying to emotionally manipulate me, um, to be with them in some sort of way. And so when I was reading this young hoe's girlfriend's post, that reminded me of some dudes I've dated. That they would write these rambling text messages and go on about they want to be with me, and I wasn't acting right, or I wasn't doing things, and I was blaming them, and it's a whole thing. Y'all, it's a whole thing. So I have experience with dealing with a person like that that will try to hold you emotionally hostage. I've had exes make up things saying that when she was posting online saying that she was in a hospital and all that, I saw the hospital pictures and I'm just like, okay, so where's your family member? She's saying she was on a ventilator. And I was like, okay, so where's your family when you're on a ventilator in a hospital in a halfway in a coma, whatever, girl? And she said that she pulled the tube out. I was like, you're going to pull out an intubation tube? Girl, please go on somewhere. So I didn't believe what this chick was writing. I was like, this chick is trying to say whatever to try to get this man back. And I've had dudes tell me that they got in car crashes. I had one of my exes, not one of these one dude. I had an ex told me that he got into a car accident. He called me talking about, I'm in the hospital, got her. It was all a lie. He wasn't in a car accident at all. He told me that so I would pick up the phone and talk to him. So I've dealt with these kind of tricks and shenanigans and from men all throughout my life. Like I've dealt with this kind of nuttiness. And so, I've seen it up close and firsthand. So I don't believe anything she was writing. Like I throw a side eye because I'm like, really? Because we're just hearing her side of the story, like I said in my video. Why am I attracted to such weird men? You need the book. Everybody need the book, child. I've dated some. I dated some really like really. I've been in some really crazy situations with men. No, I could child, I could write a book. I've been in some crazy situations with a man. And then for me, like I told y'all before, I've dated someone famous. Not a K-pop idol, but I've dated somebody that's famous. It's in a rock group. And I also dated a wrestler. I've talked about that on my Patreon about me dating a famous wrestler. Um, and I was his mistress. I didn't know he was married at the time. I didn't know he was married until like after we had stopped dating. But I dated a famous wrestler. I dated a guy that was in a rock group. The group is no longer around anymore, but they opened for like a bunch of, they weren't too big, but they opened for they did a bunch of rock festivals and they opened for a bunch of groups. And I dated a guy in a rock group. So I kind of know like it's different than being an idol. But when I dated a dude in a rock group, there were a bunch of chicks. When I started dating this guy, these girls would DM me and they would say awful, sometimes even racist shit to me. The dude that I dated, um, um, I almost said his name. He's a white guy. And like I said, if I said the group, you guys would probably know. Or some of you guys have probably heard of the group, but they weren't that big. But they opened for like Blink 182 and stuff like that. And he performed all over the world. And I his ex wife would DM me, cussing me out. His ex girlfriends would DM me, cussing me out. There was girls that would text message me and DM me on Facebook and when I used to be on Facebook and Instagram, telling me all kinds of things. I heard all kinds of racist shit from these chicks. Like, I can't believe he's dating you, and I didn't even know he liked black girls, like all horrible things. So I understand what it feels like to deal with fans and groupies and shit like that because I dealt with it. I had to block these women. Like we would post pictures on his Facebook and they would write horrible things in the comment section about me, like really racist shit. And I was like, okay. And so I understand what it feels like to have fans. Like I never been in a situation like that. But when I dated this dude, I was like, what have I gotten myself into? Because I was like, these chicks are DM me, telling me all kinds of horrible things. And he was like, don't listen to them. They're lying. I didn't know who to believe or what to believe. But yeah, so I have dated someone who is semi-famous. And this person, he's a really good looking guy, like obnoxiously good looking guy, obnoxiously good looking and very charming and talented. He plays like the guitar, the drums, he sings, he writes, he raps, like all of these things. And again, I had never heard of the group. When I met him on a dating app. I had no idea that he was like in a rock group. I had never heard, I barely heard this rock group. I was like, you're not in a rock group. He's like, yeah, I am. And I was like, what? And these chicks figured out and I was like, are you sure you want to post our pictures on your Facebook? And he did. And once he started posting me on Instagram and Facebook, baby, these chicks was like, oh, we didn't know you like black girls, and oh, she's not pretty enough to be with you. And I'm like, bitch, have you looked in the mirror? Like these girls were not that cute. Some of them were really cute. But yeah, they would say horrible, mean, racist shit to me all the time. Like, why are you with him? And I didn't even think he liked girls like you. I was like, what is that supposed to? Girl, they drug me for filth on the internet. That I had to put my shit on private, and I was like, is this what it's like to date somebody? He was like, this happens all the time. It happened with his ex-wife was messaging me, and his ex-wife was on TMZ and shit. Like his ex-wife is on TMZ, like literally throwing shade at me. I was like, is she talking about me? Child. Do I know this guy? Probably. Probably. If I mention a band, some of y'all probably, if y'all into rock music, y'all would probably know. Like I said, my ex, he opened for Panic at the Disco. He's open for Blink 182. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. And this group is no longer, they're not no longer around. That's all I can say though. But yeah, these chicks, they would message me like awful things. Like, oh, he saw me last night, and I'm like, is this true? Like I didn't know what to believe. And we dated for off and on for quite a while. So there you go. That's just a little FYI. So I understand what it's like to deal with fans. But yeah, they were just jealous. Like they were always, and I just like had to block them and fend them off, and I didn't understand it because to me, I wasn't enamored with him being famous. Like I wasn't like, ooh, he's famous. Like I wasn't like the things like some girls would be like, well, how do you know him? I was like, bitch, who are you? Like people would send me messages like, well, how do you know blah blah blah? And I was like, what? I was like, who is this? Like, why are you asking questions about how I met my man and blah blah? They would be like questioning like how we met, and I was like, girl, please. I'm like, girl, I ain't answering your questions. And he's younger than me. He's yeah, he's younger than me. He's like 43 now. Yeah, he's younger than me. And so yeah, and I was like, and he would be like, leave her alone. Like he's like, she's like a professional person. She's not in the industry or a groupie or nothing. I was like, I'm not a groupie. I work a corporate job. Like, what do you? I'm a mom. Like, it's crazy. And like I said, that wasn't that long ago. That wasn't that long ago when I dated him. It wasn't that long. It was like, let's see, I dated him like 5 years ago. And then as a matter of fact, one of his ex-girlfriends contacted me like 2 years ago. Well, no, the girl that he's dating, she contacted me and she was like, well, have you talked to blah blah blah? I was like, no, I hadn't talked to him in 2 years. And I was like, why are you asking me whether I talked to him? She's like, because I think he's cheating on me and I thought he was cheating on me with you. And I was like, no, ma'am. I'm like, me and him are not, I hadn't even talked to him. So I still get, every once in a while some chick will be asking about him and I'm like, we're not together. I'm like, we haven't been together in about 4 or 5 years. We haven't been together in quite a while. So, but that's my story. But dating someone who's famous is not fun. It's not fun. Like I said, I couldn't imagine in K-pop it'd probably be even worse. But yeah, these chicks, they were jealous, and I was like, I can't believe. I was like, why would they be jealous of little old me? I'm just a mom who works for a corporate company. Like, why would they? He was like, well, I was like, all right. But he was cute though. He was real cute. He's a good looking guy. Yeah, like really charismatic and all. I can see why the girls liked him. He's very, but I had never dated a musician like that. So that was like a initiation into that world. Because these girls were all enamored with him and I was not. I was just like, yeah, he's a rock star. I guess a rock star. I didn't really care. Like it wasn't a group that I was a fan of. So I was just kind of like, and then I'm used to like, I'm like, my family's in the industry, so I don't get enamored by girl. Yeah, they did. They wanted to be with him. They wanted to be with him. And I understand it. Like I said, he's a good look. Like if I would show this picture of this dude, you'd be like, oh my God, like he's a rock guy. Like just a good looking, still a good looking guy. Um, a good looking guy. He's always been a good looking guy. And like I said, he's just charismatic. He has like a really good personality. And he's cool to be friends with, but I wouldn't be in a relationship with him. Like his lifestyle was way too crazy for me to deal with. Like his lifestyle is what drove us to be apart. So even though he tried to get back together with me. Like once he figured out that me and my ex broke up, like a couple of years ago, like he tried to contact me, and I was just like, hey, but it wasn't nothing. It was nothing like that. Like us getting back together. Who are we talking about? We talking about Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop is my show. I'm an anime fan. Does he have long hair or short hair? I don't know what kind of hair he has now. When I met him, he had short hair, but he used to have long hair. No, no, you want to know who he is? He used to have long hair. He cut it short though. I don't know what, like I said, I don't know what kind of hair he has now. We're talking about one of my exes. We're talking about dating someone famous, and we were talking about AT's um Yunho of AT's who there was an articles or a series of articles written about his but some kind of like expose about his ex-girlfriend or whatever. He had a long-standing relationship that a quote unquote got exposed, but all the fans knew about it anyway. What was your first anime? I love Adult Swim back in the day. I was an Adult Swim fanatic. A fanatic. I used to I like Cowboy Bebop, I like Trigun, I like Big O. I liked all those shows. Inuyasha was my show for I was an Inuyasha, big huge Inuyasha fan. But yeah, me and my sister-in-law, we used to watch Adult Swim together. Like every weekend we'd be sitting there watching it while my late husband be either asleep or watching something else. Oh, you just got here? Hello, Nicole. That's okay. We're still here. Hey, what's up? But yeah, so that was the book that I really need to write. And like I said, I dated a wrestler, a famous wrestler. I won't say his name. He retired just recently. He retired. And I didn't know he was married. And we had a lot of fun. I have nothing but fond memories of him. And I didn't know it, but I didn't know he was married though. And this is a long, long time ago. It was a long time ago. He was a really sweet guy. He was a real fun, sweet guy. I always have good memories. And from what I hear inside the wrestling industry, he has a good reputation of being a very professional, a good guy in the industry. He's still married though, I think. And then when I was on Patreon, I posted like stuff, like hints about who this person was. But he retired. I think he retired last year or 2024. And it was a big deal because he has been in the wrestling industry since he was like 17 or 18. And he was, he was in TNA, WWE, all of the ACW, all of that. I used to be really into wrestling. And so he's a legend. Like he's in his 40s now. I think he's a little bit younger than me. So is he famous? He is famous. He's a famous wrestler. He is famous. But he retired recently. He's famous in wrestling circles. So yeah, he's not like an actor, wrestler, or anything. Like he's not John Cena or shit or Batista. Even though I have met Dave Batista before, and he was really, really sick. I met Dave Batista and he had the flu and he was really, really sick and really, really quiet, but really, really calm and still. And he was real cool. So I have met Batista. Like I kind of have like like to meet see Batista up close. He's a really gorgeous guy. He's really tall. He was tall and big, and shit. I'm tall. I'm like 5'10", but he was tall and big, and I was just amazed that like on TV didn't give him justice because to see him up front, he was a really nice looking guy. Like he was really he he had a lot of like sex appeal. Dave Batista did because I met him up front and I was like, that man is a sexy man. Like he was built like a brick. God knows. The retired wrestlers make hella man. If they do make a lot of money at fan meetings. I went to a Dave Batista fan meeting. Oh, you have a picture? You have a picture? Oh, you do. You love him as an actor. I love him as an actor. Like I said, I met him when he was just a wrestler. And I just remember him being tall. He wore the suit. And I was like, that is a good looking man. I was like, on TV did not do him justice. He was a good looking guy. And I remember him just being really, really sick. And I could tell that he was sick. And he was still just cordial and professional and kind, even though you could tell that he was like sick, sick like flu, like his nose was red, and he was like trying not to cough, and he was taking some medicine, and you could tell that he was like really, really, really sick. But he still sat there at that fan meeting. I was like, I just remember him just looking at him, going, "That is a really good looking guy." I was like, "Ooh, sexy guy." He had a lot of sex appeal to him, Mr. Dave Bautista. I think I met John Cena too. I did meet John Cena when he was just a wrestler. And John Cena was very funny and outgoing and personable. Yeah, I did meet John Cena one time. Yeah, I did. I've met lots of famous people. Like you'd be surprised how many. Like I don't talk about it very often, but I met lots of famous people. But but I don't think I would ever date another famous person again, not unless it was like a BTS member or something. Not unless it was an idol. Other than that, I don't think. I mean, not unless the dude was paying me or something. Like I've dated some rich guys, but I haven't dated too many famous guys. Only two that I know of. Oh, there was this dude that tried to talk to me, and he's a rapper. He's a pretty well known rapper now, and I won't mention his name, but he tried to talk to me like before he became a rapper. Oh, I have another story. Like I keep thinking about these stories. Wait a minute, y'all know who Cisco is? Wait a minute. I I don't want to get into it, but I will get into it next weekend. I have a story about Cisco. You know the Cisco that thong, the thong, thong, thong. Leg with a beat go. I have a story about Cisco. I have a Cisco story, child. Because Cisco's from Dallas. That thong, the thong, thong, thong. I like when the beat go. Da, 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 da. I have a story about Cisco and his group that I will tell next weekend because it is a kind of a long, convoluted story. But I have a story. I almost forgot about Cisco. I know Cisco. Yeah. Anyway, I have a theory. Yeah, Cisco. That thong, the thong, thong, thong. You like it when the beat go? Dun, dun, dun. Tell me when the booty go. That thong, the thong, thong. I will tell y'all next week about my story about Cisco because it's kind of a long story. But Cisco's from here. He's not. Oh my God! And then I have to tell y'all my Usher story too because Usher's from here too. And I know somebody that knows Usher. And that's not a really a pleasant. It's not a really a pleasant story, but side eye story. But yes, I know somebody that knew Usher, and I know Cisco. Like I don't know him now, but I knew him back then. I knew him. I knew him, and I had a friend that wrote rap lyrics. Like he was. It's a long story, but I know somebody that was in the rap industry and he knew Cisco and we would go visit Cisco at work. He used to work at the West End and he used to work at this fudge factory and they would be making the fudge and he would sing. He'd be like hey, hey, like he would sing all of these songs and that would bring people to get the fudge because he would sing and everybody loved him and we would go visit him, and then he'd be like, "Hey, y'all, what's up?" And he was just the nicest guy, and he would sing. He had this booming voice. He had the best voice. Like we would walk in the West End, and I was like, "Who is that singing?" And he was like, "Oh, that's my friend Cisco. He works at this fudge place." And they would be in there making fudge, and he was young then, and he would be singing. He would be like la 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 la. Like he would sing Michael Jackson, and he would sing Luther Vandross. Like he would sing all of these songs, and we would go in and just stand around, and he would be like, "What are y'all guys doing?" And oh man, those are the days. And then I used to tell him, I was like, "Your voice is so awesome." I was like, "You should be like a singer." And he was like, "You think?" I was like, "Yeah." And he would just sing. He would work at he worked at a place I think called the Fudge Factory. And he would just sing. And it would bring people, and people would be marveled at his voice. And then like we would hang around him, and then lo and behold, like 2, 3 years later, I was like, Drew Hill. I was like, Drew Hill. And then I was like, wait a minute. I said, is this Cisco? I was like, and I forgot what his real name was. We used to call him by his real name, not Cisco, by his real name. And I was so proud of him. I was like, he got out of Dallas, and he like, yeah. And it was like, tell me what you want. And I remember they came to Dallas and they performed at this club, and then he got us like free tickets, and I went to go see Drew Hill with one of my homegirls, and he was trying to talk to my homegirls. Cisco would never try to talk to me because he was like, he's like, Kiki like my sister. I was like, right. I was like, you like my brother, like my little brother. And so that's kind of like my story about Cisco. I have nothing but fond memories of Cisco. And then when the Thong song came out, we were all like excited for him. But yeah, he would be working at like this fudge place and singing. Loudly singing. And people would stand around just to hear him sing, and then they would buy some fudge. Hello. I'm gonna need a lawyer next week. You think I'm gonna need a lawyer? This is my life, though. This is my life experiences, though. Like I might need a lawyer. I made the lawyer up, y'all. They may be like, wait a minute. Like I ain't saying nothing bad about nobody, but they might lawyer up. But yeah, those are some of my experiences with. I like I said, I almost forgot about the Cisco thing, but I think like I've told this story before on like another when I had my old YouTube channel, and people were like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "I knew Cisco when he before he became famous." And before the thong, thong, thong. You like when the beat go? Da, 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 da. Tell me where the booty go. And like I said, there's more to this story because the Cisco story is like more about like the fame and like how the industry kind of like warps and twists you because Cisco has suffered throughout the industry. Like it really changed like his personality and all that other shit that I would, talk. The thong, the thong, thong, thong. Tell me where the beat go. All I know, I like to keep the memory of Cisco that I knew, who was the guy singing in the West End at the fudge factory that we used to go visit, and he would sneak and give us free fudge. He was like, here, and give us like little cuts of free fudge. And we would wait for him, and then he would go out to eat, and then we would go to Spaghetti Warehouse and go eat dinner at Spaghetti Warehouse. I have fond memories of Cisco. Nice guy, real nice guy. But at least back then, I don't know how he is now, but he was yeah, I think he said he wasn't gonna ever sing that song again because but he made a lot of money off of that song though. But everybody knew him about that song, and it started to become like a joke after a while. And he said, "Oh, I'm never gonna sing that song ever again." But that's how he made his fortune though. He was flying, he was performing in Japan, he was flying all around the world on the damn thong song. I mean fudgery. 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 The fudgery. Yeah, I remember that. But the last thing I want to talk about, and I will do a video because I've been on here for quite a long, but again, there's a lot to talk about because I wasn't here last week. Did y'all see? Did y'all see? What is the name? The guy from Hyping. Did y'all see? I went back and watched the live. The member of Hyping, Jungwon, got up there and did a live stream, and he read them engines for filth, honey. High Boy talked about it. Baby, I was on the ground clutching the pearls. I was gasping for breaths. I was clutching my BTS pillow and choking and gagging, honey. I went and watched that live stream on Weverse, and he was like, "Hey, everybody." I said, "Oh," I said, "What's this gonna be about?" Baby, he said, "Hey, everybody, I just wanted to come on here and talk to you with the guys." I said, "Oh, this ain't finna be shit right now." This, I said, "Oh, we." Yes, he told them, baby. When he came on the Weverse and he was looking like, I just think, I just want to come on here and talk to you guys about something. I said, oh, okay. I didn't think it was gonna be that. I thought he was just gonna come on there and be like, hey, how you guys doing? The tour is going great. Baby, hell no. Mr. Jungwon said, huh, uh, there is smoke in the city. He was like, I just came on here specifically to tell you guys that, it's very disturbing that people, there's like people, there's fighting in the fandom and people up here saying, OT7. We finna talk about this. Baby, he came up there and said, if you are OT6, baby, you are dividing the engines, honey. He said if you up here talking about OT6 at the concert, holding up signs, talking about OT7 or 0, he said, y'all are up here dividing the fandom. He don't want to see the fandom divided. He wants people to come to the concert and enjoy their time. He talking about people that came to the concert and spent their money and they want to enjoy their time, that they don't want to hear all of this in the audience. He said it hurts the members when they hear that it disturbs them. Baby, I was shook. I was like, and he was like, I'm not speaking just for me. I'm speaking for all the members. That I'm the designated person to come up here. And he was like, if y'all continue on this, if you don't like it, bitch, you can leave. Girl, bye. I'm paraphrasing. He was like, girl, you are not helping anything. That, in other words, the fans don't want to hear the shit. They don't want to hear OT7 shit. They don't want to hear it. And he was like, no. Then some people tried to get in the comments, child, and they was like, oh, well, the label is making him say this. He said, wait a minute. He said, who said that? He said, who's saying that in the comments? He said, wait a minute. I said, I was choking. I was like, he said, He said, whoever said that, if you think I'm up here saying this just because the company want me to, you are dividing the fandom too. Bitch, get with it. Get with it. He was like, no, I'm not saying this. He's like, why would you even say that? He was like, who would say that? Why would you say it? He's like, no. I was like, oh. I was like, sir, I don't even know who the hell you are, but okay. You might be my new hyping bias right now. I was like, oh, okay, so... And so he was like, I just want to come on here officially and set the record straight. I was like, damn. I was shook. I said, oh, okay. I was like, well, y'all, the man, he said what he said. I was like, okay. He was like, no, we stop. He's like, I don't want to see the fandom divided. I want you guys to have a good time. Because these fools been on the internet, of course, fighting about Evan leaving. And then they've been at concerts, motherfuckers holding up signs, people getting mad at other people in the audience. I was like, oh, no, it's finna be a fight. Like, these chicks finna fight up in this all. They finna be like, they finna nuck if you buck eventually. So I was like, he was like, no, don't. People want to enjoy their time at the concert. They don't want to be at the concert and hear people screaming OT7 a whole fucking concert. People holding up signs and people looking at them like, okay, we trying to enjoy the concert. What you doing? Like, we don't want to hear this shit right now. Like, what you doing? So it's enough is enough. They like, Evan made his decision. He not coming back. The guy said, NHYPEN is moving forward. They have moved forward, and there's 6 members, and he said he's tired of hearing the 6, 7, and all of that. That the group is tired of. And he said that they should have made a statement again, like I said before. They should have made a statement months ago. Instead of letting this drag out. They should have been made a statement saying, look, this is what it is. Evan ain't coming back. He not coming back. Oh, there was a fight that broke out in Peru? Girl, you tell me something, girl. I didn't know there was a fight. I just heard that there's been grumbling in the audiences. I didn't know that there was a fight that broke out in Peru. Oh, you missed it? I'm glad he addressed it. Oh, you think Bang Chan told the fans the same thing? Wow. I'm glad he addressed it. Other members have had Weverses where they have uncomfortably addressed it. I think Jay was one where he had his birthday live stream, and he basically on his birthday live stream, they was basically ruining his birthday. And he was like, okay, I didn't come on here and hearing all this. And he basically told them like he didn't care that that he was trying to have a good birthday, and then the people they were spamming, they've been spamming their comment sections. So each one of the members have pretty much in a roundabout way have said that they didn't like it. But this time, this dude was like, I'm going to speak plainly to y'all. And he didn't beat around the bush. He didn't try to sugarcoat. He spoke very plainly, let people know, I am representing the group. We are not happy with this. And y'all, and that this should be done with. It's six of us. There's going to be six of us, and that's all to it. That stop dividing the fandom. That y'all have affected the members and the fandom. Even if he said the members are affected by this. Y'all, he was like, y'all think we don't read this? We don't understand what's going on? Of course they know what's going on. And he was like, I just want to come on here and address it and set the record straight. That we see what's going on. And they don't like it. It's disturbing to them. Like, I'm glad he said something. I didn't see that. Supernatural, I didn't tell me something, girl. I haven't watched any of the BTS concert video. Y'all know I'm abstaining until my concert August 16th. So I don't watch BTS concert video. I watch little clips here and there. He's the leader? Okay. They were trying to be diplomatic and tried to be kind. But yes, enough is enough. It's been months now. Like the first month, I'm like, okay. Month 2, okay. Okay, okay, y'all. It's been like 3-4 months. Like, come on now, y'all. Come on now, y'all. Come on. Yeah, come on now. Come on. Like, enough is enough. Evan didn't change his name. He didn't got his own social media. He didn't came out with a couple of songs. He's performing at different places. It's obviously he's not coming back. He's not coming back. He's moved on. And he's performing and doing his own thing now. So it's like, okay, what else is there to say or do? And Hypen is on a tour. They coming out with another album. Like, what else? What else is there? I'm like, just okay. So what, y'all gonna keep complaining about this until when? And like people were saying, this is not the first group that's lost a member. There have been plenty of groups throughout K-pop history where a member, or even sometimes two members, have left a group or got kicked out or whatever the situation may be. So the people acting like this is like a hype thing, or I'm like, what? I don't know how many groups have changed lineups, have swapped out members, gotten rid of members. Like people act like this is something new. I was like, members ain't got kicked out of groups before, like, or they didn't left groups. Like, I'm like, why y'all tripping on this one dude? I didn't get it. I was like, throughout, they would have never made it in the second and third generation. Second and third generation, you had so many people leaving groups and retiring and getting out their contracts and whatever in the second and third generation. You have so many iterations of groups now that the group started out with 9, 10 members and now they down to like 4 or 5. I mean, I'm just like, and people were upset about it, but then they got over it. They was like, okay, such and such is leaving the group or whatever. They got kicked out of the group because of some scandal. And fans was salty about it, but then a month later, they're like, okay, we done moved on. Like everybody stopped talking about it. And this is going on. This is too much. This is going on too far. I don't get the parasocialism and hype, and I don't understand it either. I went to their concert. I don't understand that level of parasocialism when you acting as if this doesn't happen in K-pop. It does. This has happened to other groups. So I'm just like, I'm sitting there like, okay, so why are we on this? Like what? I mean, I'm like, what is happening? Yes, I did hear about the guy that showed up at the Blackpink concert. I saw the pictures with a Blackpink shirt on and a big ass Blackpink sign. Yeah, the army swarmed him. They ripped up his. My daughter was like, "That's not right." I was like, "Shit, yeah, it is right." My daughter's like, "That's not right. That's not right for them to take his sign and rip it up." I was like, "It is. If you gonna show up at a BTS, look, if you gonna show up at a concert surrounded by armies, wearing a big black pink shirt and a sign, I look. First of all, sir, you make no sense because your money is going to BTS. Second of all, you're surrounded by armies. If you think armies ain't gonna handle that, they will handle that. They gonna. I'm surprised the armies didn't whoop his ass. I'm surprised the armies didn't just like windmill on his ass. Just I'm surprised the armies just knuckle him real quick. But yeah, they ripped up his sign. I was like, what are you expecting? I mean, damn, like that's insane to do that. You just asking for to lose your life. You almost got into someone. Okay, oh, she was acting entitled. Oh no, not that. Yeah, they were saying that he was at another concert. I think in London. The same person. Didn't he go multiple days? That's what I heard, and I heard he was in London too. I think London. Yes, windmill. I'd windmill. I mean, I would have stood back and been like, right. He also said he lucky he didn't get windmilled on. Yeah, you lucky he didn't get fisticuffs up in here. I think he was a rage bait, or maybe he was doing it for clout. Maybe he had. I heard that he was like some influencer and had a social media account. I think he was doing this for clout, just like anybody else do anything for clout. So yeah, I think he was just doing it for attention and for clout. But it was stupid. There is no way in hell I would go to a Blackpink concert and show up with a BTS sign and BTS shirt talking about buying time so you time. Like really. No, they didn't rip his shirt off. They just swarmed him and took his sign and like ripped it up and I mean it was a big sign too. Like I can understand it was like a little sign, but this was like a big sign like on a stick. Like this was like wasn't like some little sign. This was well or a poster board. This was a big thick sign on a stick, on a big like stick, like a piece of plank. And I was like, that's a so if he would have held up that sign, he would have been blocking people's view. I was just like, sir, the sign should have been discarded anyway because the sign was big enough to block people's view. It was a big old thick sign. I'm like, what the hell? Oh, his album photos. She said, "Is it me being delusional or what?" I had to go back. I think yes, in the hooligan. Yeah, yeah. I remember the hooligan videos. I have not seen the album photos. I got to go back and look at that. Yeah, I got to do some research. He did. They did. They needed Mr. Lee. Yeah, he got the attention he wanted. I was surprised they didn't beat him up though. I thought Army was gonna rip him. Like you just gonna see arms flying up in the air, legs, arms, a head, a toe. I thought Army would have ripped him shred from shred. Somebody said me and my daughter was talking about. We were watching this concert. She showed us pictures of this concert. I forgot whose concert it was, but the artist was inside like one of these like ball things, and they were passed around the audience. And then I was like, that's such a good idea for BTS. What do y'all think about that? What if Jungkook or RM or Sugar? I don't know if Sugar would do that, but I could see Taeyong and Jungkook and J Hope. What if they got in one of those plastic balls and they just crowd surfed over the crowd? I told my daughter that would never work because armies would rip apart the plastic ball. And I know those balls are sturdy, but Army would rip that ball into shreds. And poor Jungkook, all you would just see is just like hair, clothes being ripped limb from limb. I said Army would find a way. Like somebody would get a stick, a dart, a nail, something. If Jungkook was in one of those balls, crowd surfing, I'm telling you, there would be some armies over there like ripping off metal pipes and sawing them down somehow. They would be like, "Shit, I'm finna get the junk cooked today. Where the ball at is down there. Okay, well hold on, let me speed up." They got armies would turn something. They would be trying to file something down sharp. They be like, I girl, army be over there like, okay, where the ball at? He's down there. Is he down there? Oh, he's down. Okay, it's come on, girl, hurry up, hurry up. It be like they in prison. Like they be over there making, you know how in prison they be making shanks out of like pieces of paper and spare wood and like little pieces of plastic. Child, they would rip the plastic off the seats and be like, I think it's sharp enough. They'd be like, rip the plastic, girl. Rip, just get it. He's coming, girl. Rip the, okay, girl, I'm trying to get it off. Okay, we gotta smooth it down, smooth it down. Like they be ready. John Cook will come over the crowd towards you. These armies, there's about probably a whole bunch of them and fasten some type of shank from some material, a cup, a chair, something in their purse, what their keys, their car keys, bitch. They would get their car keys and they would just be cutting. They'd be cutting that thing that John Cook would be in, that big old plastic bubble. They would cut it, girl. They would whittle it down. And then next thing you know, John Cook would look down and somebody then made a hole in it. And the next thing you know, you see an arm come through there and they would grab John Cook's leg and they'd snatch his motherfucking ass out of there. He'd be like, ah! Right, an earring, a nail file. They would snatch John Cook by his leg and he would get popped out that bubble. And the next thing you know, I would just be like, it would be like a horror show. You would just see clothes, bits of clothes flying, maybe an arm, you know? I'd be like, oh my God, they tearing him apart. It'd be all over the news, like BTS Army fans, tear apart Jung Kook. Oh my God, member of BTS Jung Kook, torn apart limb from limb. You would just see him just naked. Like he would have no clothes on. They would rip all of his clothes off. Like he would be screaming like, hell, hell. Oh, you would just see the clothes just flying in the air. I would just be like, I'd be horrified, but I had my camera out there so I can make a video about it. I would post a series of shorts, okay? And I'll be like, I would be horrified, but I'll be like, somebody help him. Somebody help him. Okay, let me hold the camera. Let me zoom in a little bit. Let me zoom in. It looks good. Oh, somebody help him. Just, no, okay. Just, oh, they ripping them clothes limb from them. Yep. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Yeah, that's about right. Mr. Lee be like, John Cook be like, hell, Mr. Lee would come running security. Be trying to run through the crowd. And while you see JK just getting tossed up in the air, they be like, ah! It would be a bloodbath. Like I would just be like, ooh, JK finna lose his life up in here. They would rip all of his clothes off of him. He would be standing up there naked. Mr. Lee with the security had to go save JK, throw a blanket over him, drag him off, because all the clothes would be ripped off. I'd just be still up there. I'd be like, y'all, I'd be like, I saw it all, y'all. I saw it all. I'd be like, oh my God, like it was horrific. They like took all of his clothes off of him. He was naked. I was like, oh my God, I was horrified, kind of horrified. I was kind of interested, but then horrified at the same time. He was like, hold on, JK, just hold on. I ain't trying to stop them. I ain't trying to dive and save JK. I'm like, security coming, JK, just hold on. Just hold on, nephew. Hold on, nephew. They coming. I ain't jumping in there like Kiki jumping there. They ain't ripping me straight. They be like, back up. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God, I got assaulted. Back up, lady. Okay. You know what? I was just trying to save them, but since you ladies is like some wild cats, some feral wild cats. I'll be like, JK, just hold on, baby. Hold on. Just hold on. Just hold on. Just breathe, JK, breathe. I don't know. They gonna rip your clothes off, girl. I mean, I do. I'm like I'm horrified as I take pictures and video. I'm just this is terrible. This is awful. I'll be talking to Jennifer. Jennifer, this you see this shit over here? Jennifer be like, oh my God. I'll be like, girl, this is terrible. Just, just zoom in a little bit. Just this is horror. Somebody need to help him. Do you see those kids? Is that what they were wearing? Is that what they were wearing? I saw Yoongi with the hat on. And they were kitten hats. They're like $200. That's a lot. Shit, I'll be horrified. If they're gonna rip JK's clothes off because he's in a ball, I want to get the shot. I want to get the picture. I'm interested to see what JK is working with. So I'll be like, I want to see what he's working with. Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, help him. Let's see what he's working with. Oh, I mean, help him. Shit. What y'all doing? Don't no stop. Do they sell out the hats? I was like, don't stop, don't do it, Army. Don't do it. Kinda. Just turn them this way. I want to see. I apologize, y'all. I would get so many views. That's right. I'm trying to get evidence for the police. That's all. I'm here to help JK and Big Hit any way that I can. If they try to tear JK limb from limb, I'm just doing it for evidence purposes to help the case against the assailants. That's just I'll be like, let's see. Well, I mean, they be like, bitch, get out of here. I'm like, help. Somebody help. Don't look what the OT7 situation they addressed again on stage because some engines were slipped. Oh, they did address it again on stage? Well, I'm glad they did. I don't know how after this, there should be no more addressing. After this, I don't know how many times can they address this. They should only address it a few times. Like, I don't know how many times can they go over this over and over again. They've already addressed it on Weverse with the member, and then they've addressed it on stage. That should be it. It should be a done deal, put a nail in the coffin. Again, I don't think that they should just keep on and keep on. Again, the people who want to support and hyping, support them. If you are salty and mad and you are like, I don't want to support this group anymore because I'm upset because Evan is gone, then go and support Evan. And just leave and hyping alone. If you want to leave the fandom, leave the fandom. If OT is 7, then go and listen and watch the music videos from when they were 7 and just leave it there. And just be like, I don't understand this generation where I gotta be mad about something and then I need to get online and post about it or comment in people's comment section about what I'm exactly mad about. But then at the end of the day, you being mad ain't doing shit. It's not doing anything being mad. He is not coming back. Evan is not coming back. He's not coming back. So what is the point of spending this mental energy with these posts and these and flooding people's comment sections and fighting at concerts? What is the point of that? Like, what is the point? He's not coming back. So it's about time that people face reality. I just don't understand what is the point of all of this. And then, like, I watched High Boy's video about it, and some people were saying that there's no point, like, it's descended into madness because there's really no point to this anymore. It's just people's pride is involved now. So it's like people don't want to drop it because, again, nothing is going to, y'all done already sent protest trucks and y'all went online and made hashtags and all this shit. Nothing has changed. He still ain't going back. They're still sixing and hyping. So after a while, you would be like, okay, I think we just need to move on. Like sitting there and trying to make the other fans in the group miserable. Again, like people said online, I think this is a pride thing now. I don't think this is like we're actually doing something. We're influencing the group, or we're gonna bring Evan back. I think it's not about that now. It's about I want to be right. I want to have control over this group. I'm mad because my complaining or protesting ain't doing nothing. So I don't want to let it go. So I got to keep this thing, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Because none of this makes any sense to me anymore. They're not over, but they're dense. Okay, well there you go, Marie Miller. It's like we're never gonna get an album from Rihanna. Look, wait a minute now. Hold on just a damn minute. Okay. Hold on. Okay. I'm still keeping hope alive for that Riri album. Okay. I'm a big Rihanna fan. So I was like, hold on just a second. Okay. I will keep hope alive. Riri's coming back one day. Now I don't know when it's gonna be. Yes, sincere and mature fans will listen. But the thing about it is, yes, yes, the parasocial, toxic, insane people. You said sorry, it's okay. Like, girl, it ain't coming, girl. Just Rihanna, come back. She said she was working on it. She was like, yeah, working on music. She's been saying that off and on for like 3 years now, but that's okay though. I'm keeping hope alive. It will come when we least expect it. Right. There you go. When we least expect it, it's going to be like a thief in the night. It's going to be biblical. When you least expect it, it's going to be like thief in the night. Rihanna's going to show up. Bam, I got a new song. I'm like, ah! I will scream, be all happy. But yeah, I think that like none of this parasocialism is doing anything. It's just embarrassing the fandom. At this point, I told the fandom months ago, I say, ain't y'all embarrassed? Like, y'all should be embarrassed. Because this is embarrassing. Like like y'all are getting clowned on by other fandoms who are like, at least we ain't engines. Like that's the running gag now. Well, shit, we may be crazy, but we ain't engines, right? Am I right, guys? Armies is like, some of us may be bad, but we ain't engines. I'm like, that's right. I don't want anybody talking about armies being bad. Cause armies is like, at least we ain't them. Like we got some delulus and toxic people, but we ain't them though. Like y'all didn't took it to a whole nother level. Again, it's embarrassing. Now it's embarrassing. So it's like how long are they gonna keep embarrassing themselves? It's like, okay, y'all gonna move on. I'll be waiting for a while. That is Hobie. That is Hobie. Hobie right here. Look, that's the fine as wine Hobie. Look at him with his nipples. Ooh, yep. That's a fine as Hobie back there. I was like, let me go ahead and put Hobie up here because child, he was trying to thirst trap these chicks. I'm glad they addressed it on stage too. They're yeah. It's sad and it's pathetic and it's weird. I think it's weird. It's just weird that they just can't, just move on and just move on in a way that fits for them. Again, if they don't want to support and hyping anymore, move on. Go sell your damn tickets. There's some people out there willing to go buy some good and hyping tickets. They will purchase those tickets from you. If they've already bought their tickets and they're like, I don't want to go. Okay, well, instead of ruining the concert experience for everybody else, just sell your tickets and then no go. Yeah, some of these people are adults and they have blamed the company. I don't know how anybody can blame Big Hit. I don't understand it. They're over there blaming Big Hit. And I'm just like, what advantage? Why would Big Hit want him out of the group? It doesn't make any sense. Like, why would they want him out of the group? And then on top of that, for him to come out with a song and do promotions and all this shit, this has obviously been planned. So I was like, this didn't just happen within the past 3 to 4 months. In order for him to do an album, I mean, not album, but do songs, do music videos, do visualizers, do teasers, do photo shoots, He's been on certain talk shows and variety shows. I was like, in order to book a talk show variety show, you have to do these months, 6, 7 months in advance. So it is obvious to me that all of these things were done ahead of time. All of these things have probably been planned out probably in the past 9 to 12 months. And so the group had to have known even last year, even a year ago, that he wanted to leave and that he was going to leave. And they was probably just picking the right time just to do it. But I don't think that this was all suddenly just like, oh, this is all. I think this has been something he's been thinking about for a while. And there's enough evidence out there. And I think that you can't force somebody to do something that they don't want. The fact that the fans, I'm like, what do y'all want? Y'all want Young? They want Evan to go back to the group and do what? Be unhappy in a group that he wants to go do. He wants to be able to have his own opportunity to have a solo career. So it's not about what he wants. I guess it's about what the fans want. I forget about what Evan wants or Hypen wants. Apparently, it's about the fans. It's about whatever they want. So we're gonna force you to get up there and sing and dance and go on tour with us, be in a group that you don't want to be in. I mean, that's not even a like that's crazy. That's like force. That's like coercion and control. Like that's sick. It's not about what you want to do. It's what we want you to do. And then on top of that, not all of the fans want him to go back to Hypen. Not all the fans want him to go back. So he's supposed to do something for just half of the fandom. I mean, I'm just not understanding this logic here. It's not even all of the fans. So just for y'all, I'm supposed to go back. And then the other half of the fandom is like, well, we don't want him to go back. So he's supposed to listen to y'all? No, he needs to listen to himself and do what's right for himself and his career. Not listen to these fans to get you jacked up for real. We didn't seen artists low key listen to fans and they've gotten themselves in some messed up situations. Oh, they burned his photo card because they didn't. Oh, okay, that's madness. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. They called him selfish. Selfish for what? He just came out there and told the truth. And again, Evan don't want to be there. I don't understand the notion of forcing someone to do something that they don't want. That is psychotic. That is fucking psychotic. To tell a grown ass man, it's not what you want to do. We're going to force you in an unhappy situation and you just supposed to suck it up because we want you to be there. Like, and again, I go back to I don't know how many groups and lost members over the past 5 to 10 years. There's been a lot of groups that lost members. I was talking about G Idol, Girdle, Idol. They one of their members left because of some kind of bullying scandal or something like that, and she left. I'm just like, okay, people got over it. People was like, all right, we over it. Shit, NewJeans about to lose Danielle. Okay, we over it. I mean, they're not over it, but I'm just saying that there are groups that have that have lost members for whatever. EXO lost CBX. And you know, they went to litigation and all that. CBX ain't coming back. The EXO is not. I guess yeah, the fans want him to be miserable. K-pop, our fans are crazy. Yes, if they were real fans, compassionate people will wish you well and be like, "Hey, I wish him well, and hopefully he'll have success because that's what he wants to do. You can't force somebody to do something that they don't want to do. We as fans, we don't, can't, won't, and shouldn't have that power. This is not 15, 20 years ago where idols had to stay, in groups and whatever and just suck it up. Now people can have success being solo. It's hard, but yes, we don't live in an era where being a solo artist necessarily means like you're not going to have a career. There's more room for solos now than there were like 10 years ago. It's room for that. No one can reason with them. I guess so. I'm with you. I can't reason with them. I just come on here and make videos making fun of them. Which one I'm gonna do my video this week, and guess what? I'm finna clown these engines, and I make fun of them, and I clown them, and I call them crazy. So I will be making another video this week, and I will be clowning the engines. Yes, once again, I will be clowning. I will stay. My foot will stay on the neck of these OT7 engines. My foot will stay on the neck, honey. I'm like, no, 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 no. I'm never gonna let them live this down. I am never. I say God forgives, Kiki does not. I will never, I will, baby, I will go to the grave remembering this one. I don't forget nothing. I don't forget nothing. They be like, oh, well, no, no. I'll be like, well, wait a minute. Ain't y'all the same MFers that said, I said I will keep my foot on the neck of engines. I will they get mad in the comment sections, but I'll be coming from I don't care between the NewJeans fans or the engines. I don't know which group of lunatics is more delusional or fun to engage with because I don't care. I'm like, I ain't scared of y'all. I ain't fucking scared of you K-pop fans. These other content creators want to tiptoe around these K-pop fans. You got me messed up in here. I am not scared to be like, y'all are delusional. You're wrong. Unlike these other content creators don't want to I don't tiptoe around nobody. I'm like, just bringing engines. I ain't scared of y'all. I ain't fucking scared of no engines. Like little K-pop fans with little children. I'm like, I ain't what is there to be scared of? Like, what are they gonna do? Body roll me to death and talk about me in the comment section? I don't care. I'll just block them and move on like I do them all. I ain't scared of those bunnies either. Bring it on, little kids. I was like, bring it on, little kids. I ain't scared of y'all little kids. I ain't scared of y'all little children. Y'all younger to be my children. I ain't scared of these little kids. People be acting like they scared of these K-pop fans. I ain't. Never. I ain't never scared of them K-pop fans. I'm like, what are y'all gonna do? I just block all of y'all off my YouTube channel. I ain't scared to block these fans. I'll be like, block, 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 report. Shit. I ain't scared of them. So yes, I will be making a video this week where I will be clowning on the engines. I will be going in on them and making fun of them. Just like I make fun of the bunnies. Y'all like my video when I make fun of the bunnies? I'll be having Jennifer's like, why do you look like a koosh ball with no neck? Jennifer's like, what short did you do? You look like a redheaded koosh ball with no neck. She's like, why do you look like a koosh ball? What does that mean? Jennifer was so confused until she watched the video and she was like, oh my God. She's like, you stupid. She was like, you look like a koosh ball. I was like, I do look like a redhead, a koosh ball with red hair. I do. I curse them out all the time. They be trying to get in my comment section. I be like, what you say? Child, I'll be on my comment section. People trying, I was like, I will be sitting at home asleep. I will wake up because I get my alerts on my phone. Shit, it'd be 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, there's a disturbance in the force today. Who said what in my comment section? I pop up. I'm like, I'm sitting there reading it with one eye open. I'm like, what? I was like, you said what now? Hold on. Shit. I'm like, boop. What'd you say, MF? I was like, if you think you finna come in my MF and comment section and thinking that I am not monitoring my comment section, baby, I'm over here monitoring my comment section hard. I'm like a prison warden. I'm up here making rounds every couple of hours. I'm like, what they saying in my comment section? What y'all got to say? They think that they can come in my comment section and talk reckless. I was like, oh no, you must think this is a safe space for you. You must think I'm like other content creators. Well, guess what? I am not. I am not. Them other content creators will let these people get away with saying all kinds of crazy shit. But I be like, hidden, banned, block, get out of here. Go scream at the void. Cause you're not gonna be on my channel up here talking reckless. Go talk to the void. I'll just hide you from my channel. I will block you from my live streams. And it just be like, well, that's good with that. Sometimes I feel like clapping back and playing with people when I have time. I'm like, well, you know what? I'll be like, do I have time, Kiki? No, I'm working. I don't have time. I gotta take my kids somewhere. But sometimes I'm like, you know what? I ain't doing nothing. I got time today. I feel a little froggy. I feel like leaping. I feel froggy today. And so some days, depending on what mood I'm in, especially if I'm not in a good mood, but I have time, then I will come back and clap back to people in the comment section. But I ain't scared. Like people just think they can say whatever. And then they're like, oh, well, she ain't going to read it. She ain't going to say nothing. I'm like, excuse me, motherfucker. I'm like, what you got to say? I'm like, excuse me? I'm like, hello? Then they start backtracking and trying to run. I'm like, no, don't go anywhere. No, come back. Come back. I'm like, no, come back. And then they try to delete their comment. I was like, that's what I thought. You better run. You better run. I'm like, you better run. Cause they like, oh my God. I'm like, yeah, I will clap. I will give you the energy. In whatever comment you make, I will give you the same energy times 10. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, if you're gonna come in my comment section, you're gonna learn to talk to people like they got some effing sense. Period. You're not gonna disrespect me. You're not gonna disrespect other people in the comment section. You're just not. It's not gonna happen. Especially you for sure ain't gonna disrespect me. You ain't gonna come on my channel. Well, I didn't take time out of my day and my life to do videos and edit and everything, which takes hours for me to do. And then you think you finna come in my comment section and disrespect me? Oh boy, ha ha ha. I was like, you must got me confused with somebody else. You got me bent all the way over. If you think I'm just gonna let it slide, no, you gonna get. I will cuss you out of my comment section. I was like, well, I'm feeling good today. All right. There was a girl suggested I'm pissed I get rid of. They should get rid of protest trucks. Protest trucks and funeral wreaths are unnecessary and dumb and childish. they need to get rid of it. Or the top of the squirrel with the cookie. Yeah, that BTS cookie somebody. I was like, look at me, so cute. But yeah, I wish they would. Like protest trucks need to be banned. They need to be banned. The moment a protest truck pull up, I would be there to set that MF on fire. I'd be like, oh, y'all said a protest truck? That's cute. Get the rocks out. I would throw bricks at that motherfucker. They need to start throwing bricks at these protest trucks. It shouldn't be allowed. The moment these protest trucks pulled up, somebody should be throwing bricks. That's how I go. Period. Funeral wreaths, somebody should be up there with gasoline. I'll be like, oh, these funeral wreaths. Oh, that's cute. What you doing? Gasoline? Okay, pull the funeral wreaths out a little bit so we don't set the building on fire. Just pull them out a little bit away from the building. I'm not trying to set the building on fire. Whoosh! I get a lighter out. Okay. I'm like, if you're gonna have a show, let's put on a show. You can have funeral wreaths. I want to see them on fire. And then I'm gonna sit up there and record it. And people are like, oh my God, somebody set the funeral wreaths on fire. Yeah. They shouldn't be here. So I'm gonna set them on fire. I thought this was like Burning Man or I thought this was Burning Man or what do they call it? When they have like the summer May Day festivals. I thought it was like some shit like that. I thought it was like some kind of festival where they're burning effigies. I thought this is, I was trying to connect with my European ancestors. And my European ancestors say that when you show up with foliage in a circle, you set it on fire. That's what my European ancestors did. So I'm just evoking my European ancestors that said that there's circles of foliage usually means there's some sort of Burning Man or some sort of maypole event or some sort of summer solstice or spring solstice or whatever. So it tells me, my ancestral spirit tells me that these Maryland farmers need to be set on fire. That's what my ancestors are telling me. Like, I see this wreath. Oh, that's nice. Whoosh. Fire! Uh, that's right. We don't have protest trucks in the West. That's dumb. Nobody would dare. If a protest truck would show up in New York or LA, they would probably take a stone to it. Again, somebody would probably take a brick to it. They'd be like, what is this? We protesting what? And if people got angry enough, they'd probably throw bricks at it. We don't have that in the West, period. And they shouldn't have protest trucks. They shouldn't be allowed. I disagree with all of it. Because the shit they be protesting don't even be about nothing. The things that they protesting about, dating scandals, somebody not having enough lines in a song, somebody not being in a music video, somebody leaving a group. None of these things are worth a protest truck about to me, in my opinion. This is just stupid. This is self-masturbatorial K-pop delulu-ish. That's what it is. We want to feel like we did something. And we want attention. I want to do something too. I like attention. Again, funeral wreaths, I'm like, I feel like there should be some gasoline available. I'm like, whoosh, like, isn't that much better? Like, just to see the ring of fire. I spin around in a burning ring of fire and it burn, burn, burn. Like, I'll be up there singing in a ring of fire, in a burning ring of fire. Like, I'll be up there singing Johnny Cash like an MFer. Because that's where it should be. BTS is almost here. Am I hyped, y'all? Everybody keep asking me, am I excited about my concert on August 16th? I am. It still doesn't feel real to me. I'm telling y'all. I know Jennifer's like, are you excited? I was like, it just seems, it seems so far away, even though it's like a month. So it's not real to me right now. I have so many things going on, like in my life. I'm like, I forget. It's like almost a second thought. Like, oh, I still don't know. I still don't have my outfit. Matter of fact, tonight, when I get off this live stream, I'm going to go online and look for my outfit. I told Jennifer I'm probably going to be wearing hanbok. Maybe. Maybe. But I don't know yet. But I think that's the only thing I could wear that Jennifer would approve of besides just regular clothes. How was my day? My day is NMix. Are you an NMix fan? Hello, NMix. I'm going to have a great time. I know I'm going to have a great time, but it just hasn't sunk in yet. Like, I'm just like, and let me tell y'all before I get off this live stream, I have so many concerts. Okay, I have BTS concert that we're going to when Card is going on a world tour. We're going to try to get tickets for Card. Jennifer just bought tickets for aespa, and believe it or not, you guys, the tickets for aespa were cheap. Like, we're not like in the front, but we're on the floor. We were surprised how cheap the tickets for aespa was. I was shocked. I was shook, to be honest with you. So I don't know. What do y'all think about that? We were really shocked. Because I think the tickets were $135 a piece, which is cheap for aespa. We were really shocked. And then we're going to see XG in October. I think aespa is in September. And then ATEEZ has a concert movie in the theaters. And I want to see it. I don't know if Jennifer is going to want to go see it because we already been to the we went to that concert, Into the Light. Yes, Card is disbanding. Yes, this is their last. They're coming out with a full album and their tour, and we definitely want to go to the tour. So, yep. You gonna go to Le Sserafim in Seattle next year? I would like to see Le Sserafim. I like their songs, their older songs. But yeah, I don't know how I like aespa. I was really shocked to see how low their tickets were. So that was just weird. Like, that was very weird. Is aespa that popular in the States? I guess not. I thought that they were, as much as Korea talks about their asses, but then again, that's Korea. So, but yeah, I was surprised that most of the time with girl groups tickets are more than the boy bands a lot of times. Like Twice tickets were reasonably priced though. We went to go see Twice at American Airlines Center in January. I don't know any Twice songs, but they put on a good show, and we had really good tickets. And Twice was like it was over two. It was like 200 and something dollars. But as for $135 per ticket, I was shocked. I really was. I was like, I guess yeah, I was really surprised. Unforgiving, yeah, that is their best album. And my unforgiving girls. Yes, $135. Yeah, and then like I said, it's not like we bought them the moment they went on sale. Jennifer just bought them the other day, like 2 days ago, because she just went and looked. I mean, we didn't think that she was going to get any good tickets. Like we thought we were going to be in the nosebleed section, but no, like we're on the floor. So I was like, I guess y'all just wait for that Espa vlog. Y'all wait for that Espa vlog, y'all. Your tickets were 250. Whoosh. Ay, ay, ay. I think our XG tickets were 225 was more than the Espa tickets, which is shocking. But okay. That was weird. That's weird. And then XG is at a smaller venue too. So maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. But I thought it was so again, I'm gonna see Jungkook's girlfriend. I'm going to report back to you guys and I'll let y'all know how it go. I'm gonna be up there talking about Jungkook's girlfriend. Hey girl, nephew's girlfriend. Hi girl. Hey girl. I don't know anything about Espa. Like I know like one Espa song. Yeah, it is a good price. $135 for Espa. I be like super Nova. I think they sing that song. I don't know. I think I be like Jungkook's girlfriend, girl. Hey, girl, nephew's girlfriend. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Like I said, I wanted to go see it because we don't go see girl groups, but I think we're starting to branch out. Even though, like I said, I'm not. I am a fan of XG though. Like XG is, I know a lot of XG songs, so I'm really gonna be engaged. But Espa, I'm gonna be up there like this winter had a tattoo or not. I know like two Espa songs. I think that's about it. You hope I do. I hope Islet comes to the States. I agree. I would go see Islet in a minute. I like their song. What's their most recent song? How that latest song go? That song they come out with some really catchy songs. What's that last Islet song came out? How's it go? Where they did Jungkook was up there doing the dance too. I like Islet. Oh yeah, it's me. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I like that song. I love their beats. It's very catchy. It's very catchy. I like them. I like them a lot. My favorite Island song is Midnight Fiction. I promise you, I listen to Midnight Fiction at least twice a week. When I go to the gym, I listen to Midnight Fiction. That is such an underrated song. Yeah, that's like one of their early songs. Midnight Fiction is such a good song. I was like, matter of fact, I'm like get off the live stream. I'm gonna listen to Midnight Fiction. I'm gonna take a shower and crank up Midnight Fiction. That's my favorite song by them. Like it's a B-side song, but it's good. It's me. Oh, your favorite song is Jelly. My 10-year-old cousin likes the song. Hey, I don't think you're jealous. Yes, I did see the Super Junior member that sued his fans. I don't talk about that. I have edited mentioning that Super Junior person out of my videos because I feel this person is a racist, horrible person. And I see that he sued his fans. And believe it or not, even though I don't like him, I agree with him suing the fans. Even though I don't like him at all, he's just a horrible effed up person all the way around from things that I've heard. But I agree with him suing the fans. Like I don't know if the people he's suing really are his fans. Like they might be haters. Like, but because every group has haters, even Super Junior. But I support him. I support him suing the fans, even though I don't like him. But I support that. I think if more people would sue the fans, and they would stop. Because to me, I casually like Super Junior. He's not my bias, but I don't fuck with him though. I don't f with him. Like I don't. If Super Junior would come on concert and tour, I would have to like balance whether I would want to go see the concert or tour because of him, but I would never harass him online. I would just unfollow him and just move on. So yeah, I do support that. And I hope he wins the case because people are like, "Oh, it's wrong for him to sue the fans." People need to learn to move the F on. Like I'm not a fan of him, so I'm not going to once he started getting on there and talking shit about like Muslims and shit like that, I was like, okay, and talking shit about like homosexuals and again, he right to have his opinion and all that. That's fine, but it don't mean I gotta f with him. I'm like, okay. I mean, I didn't follow him no way, but when it comes to Super Junior, I really just disavow him altogether. And if people want to disavow the entire group because of him, I don't have any issues. That I don't have no problem with that. What I have a problem with is people going online and harassing people because they don't like people's opinions or whatever. And so instead of just saying their piece and being like, dude, that's not cool, and then just moving on, people like took to like harassing this guy online and saying things and following him around and commenting in his comment section and DMing him, threatening things. That's when I'm just like, okay, it is he's a K-pop singer. He's not a politician. He's not a world leader. He's an idol. Okay, like he's a singer. He's an entertainer. So if you don't like it, I was like, well, unfollow him and just move on. I don't like him either, but I'm still always going to be about people not harassing idols because they don't like their decisions or like things that they said. Now if somebody does something criminal like, burning sun or something, then that's another story. That I'm like, okay. But if somebody's not doing something criminal, then just be like, you know what, I'm just gonna not follow this person anymore. And that's what they should have done. But then people feel emboldened, especially in Korea, because that's where the harassment is coming from. In Korea, people feel emboldened in Korea to just go over the top with the shit. Like, especially in Korea. Like they do too much. Like it just becomes like harassment then. It's like they're always posting the same people or posting insane things and DMing and reposting and I'm just like, okay. Like now we're getting into like legal harassment, like when you're harassing these people because you are disillusioned with them because you're a fan of the group or was a fan of theirs, and now you feel empowered or emboldened to try to, I guess, to try to make their life miserable. I'm like, it's not that serious. Like, you know, he's suing for defamation. A woman is dead because of his family. I believe it. I believe it. I don't. He comes from a rich family. This member of Super Junior, he comes from a rich family. He has gotten in trouble before for some shady ass financial dealings. He has embezzled allegedly, not proven money. He's done some really dealings that I would consider very questionable, like with his money and his family. Like he comes from a rich family. And so I didn't know that the fact that a woman is dead because of his family. I didn't know that. But I believe it. No, I believe it knowing this person. I believe this person is not a good person. Like they just not. They've always been like this. They've always been an entitled person with like some really questionable opinions that just kind of makes you wonder like why is this person even in the music industry if they have said things throughout the years that like totally contradict being in the idol industry, being in the music industry. I'm like, well, why are you in the music industry then? Like if you feel this way, then don't be in the music industry and just go live your life you know, create businesses and do other stuff. He owns other property and business. Just continue with that. So I just don't understand that he knows that he's an idol and he has fans of all different fans all over the world. And for him to say things to alienate fans, I for sure don't agree with it. But I don't agree with people harassing this dude and going on and on and on and on and on and threatening, issuing death threats because of they don't like his certain stance on certain things. And I'm just like, these fans are bullies. Like they feel very entitled to let their opinions know, okay, like great, okay, yeah, we're not gonna move on. Then they just keep on and keep on and keep on harassing people. And like I said, I think this is a lot. I think if more idols would sue the fans and they would kind of like curb this and cut this shit out and be like, okay, I don't want to get sued. I don't want to get exposed. I don't want to be tied up in court. I'm just, I think if more idols would do that, then things would probably be a little bit better, you know? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I said, I don't like him, Super Junior. Like I said, the things that he has said and done and said to the fans and the things that he said that, I find it, I don't agree with it, but I just find it dumb being an idol. Like he just keeps stepping in these controversies. And I'm just like, to me, it's unnecessary. It's just like the other member of Super Junior. Now, look, the other member of Super Junior, what is his name? I forgot his name. His name is Heechul. I agree with him on certain levels, but he's the same way. Like he'll come out and just say really abrasive, weird shit. Like he on his social media, Heechul was like saying that he agreed with prostitution. Like why? Like nobody asked that. Nobody. I don't know why you would just come out and be like, you know what? I agree with prostitution and it's not that bad. And people, I was like, why would you even? Why is this a thing for you to be talking about? But and then there was a person who slapped a woman on camera and he supported that person. And again, I was like, can't you support that person privately? Why this dude just hauled off and slapped the woman on camera? And then he was saying that he supported and I was just like, okay, so you're a woman beater and a misogynist. Great. We got it covered. Now look, about the prostitution thing, I didn't disagree with him. I was just like, he got a point. But I'm like, nobody was asking him. He just comes out and he'll just post things on social media that are. And then the same member of Super Junior, he got in trouble because he was like DMing certain fans, like low key trying to hit on them. Like it was very inappropriate. He was like asking them questions, and it was just kind of like, okay, you sir, he obviously to me has some sort of woman issues. I don't know what it is. Maybe he just don't get none a lot. Maybe he's just deprived of sex. I don't know. Maybe he just needs some. He just need to dust that thing off a little bit. I don't know what it is. But he got caught sending weird messages to women. So that's another member of Super Junior, and I'm just like, sometimes I just, I'm like, them two is the, I'm like, what's wrong with y'all? Can't y'all just like post cute cat dog pictures and tell my, hey everybody, what you doing? Did you eat well last night? Like, why can't it got to be like? I think prostitution should be legal. I'm like, oh, bro, like nobody asked you. Nobody. What? Why? And then people jumped all over him, of course. So again, I don't understand the point of people posting things like this as an idol. I'm like, are you trying to get backlash? Is this a cry for help? Because some of the idols, I think they like the attention of it. They like the drama sometimes. Sometimes, yes, even the men are drama kings that they like saying controversial shit and stirring people up. It has to be because I'm like, why would you keep doing this over and over and over again? Like every 4 or 5 months, you say something sketchy. It's weird. Have you seen the things that Mano's friend Sophie has said? She is actually insane and doesn't care about Mano being in the group. Also, she is trying to cause unnecessary drama to get. No, I haven't seen things that Mano's. Wait, hold on. Have you seen the thing? I got a video coming up about Mano this week anyway. I don't have my glasses on, so that's why y'all see me squinting. Um, has said, so Mano has a friend named Sophie. Okay. So not the Sophie that's in the group, right? Because I think there's a group member named Sophie. Um, or are they talking about Sophie? Have you seen the things that Mano's friend? So did Mano's friend say that Sophie, oh, she's trying to stir the pot and mention something political? No, I'm not on social media, so I don't know. And then I'm not a Cat's Eye fan. So I like Cat's Eye. If they come to concert, if I had a chance to get tickets, I would see them. Oh no, not the Sophie in the group. Okay. I was like, wait a minute, one in the group? Okay. I didn't if that's her friend trying to cause Mano drama, then I would definitely cut that friend off. I would cut that friend. I would cut Mano has been surrounded, like speaking of Cat's Eye, I'm gonna do a video about the situation and what's going on. Mano has surrounded herself by some sketchy ass people, period. If y'all don't know. Mano of Cat's Eye, the one who's on hiatus, has surrounded her. She got a boyfriend that has done some said and done and signified some sketchy things online. She has had friends say really sketchy things. And I'm just like, dude, there has to come to a point where you have to check your friends and be like, okay, this is my career. This is my livelihood. This is not like we 15, 16 years old and this is like high school games. Like y'all are effing with my reputation and my career. And if need be, I would cut friends off who would try to do it, or a boyfriend off who would try to do anything to try to jeopardize my reputation. Because again, I mean, boyfriends and friends come and go. But if you want to make a life in this industry, you have to be checking these people. Like what you write? Like, why would you write that? Like, dude, I'm not, because that person to me seems somebody I wouldn't trust anymore. If you would get online and talk about my situation and you supposed to be my friend, if I was mad, no, you would get cut off. Like we just not cool no more. Like people like that, I've learned the hard way, are not your friends. These people are not. If people are going to clown you like that and put your business all out there, they not your friends. They not true friends. True friends wouldn't do that. Again, when people start getting into the industry and they start being famous and people start seeing like who their real friends are, because people have all kinds of agendas once you become famous. They would be like, oh, we besties and you my friend. And in the moment you start to become famous, then people's attitudes, they switch up real quick. And then next thing you know, these people who you thought was your friends, you found out they online posting shit about you and they talking about you behind your back to other people. So yeah, like I would be careful if I was anybody in a K-pop group or any kind of like hiatus situation. I would not trust people who were just like, like on there. I don't like the boy. I don't like the boyfriend for sure. I don't like the boyfriend at all. I don't like the boyfriend. To me, he's sticking his nose in places that he don't belong. It's like, okay, you the boyfriend. I need you to go be the boyfriend. Go on, sit your ass over there. We can post cute pictures together, but I don't need a boyfriend to like or comment or anything on any post that ain't got nothing to do with you. I need you to go stay in your lane. I need a boyfriend to, honey, I need you to go stay in your lane. Here's your lane, go stay in it. That's what you need to do. You don't need to be posting about nothing that got nothing to do with my career. Like the period. I think the boyfriend is a perpetual line stepper. Like I've seen him like certain posts, comment on certain things that is just kind of like, why are you even commenting? Like, why are you not even in this conversation? Like, okay, what does this have to do with you? Ain't nothing to do with the stupid ass boyfriend. And again, boyfriends come and go. Like, it's not like she gonna be married to this dumbass dude. Like, he's dumb. Yeah, she would probably just stick to family. Yeah. It's like they need to be like, okay, look, this is my career. So you need to fall in line and get dumped. I will make a video if Adore or NewJeans or something finally updates or finally says that they are going to resume activities or come off hiatus or anything like that. I have a whole playlist. I'm following NewJeans, I think, for almost 2 years now. Unfortunately, unfortunately, I've been talking about NewJeans for 2 years because that is kind of like has taken the industry by storm, whether it be the fans or whether it be inside the industry. It's kind of like what everybody really talks about in these YouTube streets. So yes, I will. I have two more videos coming out this week about the NewJeans, the plagiarism thing, and Minhee and yeah. Yeah, the boyfriend needs to mind his damn business. He need to go sit down somewhere. I was like, this ain't got nothing to do with you. I'm like, what you commenting for? Stupid boyfriend. And with that said, I will leave you with a funny, thirsty story. So, I posted this on my Patreon. There is a person that I think he's on Instagram or TikTok. TikTok, I think. TikTok, I think. And he's a really good looking guy. And he's probably in his 20s. And he does he's in Korea. He does a bunch of videos talking about art and pottery and stuff like that. So he does like these little small like shorts or whatever. And he's gained quite a bit of following because yeah, he's good looking. And he talks while he's doing this pottery or art or whatever. He talks and kind of like these hush tones and so he's got like a 500,000 followers in South Korea, I think, or maybe something around that. So then one day he posted a video talking about that he owns like a pottery studio. He owns a pottery and crafting studio. And so you can also go there and take classes to make pottery and stuff like that. And so he did like this TikTok video saying, you know, about learning pottery and how beneficial it is to your mental well-being. And it's great to express yourself artistically. And then he left like, I think a number of emails saying that he's taking that the pottery studio is taking students for like, I think $67 a class that you can take, learn pottery and make a item and take it home with you or whatever. So, of course, the people who watch his channel, all these women jumped on it. So there was even a waiting list. Like 400 people initially signed up, and there's like a waiting list. Okay, so there have been people reporting online. They're like, okay, we're gonna go to this event. We're gonna report back. So some women showed up and they had makeup on, hair done, outfits. They show up at the pottery studio. They stand in line. There was like a line of women. And then they go in the room and learn the pottery. And then they go in there and realize that the instructor is not the guy in the videos. And so a lot of the women were confused. They didn't know what was happening. And so I think the instructor explained that they would be the ones showing them how to do the pottery, and it's an hour class. So they did the hour class. And then at the end of the class, somebody said, well, where's whatever the guy's name is at? And they were like, oh, well, he won't be here. He doesn't do the pottery classes. They're like, no, the instructors do the classes. He just owns the pottery studio. So this TikTok video, there was nothing in the video, nothing saying that he was going to teach the class. All he was saying is in the video is, do you want to learn how to make your own dishes, your own pots? You want to learn how to learn how to do clay sculptures, and that, you know, the beneficials of being artistic and express yourself. He didn't say anything he was going to do this. So these women showed up and signed up because they thought this man was going to be teaching his pottery class, and there was nothing indicating he will. So some of the women felt scammed. Some of the women were upset. They were complaining online. Some of the women were trying to cancel the classes and their waiting list, all because they thought that the dude on the TikTok videos, who allegedly owns the studio. I say allegedly because there's no evidence that he even owns the studio. So some people felt like this was a bait and switch. But then again, there's nothing he can get in trouble for because there's nothing in the video saying he was going to be there. These women showed up on their own. So again, I gave a good laugh because I said this was a good marketing ploy. And I gave a good laugh because I said, how did these women even know that this man is real? I watched some of the videos and I'm like, AI is sophisticated. How did these women even know that this man is even real? I said, for all I know, this man could be AI. Looking at the videos, I'm like, it could go either way. So I was like, how do you know this man even owns the pottery studio? He may have been hired by the pottery studio to do these videos because it's a great way to get people hooked and get people into the studio. So again, I say to South Korea, for all of the things that they talk about being conservative and all this kind of stuff, I said South Korea sure do have some of the thirstiest chicks that I have ever heard of. The thirst is real in South Korea. Like it is real. All these women signed up. These women got dressed up thinking that what? I said, even if he was being the instructor in the pottery class, what would they think was going to happen? That the man was going to like bend them over the pottery table? Like, y'all tell me, what was the point of getting your hair done and your nails done and all this to show up for this pottery class? Even if he was the instructor, or maybe he was just the assistant there, maybe just standing in the background. I don't understand what would they think was going to happen. This ain't no K-drama. What they was going to like flick some hair and then the guy was going to see him and then they going to look at each other and he going to look at you and you going to look at him and he's going to be like, see me after class. Like what was going on? I need somebody to explain to me what was going on here. They do. He did not say he was going to be there. I watched the video. I saw the translation. There's nothing in the videos. He did several videos. There's nothing in the video saying he was going to be there at all. They just assumed he was. Matter of fact, they probably saw the videos and barely even paid attention to what he was saying. They saw the videos. They saw, ooh, a pottery class, and they just assumed he was going to be there. So I just want to know what in the name of K-drama is going on here. And again, the fact that they got dressed up and they got on a waiting list and they paid $67 for an hour pottery class. First of all, that's pretty high. $67 for like an hour pottery class. That's insane. And so one lady posted online was telling everybody, well, I went to this pottery class and this dude's not there. He doesn't instruct the class. There's other instructors. And yeah. And so people were saying, oh, this is a scam. I was like, no, it's not a scam. Y'all just assumed that he was going to be there. So again, I didn't understand what the women were seeking by going to this pottery class. And I said, South Korean women, for all of the conservativeness that y'all talk about South Korea, they seem like some of the most thirstiest women ever. Like just thirsty. Like the thirst is real. Like I was like, because even in America, people would have been like, okay, that's a good looking guy. I think I'm going to sign up. Even if I might sign up, but I don't think women would have been like 400 people on the waiting list kind of thing in America. I think in America, we would have been kind of like, well, yeah, he could, even if the guy would have instructed the class, I don't think that many women would have went crazy over. I think we would have just been like, there would have been some women that would have showed up just to be out of curiosity. There would have been some women showed up and just want to see a good looking guy. But I don't think that like women in America would have went nuts over some good looking guy hosting a pottery class. Like we would have just been like, all right, that's cool. Like that's something interesting to do, but not nothing like that. You know what they were expecting. I don't know what they were expecting. I really don't. They want that ghost romance experience. What in the name of K-dramas? Like I said, I had heard many things. I thought that was weird. I was just cracking up laughing because these women were all upset that they feel like they got scammed, they got duped, they got hoodwinked. I said, look, I looked at the video, I said, y'all don't even know if this man is even real. This man, I said, he don't look real to me. This person may be AI. Well, how sophisticated AI is today, I said, y'all should take this as a lesson learned. When y'all up here watching these videos or these people making these videos and they doing things, no matter what it is, pottery or not, like you just have to ask yourself, okay, is this a real human being? Is this a real person? I still don't know if this person is a real person. Nobody really knows if this is a real person. Everybody that subscribed to his channel, nobody has really seen this dude in real life. So I'm like, I said, I don't know if this is a paid actor or is this a person AI. He may not even be real. So I tell y'all, I say, y'all over here thirst trapping and drooling over somebody that may not even be a real person. He may just be AI. Yeah, I said that's another thing. Did they not think that he was single? He may be married. I think he is single. I remember seeing any wedding ring on him. So I think he might. But just because no wedding ring, he still may not be single. He may be in a relationship. He may have a civic. He may be gay for all we know. So again, I don't know what by dressing up and getting your hair done, your nails did. I don't like what would y'all expect? Y'all don't even know if this man. He may have a girlfriend. He may have a boyfriend. He may have some. He may not be wanting to date or anything. But they just assumed like what that they were gonna show up and then they was gonna date. I said, y'all in South Korea, y'all been watching way too many K dramas. Y'all didn't let this shit just go to y'all head like this is real life. I'm like, it's a pottery class. Like it's like JK and the other K-pop idols making a TikTok dance challenge to a music track made with AI. It is a good track. I don't think AI will destroy their business in the future. I think that AI will be integrated in K-pop. I think within the next 10 years, AI will be integrated in K-pop. That you will see groups that are humans and groups that are AI. And then with music, I tell people AI is already being used in music. There's a bunch of lawsuits going on right now where Sony and UMB and other people are suing these AI companies for using like demos and music to train their AI music to train the AI systems that they have. But it's gonna settle. The only thing about it is that Sony and UMB and Universal, they just want money. That's all it is to it. They really don't care about the music integrity. They'll lie and say that. But at the end of the day, these companies just want to get paid for these AI companies using their musicians music as their models and to train their AI systems. But once these AI companies pay them, Sony and UMB, matter of fact, UMB and I think Geffen are creating their own AI music database, like these other like Sunu and these other companies. But yeah, they're suing Sunu because they just want money, and eventually it'll all work out. I mean, it'll work out. But that's AI is the future of music. That's where it's gonna go. Like people are literally gonna go online and create beats using AI constructs and programs. Once they get all this litigation mixed up, and on the cool, they're doing it already, but they just don't let people know. They can do it and not let like there's a channel where they talk about like AI and music. Like you can hear the AI. Like a lot of musicians can hear the AI in it and but they don't tell people like what's really happening that they're using AI beats and people submit their demos through AI systems as well. I didn't talk about that in my other video, but that's another aspect. It's coming, y'all. I said you can't stop it. K-pop agencies are they want forever idols. They want idols that don't get tired, that don't complain, that can work and do videos 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Once technology truly catches up with, I said within the next 10 years, it might even be sooner than that because they're pushing towards that. We are virtual idols now, but I think AI idols is the next step. That is the next step in musical evolution for K-pop. K-pop is primed for that because they have the type of fandom that is, and I don't think fans will really care. If you have AI models that are consistent enough and intelligent enough, I said the fans won't care. They won't care that they're not real as long as they act real. Cause like they like the virtual VR groups. Not like I talk about Plave a lot. Plave has done tours. Plave keeps getting popular and more popular and popular, and they're a virtual group. And there's a bunch of virtual groups coming out this year, including what Hive is trying to do, where they're trying to do some kind of like um, virtual hybrid kind of girl group. And I think that that's it's just going to be the future. It's just and then people will learn to adapt and just deal with it. There's going to be like groups that are human, and then some groups that are going to be AI, and then people just choose whatever group they want. And then I think there's going to be hybrid groups where there's maybe two or three humans and then two or three AI members. I'm like, that's the K-pop wants that so bad because they can eliminate the idol system. They can not eliminate it, but offer a different alternative to that. I think you'll always have people wanting human idols. I don't think you'll eliminate that altogether. But I think K-pop will try to like augment this a little bit different, which I don't have a problem with. They're branching into electronics and AI systems. Yeah, that's just the future. That's just the future because it's just easier. It's just simpler. I mean, BTS in 15 years, they're getting older. Like 10, 15 years, I don't think they're going to want to be in the business when they're like 40 something years old. Maybe behind the scenes they would. But idols, they have a shelf life due to ageism in Korea, just due to physicality and health. A lot of these idols have been starving themselves and burning themselves out for decades. And so as they get older, they're like, okay, I'm tired of being this, I'm tired. So like BTS can only go on for so long. Eventually they're gonna want to do settle down and have families and do art, and maybe Sugar wants to go behind the scenes and write and be a producer, and he's like, I don't want to be an idol anymore. And so that will leave a vacuum in the industry that I don't know how long it would take to fill. I don't know if there will ever be another BTS, but they will sure try though. They'll try though. They will try. You can't wait to see the AI groups go on tour. Plave goes on tour, and Plave is a virtual group, and Plave is the most successful virtual group. I follow them on Weverse. They are very popular, and they go on tour. Now they haven't gone on tour in North America because they're really popular. Their popularity is in Korea, but I saw like their tour videos, like their concert videos, and I'm fascinated by that. It's just a screen in 3D, and they're on. And I was like, how does this even work? But okay, and people pay $100 and something a ticket to go watch Plave, and then Jennifer's like, I gotta stare at the screen for 2 hours. They're not even real. I'm like, yeah, but people like it though. It's the future, you know. Do I think NewJeans will renew their contracts? No. I think that Adore is going to be done with them. I think once their contracts is over, I think NewJeans, Adore will be done with them and be ready to move on to something different. As to what kind of future they're going to have, I don't know. We'll see what's going to happen in 4 years. We'll see. They're always going on a diet, talking about I think AI is more of an upside for the agencies all the way around. I don't see a downside in having AI idols. There, baby, I think behind the scenes executives are chomping at the bit to get this AI thing up and running, because it's just the only downside is to the staff and the human idols, because the staff won't have, you won't have hair and makeup and security. You don't have all that. Like all of that will be, gone. So people will lose their jobs. But I think agencies really want AI. They want AI idols because it's just not a headache. It's like we ain't got to deal with human beings, and we could just work these idols to death. And then you will, because again, to be an idol, like I said before, you're paying for an experience. You're not like the music is another conversation and a performance. But at the end of the day, the fans mostly, not me, but the fans are paying for some type of emotional experience. And so if you can evoke that type of emotional parasocial experience, agencies are all over it. They're like, if we can get people to fall in love with these AI idols, and then we can give the fans an experience with the AI idols that they can't get with the humans, that would just be the perfect thing for them. Because I mean, if you think, I said it before, I did a whole video about this. I said if you could have Weverses where you have an AI idol and they can communicate with fans at a faster rate. They can communicate with fans and memorize the usernames, so they can know that, oh, last time you logged in was 5 weeks ago. Oh, hey, how you doing? Like, if you can promise that to fans, they eat it up. They will eat it up. They will eat that shit up. I'm telling you. Like, people do it now. I tell y'all, the AI thing is here. It's here. There are AI apps. There are AI platforms where you can create whole cities, whole towns, whole relationships. I was like, this is going on right now. Like right now, people are there's companies developing more and more of these AI platforms to where you can have whole AI lives on platforms. There's tons of them now. There used to be one or two. There's tons of them. There's tons and tons of them. And I think that like that's where it's going, you know. And people are like, oh, well, K-pop. I'm like, K-pop fans will fall in line. They'll fall in line, just like the people online fall in line. These platforms have millions of subscribers, millions, millions. You can create your own AI K-pop singer boyfriend. These they have millions of subscribers. They pay per month to have all the little special bells and whistles. Because I think people are just kind of like, you know, why like interpersonal relationships. They're like, why should I deal with people when I could just get an AI construct? Oh, I think people want. I think people want AI idols. I know people do. I know these platforms. These platforms make hand over fist. I can name you platforms that have millions of subscribers, that people live whole AI lives. And if you can add singing to dancing in the idol system to it, people eat that shit up. Like it is so, like I was looking at this last night. It was so pervasive because I was reading this article talking about the rise of the AI platforms and how now there's so many with various degrees of sophistication and paywalls, and there's just so many. Is 2 years ago there was literally like five. Now there's probably 30 to 40 in various degrees of what you can do with it. And I can name y'all names of these AI platforms. I've been on these AI platforms. I've looked around, started accounts, looked to see how many people, and there are millions of people. I'm just like, okay, so this is what y'all doing. It's a whole thing out there, y'all. A lot of people are turning more and more to AI for companionship. You know, because like back in the day, I remember back in the day, I used to be in the games and we used to play The Sims. Now you can play The Sims for real. Like now there's AI platforms where you can like live like a very realistic lifestyle online, and it keeps getting more sophisticated. So instead of The Sims where everything was fun and it's very rudimentary and you can create your house, no, they have whole town, like you can build a whole town with whole people and reenact whatever, or just live your life, and then they give you like a menu of like what you want to do. And then the AI construct can like talk to you and send messages. Like it's a whole thing, y'all. I'm telling y'all. And once I fell down that rabbit hole, I'm telling y'all, you would be shocked. You would be like, what is this? It is a whole thing that's going on with young people. And mostly young people. It's mostly young people doing shit like this. It's not like people my age. It's mostly Gen Alpha that is into this kind of shit. And it's popular. It's very, very popular. You can create your own avatars that look like anything or anybody, or they even have one where you can add constructs and people have BTS all over the place. There's Sugar, there's a RM, there's one for every member. I mean, at least one. And people can create their own. So for Sugar, there's probably like 30. I went to one thing, and there's 30 different Sugars. And then there's different RMs and people creating their own construct with their own background stories. Sometimes it's really Sugar. Sometimes it's he's in a mafia or some shit like that. Like it's something like that. Sometimes it's like fanfic, like people make up a construct. And then you can just message back and forth to this it's a whole thing. I could do a whole video about this because I didn't fell down this rabbit hole, and I didn't been to many different apps and looked around and was like, because people are like, oh, this is the future. I'm like, they have it to where you can have AI boyfriends and AI girlfriends. There's a lot of those. And I'm like, if people get, and I think to myself, people have an AI boyfriend or girlfriend, they can definitely do AI idols. Like that is the next evolution. If people have an AI boyfriend and girlfriend and they take this shit seriously, Like people want to marry their AI boyfriends and girlfriends. And we didn't seen stories about people, guys marrying their AI girlfriends. Like I got some stories to tell. I didn't seen some interesting constructs. I'm like, what is that? Stray kids. You wish it was made for education. It started out that way, but as human beings go human being. That's just this is what people do. To me, it's just human nature. Like it's human nature to take AI and make it a relationship type thing or a sexual type thing. That exists. That's out there too. There's a lot of apps that is like sex with AI. All the deep fakes are deep fake is something a little bit different. Deep fakes to me is very insidious because it takes the person's image and likeness and have them doing really, have them doing all kinds of stuff that is illegal in the United States to have them doing like sexual type things. That's illegal here, but that's it. But they're trying to stop that. Like people are working hard to make it more permissible to do everything. But I don't agree with people using people's name and likeness to create images or videos. But it just depends. It depends on the country you're in. In the United States, the rules are very hard, fast, and loose. As long as you're not creating adult content, like sexual content with someone's name and likeness, then it's kind of a gray area. But yeah, as long as you're not creating sex, then that's pretty much what the law says. But other than that, you can create deep fakes as long as it's not something sexual. But people should have known this was coming. I've been talking about this for years. I told people, I said once AI becomes more sophisticated, they're gonna start making AI of real people. Like people started making AI of their classmates, of their teachers, not just famous people. I was like, this is just the next evolution to it because it's what people do. People are gonna create AIs of their ex-girlfriends or whatever and ex-boy. It's just kind of like what I said, this is just human beings. We're human beings gonna do what human beings gonna do. And they're gonna tinker around with the system. They're gonna create really weird shit. Cause that's how people are. That's just they're gonna create, especially something sexual. Cause that's kind of how, especially men, that's what men are gonna do. They're gonna create AI constructs of famous women. Yeah, like that's just doing sexual things. It's kind of like I kind of like, well, that's the next iteration to it. And it's not really even men doing it. It's like teenage kids doing. It's like they found in South Korea, like it's a bunch of like 15, 16-year-old boys doing it. So they couldn't really do too much about it because these are high schoolers. And it's like, because, like they go online and they tinker around and they figure out how to do shit. And these are high schoolers. So I'm like, what you gonna do about these high school kids out here doing shit like that? Do I think AI will cause K-pop to lose more credibility? I do. I do think that is a worry. I do. But I think eventually the West will be on this too. I think eventually this will spill over from K-pop to the West. If K-pop can make money from it, the West will try to emulate it. Just like with everything else. Everything else is all about money. If K-pop in Korea can make money, the West is going to do their own spin on it. And they're going to have a more sophisticated, more explicit type of AI singer or performer, entertainer, or something like that. They will probably do a solo male or female singer. Most likely, probably a female to attract the men because the men are much more receptive to these type of things in the West than women are. And so I think that they would definitely have a female singer in the West, whatever that makes money. If it makes money, people are going to do it, unfortunately. But that's just kind of how I go. If it's going to make money, people are going to do it. People are going to copy it and they're going to emulate it and everybody's going to be doing it. But again, like I said, in my life, to me, this is already here. I'm just like, I see all of the AI apps and platforms, and I'm just like, this is already here. So K-pop is just one step away from it. Technology just needs to be a little bit more sophisticated and consistent, but we're very close. We're very close to AI models that are consistent, especially with C Dance 2.0. When they get to C Dance 3.0, I don't know what's going to happen. You're going to get to the point where AIs are going to be talking to you like you are a person. Like this is how sophisticated things are getting. It's accelerating real fast. And I think if you get to the point where the AIs are consistent and then the AIs are able to interact with you in real time, I think that's the hurdle that K-pop is trying to get over because they're trying to provide the same experience that human beings provide, like with Weverses and stuff like that. If they could get over that, if they could do a Weverse with an AI model, K-pop would do it and it would be a done deal. They would be like, let's roll this out. They would be a done deal. But the technology just isn't there quite yet. But it will get there. Within the next couple of years, technology will be there where you'll have an AI construct that can have a conversation with you in real time and going back and forth. And it'd be something where they memorize and they'll be, you have the memory capacity to interact with you like a human being. That's where we're going. That's where that's where humanity is going. And that's where people, because again, people want connection, but they don't want to deal with human beings. That's the thing. People want connection, but for a lot of people, the downsides of this is human beings. Because agencies can control AI to do whatever they want them to do. They can work them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You ain't got to worry about them getting tired or dieting or being depressed or whatever. You have to deal with all that. Like they just exist just to be in the industry. And that was it. That's their parameters, just to be an idol. Like you don't have to worry about none of the other shit. Which I can see the upside to that. And it's cheaper. They ain't got to pay idols. They ain't got to pay. I mean, at the end of the day, it is about money. Because, you get a virtual idol or AI idol, you don't have to pay them. Like all of the revenue from albums will be coming to the agencies. That's a win-win for them. Like we ain't got to deal with splitting royalties and much. We can just get all the money. They'll pay for any system. They're like, sign us up. We'll pay it. We'll spend millions of dollars on the AI system. We ain't got to pay nobody. Shit. We ain't got to worry about royalties and signing contracts. Yeah, Hive is trying to sue people that are trying to do deep fake and I tell y'all, the only reason Hive and other companies are suing people because of deep fakes is number one, because it ruins the reputation of the idol if it's something sexual. And number two, because they haven't learned to monetize it yet. I've always said that if Hive and Starship and other agencies can monetize deep fakes, they would. And it wouldn't be an issue. That's the same thing when I talk about AI and music. All of this stuff about AI, I've lived through so many iterations of the music industry. I've lived through vinyl, 8-track tapes, cassette tapes, CDs, and digital. I've lived through all of these iterations of music. And each one, people were like, the sky is falling, we're going to die. And each time it never happened. It never happened. People just adapted and moved on. When cassette tapes went to the wayside and CDs came, people were like, oh my God, what are we going to do? Cassette tapes are gone. And then people just got over it. And then when digital hit, that was a really big thing. There was so many lawsuits over copyright and digital access and Napster. I remember I lived through all of that Napster stuff. And the same thing with all that Napster stuff, I just sat there, was like waiting for people to figure it out. They went to the courts, they sued Napster, they tried to get iTunes and Apple and all that. And I would tell people, you can't stop it. You can't stop digital downloads. And so many artists were against digital downloads and people were against it. And all I did was say, and I said, we'll see how this is going to pan out. And it all panned out. People sued, people got paid, and everybody just moved on. So then everybody went to digital. All that complaining about it's going to ruin the music industry. We don't have CDs anymore. It didn't ruin the music industry. It just changed it. So same thing about AI. All this, oh, this is terrible. I'm just like, they're just figuring out how to monetize it. And then once everybody starts getting their cut, all the complaints are going to go away. Once the music industry and the artists feel like they can get a cut of what AI is doing, Once these litigations have fallen on the wayside, within 2 to 3 years, those AI arguments in music will die off because Sony and all these industries are going to get a cut of the AI companies, and then they won't complain anymore. Then the artists are going to get their cut for training for their music used to train these models, and then they're going to shut up. And then eventually the fans are going to stop complaining about it because everybody's just going to kind of understand that like AI is just a tool, and people are just going to understand that music is sometimes produced by AI, sometimes not. And then people are just gonna get over it, like they got over everything else. They got over cassette tapes and digital. People didn't think that people would ever get over that. And then I said eventually, in a couple of years, people sued, won, and they figured it out. To me, the industry will figure it out. They will figure out this AI thing. And once it gets figured out, all the arguments and complaints will just die. Like you will not see people, nobody complains about digital downloads. Within 3 to 4 years after Napster and iTunes, people stopped complaining about it. Everybody was just accepted. Everyone threw out their CDs, got rid of their CD players, and everybody moved on. Nobody was none the wiser. Everyone was like, and so all of that complaining was just like, I was like, what was that all about? Like, everybody's like, we don't know. Eh. Nobody said anything about it anymore. Not everybody downloads their music digitally and don't think nothing about it. Just that's just how everybody streams, everybody. But I'm like, I remember a time when there was no streams, there was nothing. It was just CDs and tapes. And everybody was arguing and everybody was upset and people were suing each other left and right in the industry because everybody wanted their cut of the digital. And they tried to control it and hold it. Once I remember me getting my first MP3 player and me thinking it was like the best thing ever because I could hold like 100 songs in my MP3 player. And music industries and executives thought it was an abomination, an MP3 player. Like you can download all this music, you don't have to buy a CD. No, I can just pick out whatever songs I want. People was like, this is going to ruin the industry. No one's ever going to buy albums ever again. I heard all those arguments. None of that happened. People still buy albums. People just like, the sky is falling. I was like, is it? Or just you guys ain't getting paid? No one's ever going to buy albums again. I heard all those arguments. No one's going to buy albums ever again. And this is the death of the music industry. It wasn't. The music industry didn't die. So we're still here, and AI is not going, music industry will still be there, but just in a different way than what we know. And like I said, things will just keep turning. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. You can't stop AI. I tell people, as much as people complain, you can't stop it. Like it's just, you can't say, no, we're not going to. Once AI became a convenience, people are like, you can't put the genie back in the bottle anymore. You just have to make room for it. And that's what people are going to do. People are going to just kind of make space for it. There's going to be human made films, and then there's going to be all AI films. And then people have to choose. I think a lot of times with humans, I think deep down inside, human beings are afraid to compete. The human beings are really on low key afraid that AI is going to out human being them. And in some levels, it will. I mean, just be honest, it will. As AI becomes more sophisticated, people are starting to realize that human beings aren't that special. They're not. Human beings and human art is not that. It's not that special. It's not. It can be duplicated. It can be replicated, and people are afraid of that. And I'm just like, human beings will always be creative creatures. We will always have ingenuity and invention, no matter what we do. But at the end of the day, I think people don't want to compete with AI because people are afraid of the answer. And the answer is, AI may do some things a little bit more better than what we do. And that's fine. It's like, we're not perfect, but you just, I think people are scared of AI because they're scared of the unknown. But AI can be used for good. Like, it doesn't have to be for evil. It can be used for good. Now, as to whether people are going to use it for good or not, I don't know. But right now, it's just about money. But that's human too. Like, any time you involve monetization, shit, that's human too. Humans going to try to find some way to make money out of it. But I think people are scared for good reason. But then also, I just tell people, what are you going to do about it? Like, you can't. It's like, okay, you can't stop. No one's going to stop it. Everybody's making too much money off of it, and nobody wants to stop it. So people just have to find ways of handling it. And I think K-pop will. I think K-pop will do their best to usher in a new AI age. And as to what that looks like, I think it's just going to depend on the company. But I think they're going to try little things at first just to see, and then in time, as they become more comfortable with it themselves, push it towards a little bit more and getting AI singers or idols or something, or pets, or maybe AI avatars. I know SM tried that with aespa, to have like AR avatars, and that kind of like blew the coop. Like they got rid of that concept. I know Isuman was really big on aespa having these digital counterparts, but I think it can work if the company is consistent. I think and if the concepts are good, I think they can do that. Having like a digital counterpart, I don't have a problem with that. But SM tried it, but I just think it was too early and it wasn't the right time. And then Isuman was on his way out of SM anyway, and I think they just kind of gave up. They was just like, we ain't got time for this shit. They were just out of it. You miss cassette tapes? Do I think in the future K-pop will start to release albums more often? I think some groups will, but I think right now I don't like the release schedule. I have a hard I miss the second generation when K-pop were literally releasing albums once a year. I don't like these minis and these micro minis, and I think it's too much. I hate that they have albums that come out like every 6 months, every 4 months. And I'm just like, okay, like this doesn't give a chance for the albums to breathe. And I think the albums need to breathe. And 3 or 4 months is not enough time to breathe. Yes, yes, they release two, and then they're constantly releasing songs. So it's like I never get it. We never get a chance to really miss a group. It's like, here's the album, and then, oh, here's a couple of songs, and here's some B-sides, and here's a mini album. And I'm just like, and I understand why the K-pop industry do that, because it's about money. It's about them staying relevant, the group, and about money. But I missed the second generation when people came out with one album a year. Maybe sometimes even more than that, 14 to 18 months. Like they would release albums in the second generation. They would release like 10, 11, 12 songs, and then give it room to breathe, and then promote and push and go on tour, whatever. And then a year later or around that time, release another full album or a mini album. I just hate that we're like constantly, then there's solo mini albums, and every member got to have a solo now, and then there's subunits, then the subunits got to be subuniting, so they release an album. I'm like, it's just like constant nonstop of like, there's always got to be content, there's always got to be them doing something on Weverse or social media. I that's one of the reasons why we in the situation we in with parasocialism, why it's worse now than it was in the second and third generations, because now the idols are pretty much like on all the time. They may have like a break for like maybe 2 or 3 months, but then they're back on it. Like, okay, you've had a break for 2 or 3 months, good. Okay, now we got to do another tour, we got to do another album, we got to do promotion. Like it's just too much to really be consistent, and it's expensive. And I wish that like there was more consistency in the way things are done, and they would dial back and realize sometimes that less is more, that you don't have to be constantly. And then on top of that, when they're constantly putting out shit, the quality has suffered. So quantity don't mean quality. Like I would rather have them focus in doing like a 10-song album and get everything down and get the right producers and collaborators and all of that, than them just like, okay, here's a mini album of 5 songs, then 4 or 5 months later, here's another mini album of 4 or 5 songs. And then like the quality, either like all the albums start to sound the same, or you can tell like they've rushed these albums, and so the quality has kind of fallen off. I want artists to concentrate on making really good albums, and that's That's it. Not these 3, 4 songs are just mid. Okay, these other 3, 4 songs, well, they just as mediocre as it. So you have a lot of K-pop groups that just have a discography of mediocreness. Like, it's okay, it's not good. There may be one song that's cool, 1 or 2 songs, and then the next mini album, that's okay. So you have these groups that just have a bunch of albums and songs that are just okay. They're mid-tier songs. They're not, high quality. I would rather have quality over quantity in K-pop. And so I would rather have them just really be serious and concentrate on that instead of we got to get back out there. We got to push, push, push. We got to put this album out, and then the songs come out, and either the fans are like, "What is this?" and they don't resonate with the fans, or the songs chart well in the beginning, but then after 3 or 4 days, everybody's over it. Like, oh, okay, everybody who wanted to buy it bought it, and then okay, now we don't hear nothing about it no more. Yeah, album a year, a couple of solo singles. I would be happy with that. One album, one 10, 12 song album, and then the other members can come out and do some solo up. Up. And yeah, and then the songs are 2 minutes and 30 seconds long. But that's because TikTok. The reason why the songs are so short, we've talked about this before, is because of the TikTok effect. They want songs out there to be pushed for dance challenges and stuff like that. That's the goal of the 2 minute and 30 second, 45 second song, because it's easier to do it. It's quicker to do a music video. Audiences have a short attention span, and it's easier to do a dance video, a dance or a visualizer if it's 2 minutes and 30, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. It's just cheaper to do it. Now the music is geared for social media, TikTok. Everything now, I've talked about the industry now, is just to go viral. They create these songs with these catchy hooks and these catchy tunes because they want to be able to go viral on TikTok or Instagram or whatever. So that's why they have these songs with these like obnoxious, repetitive beats, because it sounds good on social media. It looks good during doing a dance challenge video. It sounds good whenever you're playing it on a YouTube, you having a background for a YouTube video. So that's pretty much what the industry is now. Is about gearing everything towards social media. And I think that's kind of like where K-pop is really messed up, because K-pop leans heavily into that, into social engagement online, where the West doesn't. The West doesn't lean that heavily into it. And that's one thing I hate about K-pop. They lean way too much into what's popular, what's trending online, what's the trends, what's the dance trends, what's the music trends, instead of just making good music. Because this trendy music, like 10 years from now, is people really going to be listening to a lot of these songs? Like 10 years from now, or even not even that long shit, 2 or 3 years from now, are people going to be listening to Cat's Eye songs? People are just like, eventually these songs start to sound dated, because I'm like, okay, yeah, that was the rage. This type of song and this type of music was cool then. Music to me these days is too trendy. It's not good music. It's trendy music. It's music that people can hum and sing to, and it's cool on videos and on TV shows. And then 2, 3 years from now, people listen to it and be like, oh, like that sounds real dated. Yeah, it does date. Real music transcends time. There are songs that I listened to when I was a kid that I can listen to now, and that my kids are like, what is that? And they're like, oh, I never heard that. There are classic groups and classic songs that my kids listen to. My daughter was listening to Queen. Listens to Queen. Those are the type of songs and musicians that transcend trends. Michael Jackson will always be in. Queen will always be in. Whitney Houston will always be a powerhouse. She'll always be in. But these people like Sabrina Carpenter, 10 years from now, is everybody gonna be like, ooh, Sabrina Carpenter? Like she may fade and fall off. So all these little catchy thumping little beats and like 5 years from now, people gonna be like, oh yeah, that didn't age well. Like, ooh, yikes, like that's corny. I'm like, yeah. So the trend thing is good for now, but I just want music just to be in K-pop a bit more withstand time. Like BTS, there's a lot of songs that BTS did. I can go back and listen to BTS, especially when they were got into the HYYH era. That you can go back and listen to those songs now, and they still sound good. I need you, girl. Wait, let me do the body roll. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. I need you, girl. I need you, girl. I need you, girl. I need you, girl. Remember, you got to get the body rolls in. You got to get the. Yeah, the newer song. I need you, girl. Wait a minute, hold on. Like I go back and listen to the BTS songs, and I'm like, this is aged well. You know, when every time I love "Save Me" is one of my favorite songs. That's it. I watch the "Save Me" video at least once a week. You know, I love the music video. "Save Me" is one of my oops. "Save Me" is one of my favorite BTS songs and BTS music videos. Like I love, like "Save Me" is a good song. The best of me. You love is going to save me, save me, save me. And then you love me before I fall. Oh, so come and love me, come and save me, save me, save me, save me, me. Good night, Marie. I'm finna go to bed too. Oh, oh. The "Save Me" song is fire. I'm telling you, "Save Me" is one of my favorite BTS songs. It's my favorite videos. And it still holds up. It's like 10 years, like, it still holds up. It's a good song. When RM do his little part, when he do his little dance, I was like, go now, June. Kill him, slay, kick, slay. But anyway, so yes, I want from the fifth and the sixth generation music that actually stands the test of time. Music that people will be listening to 8-9 years from now. You know, like "Blood, Sweat, and Tears." Y'all know "Blood, Sweat, and Tears" is my song. It's one of my favorite BTS songs. Want money, money. Like, "Blood, Sweat, and Tears" is the jam, y'all. It still hits hard. It still hits hard, y'all. "Blood, Sweat, and Tears" came out like what, 2017, 2018. That's a hard hitting song. That video is. I watched the behind the scenes of "Blood, Sweat, and Tears." "Blood, Sweat, and Tears" helped me become ARMY. It's one of the things that I saw that video and I was like, I said, let me watch it again. Like, I had to watch the video. And "Black Swan," yeah, killing me now, do you hear me now, do you think, yeah, what's my name, I mean, come on. Like, that "Black Swan" is a good song. It's a killer, a fire ass song. And it withstands the test of time. "Black Swan" is a good, like I said, it helped me become ARMY. I was like, what is this? I had never heard "Black Swan" and was mesmerized. Never seen the video. I was like, this is really good. Really good music withstands the test of time. But anyway, y'all, I got to go. I got to take a shower. I got to finish eating. I went and worked out today. I'm strong like bull. I worked out today, y'all. I'm like Kim Tae-young and V. I'm like, okay, that's enough flexing. Anyway, I thank everybody for being here. Make sure you like, share, subscribe to my channel. Oh, I'm tired. I'm flexing. Yeah. I've been working out all week, y'all. But anyway, until next time, y'all. Good night, everybody. I'll see y'all next week. Bye.